Information is power.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Information
Is power. Tell the truth. That's right. One must be honest, truthful, and be deliberate in giving a statement, a review, an analysis of what you see is going on. There will be things that will be said that people need to pay attention to. This is the Information Man Show, and we'll get at it.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Everybody, thank you for coming over. I'm going to wait a little bit longer because we're going to get into this like so.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm glad that you're all here. Peace.
Information is power.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Information is power. Information is power.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Information
is power.
Tell the truth.
What's up, everybody? Peace. This is peace, everybody. Peace. Welcome to the program, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you all being here today. Today is a day that is a great day because this is Mother's Day. And I want to say much respect to all the mothers out there as I put this up on the screen for your pleasure. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. That's for sure. Happy Mother's Day to you. I'm sure people are spending time with their family, their mothers today. Maybe you went out a little bit early today with your mother. Maybe you went to church. Maybe you went out for an early breakfast, brunch, lunch. Maybe you did all those things. And I hope that you don't take it for granted because, as you can see, your life can be cut down very short. You're here today and gone tomorrow. And we get caught up in so much self-indulgence, self-aggrandizement of ourselves, who we are. I got the flyest clothes. I got the flyest this, flyest that. None of that means a damn thing if you ain't got health, proper health. So I want everybody out there to hug their mothers. If you live from afar from your mother, pick up a phone and call her. Let her know that you love her. Let her know that you miss her, that you think about her. I don't care, man, woman. Go ahead and do that today if you have not. I thank you all for watching this program. I'm going to say some things. I'm going to be honest with you today. I'm not going to play around and play any kind of games with anybody. I am going to say some things today that is going to be both polarizing, both will make some angry, maybe not. I'm going to say things that people don't want to hear, both on the male side and the female side. I'm going to tell the damn truth.
Tell the truth.
You like it or not. So I'm going to say things that the ladies are not going to like in terms of how I look at Kevin Samuels. I'm going to say things that the guys are not going to like in terms of how I see Kevin Samuels. Because no man, no woman is perfect. You see, even though people didn't like the things that Kevin Samuels was saying out of his mouth, everybody's drawers are not clean. Everybody got boo-boo and doo-doo in their drawers. You've got women on social media, well-known ladies, who are also espousing things about black men. See, this is called poison, as Nellie Fuller Jr. said, that we have a lot of poison. And we play this poison out on social media. We put this venom out. And then what are we doing? We're poisoning the next generation. Just like colorism, we can't even get over colorism. We can't even really deal with it and have an honest conversation. Men and women, it's been my observation on YouTube that brothers and sisters, we can't have an honest conversation on YouTube without people becoming emotional, angry, and If we don't clean this shit up, the next generation is going to get this poison in them, and then they'll be saying the same damn things when we're buried and gone. The baby boomer generation has some blame in this. The Gen Xers, as myself, we have blame in this because we keep carrying all this stereotypical shit from the past with us, all our traumas. We have a lot of people, y'all not going to like what I'm going to say here. You're not going to like it. We have a lot of people on YouTube who bring their mental health problems to YouTube. They bring their anecdotal experiences. They play it out on the panels where all the beefing starts. Well, y'all black men ain't protecting it. Y'all black men ain't doing this. Then you got black men putting all black women in a stereotype. What we do, and you always hear me saying this, we maximize the minimum of folks in our community that are doing wrong. We maximize it as if it is the majority. And then we take the majority of us who are not engaging in sex wars and gender wars and stereotypes about one another, and we minimize those individuals. Those individuals, especially here on YouTube, you don't get views. You can do a show about black people's health. I did a show not too long ago about black people's health. The one thing that you need, it doesn't matter how high value you think you are.
Tell the truth.
Kevin Samuels had a philosophy of high value man, and everybody ran with it, ingurgitated it as if it was the gospel. What difference does it make if you're so-called high value when if your health ain't together? You can't take suits and cars and rings and money with you when you're buried and gone. Your health is your most important wealth. Your most high value is your health. Everybody's talking about Kevin Samuels. You've got black women on social media, particular, they said Twitter, who were saying that they were glad that he was gone. You've got black men saying that they're glad that he was gone. And I can certainly understand that people did not agree with his message. And then there were those brothers who agreed with his message because his message, and we cannot deny this, that his message did resonate with a certain number of men who had these experiences. But I'm going to say this for all of you. I'm 52 years old. I didn't need a Kevin Samuels to tell me how to be a man, to tell me how to wear a suit, to tell me how to use cologne. The man was no older than me. Or he's 57. I don't know what's going on. They've got his age all flipped around. Some reports say he was 52. Some reports say he was 53. Some say 56, 57. I did some math on this. He was born March 13th, 1965. And according to the breakdown of that, he should be 57 years old. If I'm not mistaken, we've already passed March. But if you are a baby boomer or a Gen Xer, you didn't need Samuel. You didn't need Kevin Samuels to give you a doctrine about how to be a man. I think if you did need that, and I'm sorry to the brothers who don't like what I'm saying right now, if you are a grown ass man and you needed another grown ass man who was not your father, not your uncle, not your grandfather, no kin to you, you didn't really know, you knew him through YouTube. It's a sad commentary if you're a grown ass man and you needed him to give you understanding about women, understanding about how to wear a suit, how to level up. It's a damn shame. So I didn't need Kevin Samuels to give me pointers, but I certainly, on the flip side of that, understand that there were some black men, maybe younger black men, who looked up to him, needed direction. And what it says to me is it goes back to something that we don't want to deal with. And the fact that as much as we know that black fathers were rated the best fathers in terms of their involvement with their children, we got people, grown ass men and women, who did not have a father figure or a proper father figure or father in their life that come to YouTube, and they can be mesmerized and be influenced by someone like Kevin Samuels, who gave you the image. He said he was an image consultant. I don't understand why no one understood this. The man repeatedly told you he was an image consultant. He never said he was a certified therapist, a certified family therapist. A certified therapist because in therapy, we have a certain way we deal with people. It's called closure. When you're doing therapy, you have to give people proper closure. Okay? Closure is any interaction, information, or practice that allows a person to feel that a traumatic, upsetting, or confusing life event has been resolved. When you giving a person therapy, when the women would call Kevin Samuels' show, he already told you he wasn't a therapist. He said he was an image consultant. That's why most of his talking points centered around what's your dress size, how old you are, how much body weight do you have. He kept saying those sort of things that plays into his background and experience with image. Women would call up his show. He didn't ask for women, for ladies, black women or white women or any race of women to call his show. They called his show. And when he spoke to them in a way that they didn't appreciate, people got very disturbed by it. A lot of ladies got disturbed. And I understand why the ladies were disturbed by his delivery. You know, there's an old saying, it's not what you say, but it's how you say it. But Kevin Samuels didn't give a damn about how he said it. He just said it as if he was smacking them across the face. And when he would play the sound effects with the whip, which I didn't like because if you know anything about our history, you should not use sound effects like whips, man, because whips were used to whip us during slavery on plantations. That has a trauma effect. Sound effects like whips, when you really think about the psychology of where whips came from. And black people, we whip each other on YouTube. Where did this shit comes from? We've been culturally conditioned from slavery. During slavery, if you got caught doing something wrong, they would whip slaves in front of everybody. They would sodomize men in front of everyone, take the strongest black man, and they would break them. So we've been culturally conditioned to react towards each other in violent ways, either physical violent ways and verbal assaults on each other. And we find it entertaining to the point that we'll laugh. We find it entertaining. Black folks like to get on YouTube and cut into each other, yell at each other, go after each other. I don't see any other groups doing that. I know for a fact I live in San Francisco for over 30 years. And I've been around a lot of different ethnic groups, and they do have effery in their families, but they keep it behind closed doors. They don't go on social media and display it. They take care of their shit behind closed doors. Black folks, we want to display it. And we forget that YouTube is a worldwide platform. Should I say it again? It's worldwide. You can be seen all over the world displaying your foolishness as you see that globe going around. You know, we get on these YouTube streets. We get on these YouTube streets and we have a lot to say about each other. And it's funny to me how most of the people who do the most talking, they hide behind avatars, never show themselves. Never show themselves, hiding behind an avatar because they're trying to hide themselves from black people. They're trying to hide themselves so that if they're talking crap to people, you can't run up on them and pull up on them in the streets. I'm just breaking this down because as polarizing or controversial as a figure that Kevin Samuels was on YouTube, we've got people sort of making him the sort of a scapegoat for, see, he's the problem with black YouTube. No, black YouTube had this problem before Kevin Samuels. Before Kevin Samuels blew up, we still had these problems. Kevin Samuels didn't increase the problem. The problem was already there. We just failed to recognize the symptoms. We failed to recognize when you recognize a symptom of a problem, now you have to come up with a solution for that problem, an antidote to get rid of that problem. And we failed as black folks on social media to come together as black men and women and listen to each other, get in balance and get out of not being in balance to be able to solve the problems that we have so that we can make an example for our children in the future so that they don't run around on social media making buffoons of themselves because we may not have given them the proper example. You know, we're talking about a gender war, which is crazy to me. While black folks are talking about we got a gender war between women and men, at the same time, we're getting our ass kicked in the outer world. The real war that we should be concerned about is the war on our lives when you have black men who are being shot in the streets by police officers who are being mistreated. You got black women being mistreated. You have black children that have been mistreated. You have black children 5 and 4 and 6 years old being arrested. You had a child, I did a video. Of course, nobody want to watch these kind of videos. I did a video. You had a child, I think in North Carolina, got arrested for picking tulip plants. See, while we're fighting and battling each other on these, as I said before, these YouTube streets, there's a bigger war on our lives outside of YouTube. Let me say this, because there's a lot of people who were Johnny come latelys when it came to Kevin Samuels. They followed him when he was at his hype of his career in his 2-year run. See, I remember before Kevin Samuels had 15,000 or 20,000 people watching him. I remember when he had 100 people watching him, maybe 120, maybe 130. That's still damn good. And most of his critique, and I think everyone needs to be, I'm going to tell the truth. And if we're going to tell it, we're going to tell it all and tell it right tonight. And I will have a panel for people to come up and give their opinions, but you're going to be respectful. I'm not going to have drama on my panel. And I want to say peace to everybody. I want to shout everybody out, but I just can't right now because I need to get through this what I'm saying to you. I remember when Kevin Samuels came on the scene before he blew up like he did. And most of his critique, whether you want to believe it or not, most of his critique, and I'm not, and folks, I'm not saying I was a fan of how Kevin Samuels evolved, where he eventually went with the content towards females. I'm just simply telling you the truth here. The truth, whether you like it or not. Hard truth, but it's going to be the truth.
Tell the truth.
And while I'm at it, I want to say peace to Brother Ben and the BS3 Network. We are live on Roku TV.
BS3 Network, changing the way you watch TV. BS3 Network is now on Roku TV under BS3 TV. Download BS3 today. Network, changing the way you listen to podcasts.
All right, folks. So if you've got a cable package, you can watch me right now on Roku TV by way of BS3 Network. You look for BS3 Network. I'm always live on there on Sundays around this particular time. So let's not forget that originally Kevin Samuels was doing critiques on men. He had a show that was mostly centered around what men need to do. And guys would call his show and he would give them advice on colognes, on suits, how to level up. He would often get on guys about, hey man, you got to get another job. He would even, and let's not forget this, he even would tell guys as well that if you want a certain class of woman, to get that certain class of woman, you're going to have to level up. So he originally spent his time critiquing men and jumping on men. Matter of fact, I remember he would get on panels and he would always have something to say to the men about what we need to be doing and not doing and so on and so forth, giving little motivational statements. If we're going to be honest about who this man was, we got to be honest about all of it, good, bad, and indifferent. So those are some of the things that he would do. Kevin Samuels almost as well tried to tell brothers in the manosphere to up their game with their channels. He talked about, are you looking at your analytics? Are you understanding how YouTube works? Or did you sign up for TubeBuddy to try to like help build your channel? Little did people realize that Kevin Samuels was cooking something up in the kitchen. He was an image consultant, and everything about his show, to everything, to the suits, to the desks, to the computers, to the glasses he wore, everything fit into a package in an imagery that he was putting out there. Now, there was a lot of people who said, hey, how can we let this guy be our spokesperson? Because there were people who felt that he took talking points from those in the manosphere and packaged those talking points for himself. What Kevin Samuels basically did is he took manosphere talking points and he packaged it in a Madison Avenue style with the suits, the dim lights, the beautiful lens on the camera, the multiple cameras look. So he took a YouTube show and he turned it into something that you would see on television. Then he had the music and the candles. Of course, people said, well, you know, he's gay because he's got candles. Those of you who kept saying, well, you know, Kevin Samuels is this and he's gay. Why does he have candles? Why does he have flowers? Man, he's looking kind of gay here. I don't care what the man's sexuality is. I recognize what he did on a marketing level. See, I'm going to say something that's going to really bother people. And just don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I did not like some of the things he would say to women. See, I got no cut card here. I'm going to talk about both sides of this damn equation. But in terms of his show, what people fail to understand is that Kevin Samuels knew exactly how YouTube works. If you took the time to study YouTube, part of the problem in black YouTube, and I don't want to be disrespectful to everybody, but part of the problem for some YouTubers is that we have a lot of people on YouTube who basically have what I would call avatar channels. They simply turn on their video, they turn on their channel, they're behind an avatar talking to you, but no real presentation. Kevin Samuels gave you the real package. He gave you exactly what YouTube, if you know anything about, and I have a channel where I give YouTube tips. So I could see exactly, that's Info Media Live. I saw exactly what Kevin Samuels was doing. He knew exactly how to manipulate YouTube. You see, he knew that he wasn't getting traction with just doing critiques of men. When Kevin Samuels was talking about men and had a critique or criticism for black men, nobody seemed to give a damn about whatever he said to black men. But it's still a sad commentary for us as black people that to get the bag and to get popular and to get the views and the clicks and the click-through rates and all of that, if you got a show where you're talking about our people, and in this case, he didn't blow up until around when we had the pandemic and everybody was at home and they were bored at home and they needed something to entertain themselves. And so he hit the algorithm at the right time with having a show, packaging it like a Madison Avenue type show, which he attracted women. And that's the reason why he had the candles, the dim lights, the flowers. You have to understand the psychology of creating a show, marketing, creating a brand, everything in that show, from the suit he had on to the glasses he wore, to his style, to the equipment that he used. It was all to attract an audience, in particular to allure women in. I know what the hell I'm talking about. He did psychology on all of you. Then on top of that, luring the women in with the illuminating way that his screen looked in the style of it, he also was able to illuminate and bring in the men because he knew that there were men on YouTube who were frustrated, had issues that they had, whatever issues they had with women. So he knew I'm going to get the women to come in to talk to me, but I'll and turn my show into a show for women, but I'll still hold court with the men because I'll give the women a tongue lashing, and the men who feel some kind of way about the women are going to still watch because they're going to sit back, pop the popcorn, and watch me go to work on these women. Watch me operate on them. God damn it. And y'all loved it. Y'all loved the operation that he put on women. And the funny thing about it that y'all failed to really understand is that Kevin Samuels didn't have the cream of the crop of women calling his show. Yeah, there might have been a few women that said that they had a college education. And we know already that men, when it comes to women, and ladies, you got to understand this, we don't really care how much education you have. Men are more concerned about how you make us feel, how you handle yourself. Are you feminine? How do you make us feel when we come home through the door from a long day? Do you bring us drama to our door when we come in, or do you bring us pleasure? Just the facts. So women would call his show and they would say that they want this and that. I want to be married. Are you married now? No, I'm not married now, but I'm getting my career together. I'm getting this together and I should have it don't work that way. Both men and women have really bad expectations about what they're going to get out of a relationship if you don't bring anything to the table. Now, you could say, I didn't like, some people will say, well, it wasn't what he said wasn't true, but it was how he said it. Nobody liked his delivery, especially mainly the females, the ladies, did not like his delivery. And I'm going to tell you why.
Tell the truth.
They did not like Kevin Samuels' delivery because, ladies, please hear me out. And like I said, I'm not a fan, but I'm looking at this right down the line. There's a lot of blame to go around for both sides, men and women, in this situation. You see, ladies and mothers, and I know it's Mother's Day, and I mean no disrespect. When young boys grow up, especially if we grow up and we're raised by a single mother, single mothers teach us that we have to be nice to women. We have to be polite, open the door, be a gentleman, be gentle. You understand what I'm saying? Be gentle when we're really supposed to be masculine, not gentle. Men were not built or were we constructed by God to be gentle. No, we're men. We're masculine. We're builders. We're architects. We're supposed to be leaders. Gentle is not in the equation of being a leader. Maybe we can be tactful in the way we say things. But we grow up and we're being told by our aunties and grandmothers and mothers, be nice to women. So men have been culturally conditioned that when we talk to women, we have to talk to them a certain way. But how many sisters out there, how many ladies out there, when you grew up, who in your family taught you how you should talk to a man? Men grow up and we're taught by society and by our family how we're supposed to talk to women. But I don't know if women are taught about how they're supposed to talk to men. So because Kevin Samuels was not engaging in the thing that most men are taught when they grow up about how they should talk to women. And I'm not saying that women should be disrespected. Women should be discounted. They should be marginalized, underestimated, and discarded. I'm simply saying is the reason why a lot of women had a disposition with Kevin Samuels, because he did not give you what you were looking for in terms of he was not a gentleman. He wasn't talking to you gentle. He wasn't talking to you with sensitive understanding, what have you. I'm going to say something to you, and you're not going to like what I'm going to say here. Why in the hell would he talk to you like that when Kevin Samuels is not a therapist? If you really want someone to talk to you in that way when you're talking about sensitive issues like this, then you should go and consult a trained therapist who can talk to you in a way that is to your liking. because therapists are trained to understand that when you deal with a client, when you deal with someone who's dealing with trauma or some type of issue, you have to deal with them very delicately, step by step process. It's a step-by-step process because you have to have proper closure when you're dealing with people. The importance of closure, particularly after a traumatic event, is increasingly acknowledging in popular psychology the need for closure, often centered around a need for a missing piece of information, particularly about why someone did or said something. Of closure, what can constitute closure varies. Now check this out. What constitutes closure varies from person to person and is highly dependent upon the context surrounding the stressor, the stressful events. Examples of closure might be receiving an apology from someone. Kevin Samuels was not going to give anybody an apology. He's not a trained therapist. He simply gave you his raw opinion. You either believe that opinion or you don't believe that opinion. I believe that there were a lot of women who called his show who actually had some issues that really should have been talking to a professional person or dealing with someone in their family that knows them who might be a little bit more sensible. You're talking to someone that's on the internet that don't know you from a can of Ajax, who does not have any sensibility for you, and you are expecting him to be sensitive to what you're saying and what you want. And then when he tells you, well, you're a size 15, you're overweight, and whether Kevin Samuels is wrong or whether he was right or whether you didn't like what he said, you got an opinion by an untrained, uncertified person trying to give you dating advice, and you felt some kind of way about it. You need to consider the source. Was the man trained and certified in how to talk to someone who has been dealing or is dealing with unrealistic expectations? A trained therapist knows just how far to take a person, when to give the proper constructive criticism without that person falling apart, because you can't let a person fall apart. Because see, certified therapists have a license, and we don't want to lose our license if somebody does something because we did malpractice on them. But when you're getting on YouTube asking advice from people because you can hide behind anonymity. I understand the idea of anonymity. No one knows what you look like. No one can see you. So you don't have to worry about being shamed in the community when someone says, hey, you were on the Kevin Samuels show. I said last night I was on a podcast last night. I said that I believe it's indicative of the problem in the black community that we need to go to social media to deal with our most sensitive issues as it relates to relationships. We need to bring it to social media, and then we become surprised when someone who is a stranger doesn't speak to us the way we want to be spoken, or the way we've been culturally conditioned to expect a man to talk to a woman. And when we don't get the results from said person, we are upset. And then we'll turn around and say, well, Kevin Samuels is indicative of how black men talk to women. No, he's not. He is one black man who has a YouTube channel that blew up because he had the right strategies. He understood the algorithms of YouTube. He understood what to feed YouTube. He understood that I'm not going to blow up talking to black men because nobody gives a damn about how I talk to black men. Nobody gives a damn about black men in this society and what we go through. But if I talk about black women, that's going to resonate. Everybody's going to come over. The black women are going to come over and watch. They're going to come to my channel. They're going to hate watch. Some black women gonna be on board with me. Some black men gonna be on board with me, and they gonna celebrate in the situation that I'm speaking to these women in. And then there's gonna be black men that are going to not like what I'm saying. And then guess what? I'll have the last laugh, because psychology works this way. Once I do what I do, people will make videos about me on YouTube, whether good or bad. And guess what? The more videos they make, the more popular I become, the more sensational I become, the more people hear about about me, the more views I get. Now he's got 4 million views. The man got 1 million subscribers, but yet he couldn't enjoy it. He couldn't enjoy any of this success for more than just 2 years. So even though Kevin Samuels caught all of y'all attention with the way he was able to say the things that he said to the women, he gave y'all the narrative of high value man. High value man means nothing if you don't have high value health. Black men are dying with all type of health conditions, and I'm going to show you why we're dying. While we're talking about black women or women and saying, well, you're overweight, you're going to die alone. I know he said this to women, and I know that women didn't like that. You didn't like the attitude. You didn't like him saying that you're going to die alone with a dog. Guess what? There are women that die alone. And guess what? There are men who die alone, too. Matter of fact, I can make the argument that more men die alone than women do. Because a lot of us die in silence because we don't get our goddamn checkups. We don't get our prostate checkups. We don't get our hypertension checkups. And then we sitting up here on YouTube pouncing around talking about I'm red pill and I'm high value. You ain't none of those things. If you are truly a man about your business, you should take care of your health. Kevin Samuels, whether you like his delivery, like his message, like it or love it, men or women, no, it doesn't matter. The bottom line, what you need to learn is the man died of something. Now, the toxicology report hopefully will be coming out tomorrow because according to the news, they've already completed the toxicology report. People are having all kind of rumors saying, well, you know, was he taking fentanyl? Was he on something? Who knows what he's on? We know that fentanyl is a big problem out there. Now, he was drinking a lot of those Red Bull drinks, and I am going to talk about that today because I've done some research, and drinking a lot of energy drinks when you are a man of his age is dangerous. If you're consuming a lot of these Red Bull drinks, they speed your heart up. So whatever was wrong with Kevin Samuels, it doesn't matter how many suits you can wear, how many cars you drive. None of that stuff matters because he is no longer in the third dimension. So he no longer can drive his cars, wear any of his suits, nothing. Because your health is your wealth. Your health is more important than anything that on this earth other than your family, your children, and your God. So this is very important. Finding out the cause of loved one's death, conducting rituals to make the end of the relationship, burning photos, writing letters. So in therapy, what we do is we give people assignments to help them reach closure, to help them. So that's what a real therapist does. They will give that person homework, assignments to work on, because therapists, our goal is not to break people down, to so-called build them up. Our goal is to get them to understand and recognize what their triggers are, and can provide them coping skills to deal with their stressors and their depression and the things that are affecting them. Right? So when the ladies are calling Kevin Samuels, what you got was a man who was going to give you blunt honesty from his point of view. And it was a point of view that resonated with some of the brothers on YouTube and some of the men who felt the same way. And we need to understand, where does this stuff come from? It didn't just come out of the thin sky and fall out. Where does this come from that black men or some black men on the YouTube streets felt this way? Where does this come from? Why does it come from? See, instead of us sitting up here and saying to ourselves, who's going to replace Kevin Samuels? We should be saying to ourselves, what are we going to do to minimize, destroy, and get rid of this gender war? If there's anything that you should learn from Kevin Samuels, is that your health is the most important wealth that you have. It does not matter your rhetoric, but what are you doing to take care of your body, your mind, your spirit, and how we talk to each other, how we relate to each other. And we bring that destructive way to these YouTube streets, as I said before. And it's really a damn shame. You know, Black men, let me talk to you. Y'all need to really be focusing on your health. I did a health show some weeks ago. I've done health shows in the past. Of course, you don't get a lot of people come over and watch the health shows, but damn it, we're dying, black men. While we're telling black women that they're going to die by themselves with a dog, to quote Kevin Samuels, while we're telling black women that they're going to die, guess what? We're dying just along with them. And matter of fact, we're dying at higher rates. We're not making it. We're caught up in our delusions. We are frustrated. We don't know what to do with ourselves. We're frustrated because things are not going our way. We want women to cooperate with us. We say, if we can just get cooperation from our women. Yeah, we should get cooperation from our women if we have a power dynamic over them. I believe women respond to power dynamics in a man, not by what you say, but what you do. We should be out running and jogging, exercising, working on our prostates, taking care of ourselves, because while we're sitting on YouTube telling women what they're going to be and they're going to die alone, brothers, we're dying alone ourselves. Let's stop playing around. I know that Kevin Samuel said this stuff and it made people feel good. It made people feel that's my man, Kevin Samuels, the Godfather. He's telling us, he's speaking for us. I know it makes you feel good, but it's nothing but symbolism because we're dying. We stop playing around. Stop playing around. Kevin Samuels is the example of that. We may not know exactly 100% how this man passed away. But Kevin Samuels did tell you some time ago that he suffered with cancer. And cancer can come out of remission. The main report we have is that he might have possibly had cardiac arrest. That's heart attack. Most men, when they get in their 50s, are at risk for a heart attack. And people made fun and said, well, maybe he was on top of a woman. It doesn't matter whether he was on top of a woman, standing on a table. It doesn't matter. Let you know something. Heart disease is a silent killer. It doesn't matter if he worked out. The thing about getting a heart attack and being at risk for that as a black man is that you look at Kevin Samuels on that picture and you say to yourself, man, he looks like he's fit. The damn suit is fitting him right. It looked tailored as hell. He looked good in the damn suit and stuff like that. He does. I got to be honest. He does wear a hell of a damn suit. He does wear a hell of a suit and the hell out of a suit. But that's the delusion, because when we turn off our YouTube cameras, you don't really know what people are going through. None of us know what he was dealing with in terms of his health or his lack of taking care of his health that could have led to what have happened. I'm just speculating here because what happened to him is pretty typical of what happens to men in his age range. I got to watch out for it too. I'm 52. It's very typical of what is happening to black men. Now, I'm going to show you something, because over here on the Information Man Show, you're going to get truth. You're not going to get innuendo, make-believe talk and fairy tales and fairy dust and pixie. You're not going to get all of that kind of stuff. I'm not going to give you fairy ducks and pixie. You're going to get the truth over here. Let me show you something. Everybody, I know I normally like to call people out, but today, you're going to have to just please bear with my dialogue here. I mean, no disrespect to anybody in the chat room. I know you're there. I love you all. I give you all salutes and love and respect. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you and the things that you say in the chat room. I'm going to read those statements, but I got to show you something. Let's put an end to the bullshit right now. The leading cause of death. While Kevin Samuels would tell women that they were going to die alone, the truth of the matter is that black men are dying alone. The leading cause of death for black men, and these are ranked from 1 to 10 or 1 to 7. The leading cause of death for us is sad as this is to say. And this is why people, thank you for the super chats. I see Empress Queen gave me a super chat. Somebody else gave me a super chat. We got Big Bad Bull gave me a super chat, which I really appreciate that, brother. Thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
And clap to you. Clap to you all. I really appreciate everybody in the chat room that's rocking with me today. I don't really have, talking about this gives me no pleasure. Because I don't want to see any black man die, no matter what my disapproval of him is or what my sustain for him is, whether I like them or not. I don't want to see any black people die because obviously this is Mother's Day and I'm sure his family is grieving very heavily. But this needs to be said, what I'm saying right now. Kevin Samuel, all due respect to him, may his soul rest. He said to many women, let me see if I can, something I want to find here. Just bear with me for about a minute until I find what it is that I'm looking for. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'll just quote it verbatim. When Kevin Samuels, oh, here it is. These were his, I guess, his last words when he was on Instagram. And you see the picture. I think that was the picture of him that you see on the screen. Kevin Samuel said this, and you all know this. You've all heard this. He said, if you have made it to 35 years of age and you are unmarried, he's talking to women, to black women in particular. You are unmarried. You are a leftover woman. You are what is left. Men know that there is likely something wrong with you. If you're over 35 years old and you haven't been married, which he's basically saying, then men see you as a leftover and that there's something wrong with you. Now, whether you want to hear it or not, I'm going to go there with you. I'm going to tell you the truth that you don't want to hear. And in prior or after he made these statements, there was an incident that happened at his residence, and it's still sort of weird. It still seems weird, like we're not getting a clue as to what really happened to him or what's really going on. Now, people ran off and were making these speculations that Kevin Samuels faked his death. Why in the hell would Kevin Samuels fake his death when the man is got about, 1.4 million subscribers? The man, I think the latest economic assessment on him is that he was worth $4 million. Why would a man who's worth $4 million, according to reports, and a man who had 1 million or more subscribers, why would he need to fake his death when his show was the most popular thing on YouTube? People were coming over whether they liked him or not. See, this is what happened. You had people who watched him, people that were jealous of him who watched him, people who liked him that watched him, people that rocked with him that rocked him, and even the people who made YouTube channels about him who did not like him, but they were making YouTube channels and content off of him. Then you had people who said, hey, man, he's stealing my talking points. That's what I'm saying, because we already know that bigger YouTubers steal a lot of their material, if not all their material, from smaller YouTubers. And then when you say it, everybody will say that you got it from him when he really got it from you. That happens. That's reality. Deal with it. Live with it. Deal with it. But you had people that were saying, well, he stole our talking points. That's my talking points. Man, he not doing nothing. He got oh, man, he ain't doing nothing. I can put them lights on. I can have candles. I can have flowers. I can have the cameras and all of that. If you could have all of that, you would have did it, and you didn't do it. So shut up.
Tell the truth.
Shut up. Because if you would have did it, you would have done it, and you would have stopped being an avatar channel. We got a bunch of avatar channels. That ain't content. People had all these things that they were saying. And then now all of a sudden, Kevin Samuels passed away, and everybody is acting like they were his best friend.
Tell the truth.
Thank you for the super chat. I see we got my man, Anything Goes, Larry's Anything Goes, LLC. I appreciate that. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you for the super chat.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me get right at it. I know you're waiting. Kevin Samuels. Boy. Kevin Samuels said that, women are going to die alone, that they're leftovers if they get to a certain age. And I know that resonated with some guys who believed in the things that he said out of his mouth. They believed in what he was saying. It resonated with them. For those guys who really were 100% behind him. But I got news for all of his folks that were fans of Kevin Samuels, that followed Kevin Samuels. And by the way, I'm going to be honest with you. There's already reports that says that this might not have been a woman that he was with. Because when I looked at this picture that was presented to us, I said to myself, well, that woman is very thick, very full figured, and she does not technically fit into the size radius that Kevin Samuels often tells women when they would call in his show and ask them their dress size. She does not actually fit technically into the standards that he was trying to hold the women to who would call in his show. And I'm going to say it again. He didn't make any of the women call in. Most of the women that called in knew what his style was. And if you did not like his style, you should have never called in. Did you expect that Kevin Samuels was going to give you some different treatment from all the other women that he dealt with on his show? No. So why did you call in? Or unless you called in because you wanted to either troll him or you thought that you could out-talk him and outdo him. You could not. It was his show. He could mute you. He could drop you off the line at any moment. You do not have the advantage. You had women calling his show who had admitted that they had boyfriends. And I kept saying to myself, why don't you go to marriage counseling? Why don't you go talk to your boyfriend and get some counseling? Why are you talking about your boyfriend to another man who is a stranger that you don't know named Kevin Samuels? It made no sense to me. But according to reports now, according to what's out there on the streets, this may have not been the woman out there on the streets. What they're saying on the streets is that this may not have been the woman that Kevin Samuels was with. They said that the woman was a nurse. And when you are a nurse, you learn how to do CPR. I'm not even a nurse, ladies and gentlemen, but in my profession, I have to be certified in CPR and first aid every year. Every year I have to get a certification in every year to know what you're supposed to do, how many compressions you're supposed to go with. So it's very questionable who was the woman that he was really with. Was she really a nurse? These are questions that hopefully will come out in the wash. But getting back to my point again, the leading cause of death for black men right here. They said that Kevin Samuels suffered from a cardio arrest. Heart disease is the number one killer of black men in America. At 23.7% of total, 23.7% of the total deaths of cardiac arrest is black men. 23.7% of black men are dying from heart disease or some heart condition. While we're telling black women, while everyone's getting excited over Kevin Samuels talking and telling black women that they're going to die alone, the people in the sex that's dying the most are black men. And Kevin Samuels' passing, however unfortunate, was sort of indicative based on what they reported right now, but maybe it'll change. But based on what they've reported to us, it is indicative of something that black men die from. 27.7% of total deaths, heart disease, is black men. Kevin Samuels told you all once upon a time that he suffered from cancer and he had to beat it. At 20.2%, black men are dying of cancer. Although they tell you, they make a big celebrational deal out of the fact that women die of breast cancer, which they do. The NFL wears pink for breast cancer. Pink is they have a day for breast cancer, but there's no day for prostate cancer. A lot of black men are dying of prostate cancer. There's no day. They don't even have a day for prostate cancer in the NFL, where you have mostly black men playing football. Although women get breast cancer, men die of cancer overall more than women. And black men are dying of cancer, particularly prostate cancer, at 20.2%. And for those of you who say, well, where are you getting these numbers at, Information Man? I'll tell you where I'm getting these numbers at, because I don't play around. These are health statistics. I'm going to put the link in the chat room if y'all think I'm playing around. Some people get on YouTube and they spouse things out, but they back nothing up. These are health statistics for black American men. And if you say, oh, these statistics must be from a couple years ago. Hell no. These statistics are as fresh and new as March 15, 2022. I'll put this in the chat room. I'm not playing with y'all. I appreciate everybody in the chat room, but I'm not playing. Let's stop playing around. While we're telling black women that they're going to die, we're the ones that's dying, black men, because we're not taking care of our health. Not to mention the depression that we go through as well. Let's be real with our damn selves. See, black people, we like to feel good. We like symbolism. Kevin Samuels made a lot of black men feel good because he was saying things to black women that we want to say ourselves. He was saying things that we felt. He was saying things that resonated with us. He was saying things that some of us have experienced. So it was a visceral effect with Kevin Samuels. That's why black men liked him, or some. But it was nothing but a facade, because it doesn't cover up the fact that we are dying. I don't care how many women he's selling the show to them that they're going to die alone. No. Women live longer than men, even if they are by themselves. Women overall in this society have a longer lifespan than we do. Most birth defects in situations where babies don't come to term, guess what? They're usually the male baby. The female babies usually are stronger biologically. We might be strong physically, and we can think with our logic, and we're muscular, and we have, the hormones in us. But women biologically, y'all not going to like what I'm saying here. Women on a biological level are stronger than us in terms of their biological material. They live longer than us. While we're beating on our chests on YouTube talking about, yeah, I'm a red pill man, or I'm high value. No, you're not. When's the last time you had a checkup? What is your blood sugar levels? Are you diabetic? What are you eating? What kind of food are you putting in your body? So it doesn't matter if you put a suit on, you could be putting junk in your body. So your outside looks high value, but your inside is low to the totem pole, bottom of the totem pole. Your insides is garbage, while your outside looks shiny and new. Now I put the link to my studies and findings here for the naysayers out there who don't think that I know what the hell I'm talking about. Now, this is the next thing that's killing me. This is the third thing. Unintentional injuries at 7.9% is killing black men. While we're talking about who's going to replace Kevin Samuels, while black men are remembering him, what you should, those of you that liked him, that rocked with him, I understand your how you feel. I understand, why you're saying the things you're saying for those black men that were rocking with Kevin Samuels. And the black men who did not rock with him, I understand how you feel too. I see both sides of this. But guess what? We're dying, brothers. We're dying. I'm sorry I have to bring this to you. The fourth area is homicide. We already know this. That's 5. Some of us are dying by homicide at 5.3%. The next one that we're dying by is stroke. And stroke goes along with the other one that I showed you. Heart disease, hypertension. All of that goes hand in hand with strokes, right? Because when you get a stroke, that means that you're not getting enough blood to the brain. Blood is being cut off from the brain. And then you have a stroke on one side of your body. Now, one side of your body is not operating. The other side is just limping along. Black men, we're having strokes at 4.9%. I'm telling you the damn truth today.
Tell the truth.
If you want to be high value, get your damn health together. Get your checkup together. I recently, I think a year ago, you probably watched me on this screen. You could tell that I lost weight. I had to get weight off my body. I had to change my diet all around. Cut out the carbs, low carb diet, low carbs and high protein coming from vegetables. The next thing that we're suffering from, diabetes at 4.3%. This is black man's health. This is no joke. How can you call yourself high value? And how can you be spending time talking about women gonna die by themselves with pets when we're the ones that's dying? And I'm not sitting up here giving you innuendo. I'm giving you the goddamn numbers as they are right now. We're dying silently. We don't even, as men, and that goes across races, we don't even advocate for ourselves when it comes to our health. We wonder why they celebrate breast cancer. They celebrate trying to get rid of breast cancer for women because women advocate for their health conditions. We don't. We die in silence. We scared to go, and I'm getting ready to go get my examination. We're scared to go get our prostate examination because we don't want somebody sticking something in us, sticking their finger in us. I understand. Who in the hell wants that experience? I don't want that experience, but I'd rather have that experience than being in a damn coffin or being put in some urn because I've been cremated. And I could have prevented it if I just went and had a proper screening. I think they have a program across the country where you have barber shops where black men go to barber shops and get their hair cut. And they say, hey, man, have you had your prostate screening? Come on, let's have a test here. Let's do a blood test here. We got a doctor in the shop. Black men are also dying of chronic lower respiratory disease at 3.2%. Have I talked about kidneys? We're being hit with kidney disease at 2.6%. Hypertension, I brought up that before. Hypertension at 1.6%. Everything that I'm putting on the screen is in ranking. These are the major things that's killing us. How can you change this? Diet, exercise, cutting out. Diet is 80% of your health. Working out is only 15% of what you need. Cut out these damn carbs. You're eating French fries, you're eating rice, potatoes. That's too many goddamn carbs. The carbs are bloating you up. That's why when people get older, they start looking bloated because they're eating carbs. Your food is killing you. And we're sitting up here on YouTube talking about, well, black women going to die by themselves when we're already the main ones that's dying. Right here. 44% of black men are considered overweight. Kevin Samuels would often ask the women, what's your dress size? What's your dress size? And the women would say, I'm an 18, I'm a 14. Oh, no man's going to want you. You're too big. You're too overweight. You don't meet the measurements. A lot of black women are overweight. They're not taking care of themselves. They're not getting in the gym and working out. And that's true for some brothers who feel that way. That might be their experience. But Kevin Samuels would often say to the women, what's your dress size? And why Kevin Samuels and why men like hearing him say what he said to the women, because it validated your opinion about the women and how the women carry themselves and why they're unmarried and why they're not the women that you want. Why Kevin Samuels said that and everybody championed him as the godfather of YouTube. The people that are really having problems with their obesity issues, it ain't just black women. I'm going to wake your asses up right now.
Tell the truth.
It's black men. At 44%, black men are considered overweight. See, I'm not going to just give you innuendo. I'm going to give you the numbers. I'm going to give you the truth.
Tell the truth.
You may not like it, but it's the damn truth. You can't refute anything I'm saying here. Not a damn thing. Right here. Black men have a higher incidence of diabetes and prostate cancer. Didn't I just say that? Black men at 37.5% are obese. So that means we have a lot of black men running around that are obese and they're out of shape. And some of these black men that are out of shape, and y'all not going to like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to tell the truth. Some of these out of shape black men who have a disposition are on YouTube hiding behind an avatar, and they about as big as Get Out. They can barely bend over and tie their damn shoes. A lot of these dudes don't even, I challenge them. I challenge the brothers to show themselves. Get them damn avatars off your damn screen. Let us see what you look like. How you living? Y'all love Kevin Samuels, but he showed you what he looked like. Kevin Samuels was willing to take the criticism from the women about the things that he said about women, but he was still, I got to give him this much credit. At least Kevin Samuels was willing to show his damn self and take whatever criticism that people had for him, even though he didn't really talk back too much because he allowed his army of supporters to do the talking for him, which I thought was brilliant on his part. I think Kevin Samuels was reading that book, 48 Powers of Law. Why fight when you can have others fight for you? And he executed it on your asses. Look, Kevin Samuels played psychology on you. From the design of his show to talking about women, knowing that talking about women would get him a lot of support, a lot of views. People would come over. He knew it. He knew this shit already. And the very people who follow him and praise him, a lot of them don't even show themselves. They don't show you what they look like. They hide behind avatars. Because we got black men out here who are saying to black women, well, you're unfit, you're a beast, no man's going to want you. If that was true, why do we have, when we talk about single black mothers, why do we have single black mothers with kids? That means that there's some black men out here that are having sex with these women. You can't have single mothers if there aren't men willing to put their personal parts in between the legs of a woman who opens her legs up. It does not matter if that woman is promiscuous or not. You're supposed to be the goddamn man who's supposed to have control of yourself and faculties. Just because that woman opens up her legs to you don't mean you got to drop a deposit in there. You can't have single mothers and babies like this running around if you didn't have black men that are having sex with these women. So why don't we as black men man up and stop having sex with women that we claim are unqualified for us? Why don't we just simply say, nah, I'm not dropping my draws for you. I'm not breaking you off. We could end the single mother phenomena today. Just stop having sexual relations with women that you already say are unqualified for you. Stop having unprotected sex, because last time I checked, you can't have babies without if you have an unprotected sex, then you're going to have babies. How about you do that? And then we can end that problem right there. We are saying that there are black women out here who are overweight, out of shape, and I've seen them. But at the flip side of that, brothers, we are leading at 30.5% when it comes to being obese. And we're leading at 44% when it comes to being considered overweight. And we, as black men, lead in higher incidence of diabetes and prostate cancer. You ain't high value if you ain't got your health. Without health, you've got nothing. It doesn't matter how many suits you wear, how many suits you can buy, you've got nothing. Black men have a high suicide rate. It is the third leading cause of death. That's another area, black men. This is why I often say, I've said on panels in the past, we as black men need to get involved in mentorship or involve ourselves in an organization that's about the work of building young black men, building better black men. Get involved. If you can't do it physically, why don't you support an organization that does the work? We have my man, George Makem of The Experience, who has Urban Nerds worldwide. Why don't you give him a donation? You get a tax write-off. Why don't you support what he's doing? For example, because we have black young men who are committing suicide between age 15 and 24 years old. And we're running around here on YouTube acting like our draws don't stink. We're running around here on YouTube calling ourselves high value. How can we be high value when we're not in a community doing something to change this number here? See, the men in the community who are doing the work, they're the ones that's high value. And the fact of the matter is that when I turn off my YouTube channel and I go into the community and I engage with the black men that I know personally, nobody uses the type of language that you hear on YouTube. We don't have to. We lead by example. We lead by our power dynamic, and women will SOS to the power dynamic. Women will follow our lead, and they follow our lead because we don't have to talk and run our mouth and pump our chest about what we are. Because they know that alpha men are going to lead. They know that the brothers of alpha are going to get the job done that we've been getting done over 100 years. They know that we're going to mentor. We're going to get black men that are professional in the face of their son. And that young man is going to grow up possibly with opportunities that he would not have had prior. That's high value. When we have health drive and we have brothers in my organization that are doctors and they're talking about we're going to have health care screening and prostate screening for black men. That's high value. And all people can say on YouTube is, who's going to replace Kevin Samuels? You should be saying, when was the last time you had a health checkup, black man? Kevin Samuels just has passed away, potentially of something that was heart related, potentially. We'll see what the autopsy report says when it comes out. And I'm hoping that doesn't say anything like he used some type of substances. I'm not saying he did, but I'm hoping that ain't the case, because that really will shoot down the whole image that he produced for himself. But I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm not saying it is. I'm simply saying I'm hoping that it's not. But that's what we should really be saying, that if Kevin Samuels, a man who looked like he was on top of the world, money, cars, women, the whole 9 yards, at least that's what he told us, we should be saying to ourselves, he dropped dead and had an incident. I need to get on the phone and call my doctor right now and do a complete screening and blood test and blood work, the whole 9 yards, and find out what's going on inside of my body. Black man's health. Black men have high suicide rates. The third, I already read that one. Let me put you this one here. This is another sad one. Homicide is the leading cause of death for young black males age 1 through 19. Homicide accounts for 35.3% of the total deaths. Age 20 through 44, 27.6% of the total deaths of age 45 to 64 is at 2.1%. So the younger you are, the more higher you are risk for homicide as a black male. And we're sitting up here telling black women that they're going to die alone when we're already dying. You understand the logic? You understand what I'm trying to say here? Is that black men, we have bigger fish to fry than to be telling black women when they're going to die when we're already dying. You see what I'm saying? We're already dying. We're already losing the battle because we're already dying ourselves. On top of the fact that we're already being killed in these streets by officers and by another black person that looks like us that's taking our life as well. So we got three double things going on. Not managing our health, being impacted by someone that looks like us, who wants to harm us, as well as someone who doesn't look like us. That's a damn shame. And then we're talking about a gender war when the real war is our damn health. The thing that you should be asking yourself is, Kevin Samuels has a daughter. Hopefully he left a life insurance policy for his family. Hopefully all arrangements will be taken care of just fine. Hopefully everything in his economics are all lined up perfectly. Because those are things that we should be talking about too. Do you have life insurance? Are you prepared if something was to happen to you? Will your family be taken care of if you're gone? I just want people to understand where I'm coming from. What I'm trying to say here, I am going to open up the floor for people to come up and give their thoughts and opinions. But let me put something else on the screen real quick. And I'm not saying that this is the reason why he's not here, but it's just something that I want y'all to see something else. He was drinking Red Bull. You would see Red Bull a lot on his screen. And what we know about Red Bull that makes this stuff dangerous, and this goes back to health again and why we can't put certain things in our body. Let me just read this here. Energy drinks may cause headaches, stomach aches, diarrhea, dizziness, trouble sleeping, right? Dehydration. Repeated use can lead to long-term health effects, including heart rhythmic disturbances. Energy drinks may cause addiction and withdrawal, increase heart rates and blood pressure, anxiety. Research has shown that energy drinks can have serious negative health consequences, especially for children and young adults, according to one study from American Journal of Preventive Medicine. Energy drinks consumption and caffeine intake in the United States has increased over the past decades, mostly substances among adolescents, young adults, and middle-aged adults. Middle-aged adults are drinking this stuff all the time, and it does speed your heart up. Just like if you drink a whole bunch of coffee, that's not good. Energy drinks have long come under fire for being health hazards, in some cases even being cited for the cause of death. One 2015 study published by the Journal of American Medical Association found that consumption of just one highly caffeined energy drink could cause an unsafe increased blood pressure and an increase in stress hormone levels just 30 minutes after consuming it. See, this stuff is not good for you. Stop drinking this stuff, black men. Stop drinking this stuff. Energy drinks are also associated with several negative health consequences. For example, in short terms, and I want to thank everybody in the chat room. Thank you for being here. Thank you. There were more, check this out, folks. There were more than 20,000 emergency room visits that involved the consumption of energy drinks from 2007 and 2011. Heavy consumption has also been linked to kidney issues. Didn't I say that black men have a high number in kidney issues, and even reducing blood supply, damn it.
Information is power.
Energy drinks are far from healthy and can even take years off your life. If consuming too many often, according to a 2017 study that appeared in the Journal of American Heart Association, Red Bull, here we go, Red Bull could increase the risk of caffeine overdose in this age group, age 28 years old. Symptoms of caffeine overdose and toxicity can increase nausea, vomiting, hallucination, anxiety, rapid heart rates, etc., 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 etc.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying that that's exactly how Kevin Samuels left us because he was consuming those drinks, but we do know that he often would drink those drinks when he would go live on his show, that he was a big consumer of those Red Bull drinks, and Red Bull drinks are very dangerous, especially when you're in your 50s and you're at high risk for irregular heart palpitations and things of that nature. So be careful. Now, I know that there's people out there that's saying, well, maybe because he got the jab or something like that. But we got to wait and see what the coroner's report says, what the toxicology report says. OK, but I'm telling you, it is a factor that drinking those drinks and drinking them excessively is not good for us. It's not good for your health, black man. Now, before I leave here, before I bring people on the panel, I would be remiss without doing this part of my presentation. This is very important. I want you all to hear something, and I want you to hear it good. One of the things that I didn't like that Kevin Samuel said that I thought was sort of akin to white supremacy talking points and how white people see black people, black men and black women when it comes to beauty standards. So you got to remember, there was a documentary that I studied when I was in college called Ethnic Notions. And Ethnic Notions is sort of how they portrayed black people, how they used caricatures of us and stereotyped us with the big lips and the big nose and the red mouth and all of that. And they had the mammy character and the buck character and the coon character and all these sort of things of that nature. And they would put this on advertisement. And this is why black women have a disposition about themselves when it comes to whether it be low self-esteem about how they look and feel, because black women, just as black men have grown up in American society where they have made fun of us. They've made caricatures of us from a national to an international level. Even the Japanese have made dolls of us. These are caricature dolls, where you have the black woman depicted as a mammy, right? And what they do is they put white beauty, blue eyes and blonde hair, and they put that on the ladder of the standard of beauty. You had the movie The Birth of a Nation, and The Birth of a Nation was about black people being taken out of slavery into Reconstruction and being free, and that black men were going to take over the country, take over the government. And in The Birth of the Nation, which was the first picture that created the motion picture industry, you had a depiction, a silent picture, where black men took over the government, took over the White House, had feet up on tables, eating fried chicken, and then they were savaging after white women. And then in the depiction of that movie, it was the Ku Klux Klan that saved the day to get rid of the black man who was savaging after the white woman, who they have put on a pedestal for the standard of beauty. Why we as black men today have to take that into consideration, because we're sitting up here trying to place the values on black women and their beauty. The bottom line is, if you don't find a particular black woman attractive, whether the way she looks, her hair, or her body shape, size, then don't worry about it. That ain't the kind of woman you want. You move on. No need to make statements. Statements are not necessary, because a real man can move and get what he wants by his power dynamic that he brings. So when black women are calling up Kevin Samuels and he's sort of saying things to them that may resonate with some people and may not resonate with others that we don't like or that we do like. And I'm going to play you this audio of what he said that plays into what you're seeing on the screen right now in terms of stereotypes. And we saw this in Gone with the Wind. Hetty McDaniel, remember, she won an Oscar for this role playing a mammy. And mammies, by definition, are black women who catered to white men. For you divestors out there, they are black women who cater to white society and white families and to white men. Mammies are not black women who cater to black men. They cater to white society. And in this Gone with the Wind, she won an Oscar, and they gave her her Oscar behind the stage curtains. They didn't even give her the Oscar for this role, this delegating role that further reinforces stereotypes about how people see black women, especially the way they stereotype dark-skinned black women, where they use dark-skinned black women who are large in size, and they always make them loud. And then we internalize that as men, and we say that, well, black women are loud because we grow up in the black community where there are black women that are loud, but there are also black men that are loud as well. Okay. But we internalize this shit because when we were kids, we grew up watching movies like this and caricatures like this and watching cartoons that put these depictions in it. And we are culturally conditioned to see each other in this demeaning way. So when you look at these items here, they don't look attractive, right? It doesn't look very attractive, right? We don't really like these images. Let's just keep it 100 here. We don't like these images. We don't appreciate them. We wish they would go away. Remember Ain't Your Mama on the pancake box? It's been on the pancake box forever. I never liked that, but we grew up seeing that. And we grew up as young men watching black women being portrayed as loud and obese on television shows. So when we come across black women that were large and obese and were loud, we already had the stereotypes and all that cultural conditioning reinforced in us as men in our disposition towards the women that we came across that reminded us of the exaggerated behavior of how they depicted women on television. And I'm not just talking about men right now. Black women, you have the same cultural conditioning that's been put on you, where you see black men as oversexed, as acting pimpish. Because what did they do to black men? They portrayed us as pimps in those exploitation films. They depicted us as over-sexual as they depicted black women as over-sexual. So men, we have been culturally conditioned by the same way that black women have been culturally conditioned the way they see us. So we see them in a negative way. They see us in a negative way. And therefore, we bring this shit to YouTube and we go at each other, but we're out of balance. No understanding. No one listens to each other. No one acts on code. No one has no discernment. And no one realizes that you're doing what they wanted you to do. Divide and conquer. While you sit back and you get all these views on your channel, you got white folks saying, honey, pop the popcorn. Let's watch these Negroes go at each other. Ha 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 ha. The difference between the white man and the white woman and the black man and the black woman is that the white man and the white woman work in cooperation with each other. They work as a team. It's a team. White women wanted, and what they did is white women created the women's movement, the feminist movement, because white women wanted to share in power with white men. It had nothing to do with black women. Some black women brought into feminism and got suckered by it. It was all about white women trying to empower themselves alongside with the white man. And we have divestors on YouTube who say that black men have never protected black women during slavery. You haven't done anything to fight against white supremacy. I can say to you, black women, what have you done to fight against the white supremacy of white women? White women are the first ones on the front line that affect black children. White women are the first ones on the front line who push the racial epithets towards black young males. They're the first ones that call young black males hyperactive, call us animals. They're the first ones that call the police on us, the truancy police, and take us out of school. What are you doing to fight against the white supremacy of white women? You'll have some black women that are divestors that'll say black men are not competing with white men. Black women, are you competing with white women? You still, with all your education, your master's degrees, your PhDs, you still make less money than even white women who have less education than you. We're both in the same goddamn bag. Ain't nobody better than nobody. And that's the facts. Now, Kevin Samuel said this. Let me put this on the screen. He quoted a study that was done by this racist Japanese man. The Scientific Fundamentalist article. Y'all remember this? About why are black women rated less physically attractive than other women, but black men are rated better looking than other men. The Scientific Fundamentalist. So black men were rated better looking than other men, but they rated black women as less beautiful. And this dude right here, this psychologist, he got discredited, ladies and gentlemen. He got discredited. He got called out. Even his own colleagues called him out. And he came up with this thing called golden ratio, which you hear Kevin Samuel saying on this audio that came out of his mouth. And that's where I said, no, this is where I don't agree with Kevin Samuels. This is where this is a problem, because you're using white supremacist talking points. You're using talking points that have been already discredited. And it comes out of these caricatures and how they see black people and black women and black men. Years and decades of how they mischaracterized us. Let me play something for you right now. Right here. This is, look at this picture very carefully. And I want you to hear this audio very carefully. Here it goes. Here we go.
Fallacy. Beauty is not subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation.
Oh yeah.
Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women. They are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to.
I want y'all to hear this again, damn it. Because Kevin Samuels, he's no longer with us. If I was on a panel with him today, I would tell him he was damn wrong and double wrong with what he said. He used a study that was conducted by this psychologist that was false. I think this guy is Tashi Kuriza. I can't pronounce it, but Tasaski. He did a study in this journal, this psychology journal, and eventually a lot of people was like, what this man talking about? And they called him out. There are marked race differences in physical attraction among women, but not among men. Why? Added health measures the physical attractiveness of its respondents, both the objectives and the subjectives. At the end of each interview, the interviewers rated the physical attractiveness of the respondent objectives on the following 5-point scale. 5-point scale. We call it the golden scale. Very unattractive 2, unattractive 3, about average 4. You see, Kevin Samuel says when he said to that black woman that day, "You're average at best," and that was shot across the whole world, and that blew his channel up. Okay, this is where some of this ideology shit comes from. You're average 4, you're attractive 5, very attractive, physical attractive. The differences, the interviewer over 7 years. From these 3 sources, I can compute the literal physical attractiveness factors by statistical proceeding called factor analysis. He uses something called factor analysis. Factor analysis has the added advantage of it's hard to read, folks, because it's so small. The average advantage of eliminating all random measurements, errors that are inherent in any scientific measurement. The latter physical attractiveness factors has a means of a 0 and a standard deviation of 1. This is the man right here who did this study. He was later discredited for his study, that it was an unsubstantiated study, was not properly handled and ran, and that it was not subjective as it should have been, and that it was falsehood. And Kevin Samuels put that out there in this audio, and this is where he got this bullshit from, this golden ratio stuff. Hear it again.
Fallacy. Beauty is not subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation.
Oh yeah.
Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women. They are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to.
All right, everybody. This is the what I'm going to do right here. Wrong. He got this golden ratio bull crap from this study that was discredited. The psychologist was made and held accountable for his buffoonery in his misstatements. And according to his study, once again, they always put white women on a pedestal. And even though this dude is Japanese, he's even culturally conditioned. All people are culturally conditioned because white society has put their standard of beauty all over the world. Why is it that when you go to other countries around the world, whether it be Japanese, Japan, you can go to Japan and see people in Japan with blonde hair, trying to look like they're a white boy? Because white society has played a psychology not only on us in America, but around the world. And this psychologist here, he fed right into it. This is what it's supposed to look. That face right there is supposed to be the perfect face of beauty according to his ratio scale. Okay? Listen to this one more time. Listen to this.
Fallacy. Beauty is not subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation.
Oh yeah.
Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women. They are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to. One
more time. Y'all got to get this in your head.
Beauty is not subjective. That's why we have That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation. Oh yeah. Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women, they are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to.
Everybody give me a vote in the chat room. This is what the facial symmetry that they see as a beautiful woman that they depicted on this picture. Tell me who looks better. See, this is the bullshit right here. He used something that was already discredited or had been discredited. According to the study by Dr. Julius de Silva at the London-based Center for Advanced Facial Cosmetics, Plastics, surgery, this is the perfect female face right here. Tell me what you think. If you think that this is a face of complete beauty for the world, put a 2 in the chat room. But if you think that this face of this black woman right here holds up against that face, put a 1 in the chat room. If you believe that that face holds up against this face. See that face right there? Here go another face of a black woman. Don't tell me that this is not an attractive black woman right here in all of her natural glory. You see, this is how cultural conditioning plays on our mind, ladies and gentlemen, since the time that we were born as children. And we bring this shit to YouTube and think we're doing something and saying something. Don't even know what the hell we're talking about. Using white supremacist talking points. Using studies that have been discredited. Put a 1 in the chat room if you put a 2 if you think that this is the face of beauty. Put a 1 if you think the black woman's face is just as strong as that face, if not better. Put a 1 if you think it's just as strong, if not better. What's wrong with these faces? Huh? This is a good looking sister here. What are you talking about? This is a good looking sister here. What are you talking about? What you talking about? With makeup or without makeup? What the hell are you talking about? They used to call black men monkeys. Do we agree? So should I go and look at a study where they say that black men are chimpanzees, that we're monkeys, that we're animals? So that I should get on YouTube and say, well, you know, black men, and this can go for black women who say this kind of nonsense, who would say this kind of nonsense. Would we accept a black woman saying on YouTube that, let me put a picture of a black man on here. Would we say to black women, what would we say to black women on YouTube? They say, well, you know, black men are not really attractive according to such and such status. They don't really look appealing at all. And they're not beautiful. They just don't look appealing. And so the standard of beauty should be a Brad. A standard of male beauty or male attractiveness should be a Brad, right? That's what we should be saying. Not a brother, like this brother right here listening to the music, right? Should I come on YouTube, or should women come on YouTube and make that statement? That would be a false statement to say and a false study. It's not good on either side. Either side should not be saying things like this without fact checking what you're using. This was complete nonsense. I have to call him on these statements here.
Fallacy. Beauty is not subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation. Oh yeah. Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women. They are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to.
This is the bullshit. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Whoever the man is beholding is attracted to a woman. That's what it is. If you look at Polynesian culture, the men tend to like women to be thicker and a little bit bigger. Every culture has their prerequisites for what they think is a attractive woman based on what is the norm in their culture. So this whole thing about beauty being this universal, no, beauty is based on the culture and what you grow up being exposed to. Some men like women that are full figured. Some men like women that are slender. Some women like men that are muscular, men that are full figured, men that are slim built. Some women like all different sizes of men that are short, men that are tall. Men like women that are tall, thick, big bootied. Some men like women who wear a lot of makeup. Some men like women who don't wear a lot of makeup and just have a very natural look. And I would say that this look is natural, or this look is natural right here. Some men like that. So you can't tell anybody what beauty is, because beauty belongs to the man and woman who has a particular type of person that they are interested in. That's the fact. It ain't got a damn thing about to do with no damn golden ratio and any of this other nonsense that we keep putting out here on these, what I would call, ladies and gentlemen, on these YouTube streets. You hear that?
Information is power. You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to drop a link in the chat room for those of you who want to come up and join me in a small conversation. I want to get your opinions about maybe the things I've said tonight. I know that there are people that are not going to agree with the things that I said. I know there are people that agree with what I said. I think there's people that's down the line with what I said, but what I said had to be said, period. I'm my own goddamn man. And there's blame to go on both sides, ladies and gentlemen. Black women and black men, we got to stop hating on each other. We got to stop this divestment BS. We got to stop this gender war. That's what we should be doing. We should be fighting to stop the gender war. I want to thank everybody in that chat room that's come over. Cynthia Wilcox, Shock is in the house. Big Bad Bull's in the house. Skaters Love. Deborah Guns is in the house. Queen I Know I Am is in the house. It all comes out in the end. Old Reliable's in the house. Brittany Dunn's in the house. Nasha by natural nature. Empress Queen, I'm sorry if I'm saying any names wrong. Victory begins in the garden. Nappy Yankees in the house here. What's going on, brother? Cultural gardening. I'm going to drop that link, and thank you for the super chat. If I missed any super chats, I don't mean no disrespect to you. We got a super chat coming in by Village saying KSE raise good conversations about cultivating hard-working, high-value men, exposing. I understand that, brother. I get it. I get what he was trying to do for black men. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying, brother, did you hear what I said earlier in this broadcast? When was the last time you had your medical checkup? Get your medical checkup, because we all could drop to the floor if we don't have our health together. Your health should go hand in hand with being a high value man, if we want to use those terms. So I appreciate the super chat. I do. God created black, $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Appreciate that so much. And we got Identity with Hell, who said, black isn't just beautiful, it's gorgeous. Thank you for dropping the info. As always, keep doing your thing. Great job on Honest live stream. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate all of y'all. And let me drop this music again. And I'm going to drop the link. Y'all come on up here and join me. There go the link in there. Join me. And even if you have a difference of opinion, I don't mind you having a difference of opinion. Just be respectful. That's all. That's all I ask. I'm not sitting up here to say, I don't want to hear an echo chamber. I want people to have different opinions. I don't care good or bad. But You got to be respectful. I'll be right with you in a moment. Those of you that are trying to come up, I'll be right with you in a moment.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
All right, everybody, we're about to come back on. We got some good folks coming on with us. And we're going to get it started. I'm going to bring folks in. Hey. Subscribe, everybody. Peace.
Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
All right, everybody. Peace. Thank you for coming upstairs and joining the show. And I'm going to say it again. This is not an echo chamber over here on the Information Man show. I don't have a problem with people having a difference of opinion. I don't care if you were an avid fan of Kevin Samuel or you were not a fan of him. We need to have both sides of the discussion because there are brothers who said that he did do things that they felt elevated them or helped them. And then there were some negatives, and we can't set the man wasn't perfect. None of us are perfect. But that was the part why I kept playing that one part of that audio. And I was going over that other area that I was talking about the facial features and looks. That was the one bone of contention that I had with him because it harpened back to days when black people were demonized, both black women and men. They called black men monkeys. Y'all forget that. I'll stop right there. Who would like to render their thoughts?
Oh, for me, first I'll start off this. Why, and I gotta say this, and this male or female side. Why is it a contingency of view in group or whatever? Or actually, they have to speak for you, or the vice versa. They have to. And here's what I mean by that. As soon as a black man opens his mouth, oh, you must be one of the manosphere guys for the female side, or for the female. If one thing a black woman say, just one little thing, oh, you must be a divested woman, or you must not even a divested woman, or the suspicion of that. And males do that to each other. Like, okay, I was in one of the spaces before I even get to open my mouth. Oh, you must be a Kevin Samuels follower. What the? I don't know. It was also troll. I don't know. It was to make jokes or whatnot. But I guess
I think it's because he was a polarizing figure, and there were people that were either on either side for him, against him, and it's a manifestation of what's already happening on the YouTube streets, where you have this gender warring, where we're trying to get the best of the women and some of the women are trying to get the best of us. And we're both saying things about each other to sort of disrespect each other because when the reality is that we both need each other and we both have problems, and we play these problems out on YouTube because we have not dealt with our own psychological personal issues that we bring to YouTube, and we spill it over on everybody as if it's the reality for everybody. And we say, okay, all black men are like this. All black women are like this. I don't know every black woman in the world or even this country. So I can't say I know all black women do A, B, and C. I've met black women that have been not too good, and I've met black women that were fantastic. I personally don't think that the black women that were calling Kevin Samuels' show were black women that had it all together. Because the black women that I know that have it together, they're not calling Kevin Samuels, and the things that he says don't bother them because they know that that's not who they are. But let's just let other folks speak.
When this man speaks, can I speak after him, please?
Yeah. Anything else you want to say, brother? Because I'm gonna let everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Say what they gotta say.
I'm Kat Banks. Happy Mother's Day to everyone out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to everyone, first and foremost. But I'm gonna let this young brother finish speaking, and I want to say something after that. No problem, sister. You'll have the floor. Brother, do you have anything else you want to say? It's been a minute since I've seen you in a long time, brother. But
I know it's been a minute. I was gonna say my whole thing is with this. But I seen this the whole. I mean, I don't like I said, I don't like talking about the dead. I'm already exhausted about that. But my whole thing is people knew what it was about. And they still went on the show, like expecting the worst things he would say or whatnot. I mean, I guess it was people are doing that at a shock value, and in a sense, you know how they say people take advantage of each other, from one into another. I don't know if it's the exact same. Okay, here's what I mean by that. Okay, this person ain't no good. You already know what to expect. All right, I hate to use the extreme example, or a drug dealer. You know what that drug dealer is going to, what he's going to do, what he's going to bring. And that drug dealer know what he's going to do to the same thing with him and the callers. Like people already, you know what I'm saying? Like you already know some people are in the distress situation or in the bad, but like they don't care as long as they get something out of it, or they get a 15-minute clip out of it, or as long as they get some little fame out of it, or a promotion out of it. I mean, what I'm saying makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at this in this way, and I'm just saying, and I'm gonna repeat this again. We know that Kevin Samuels, a lot of the guys know this, the ladies didn't know this. We know that he first took his focus on men, and then he switched it to women. And it wasn't until he switched it over to women that his channel really blew up. And I gotta be honest, one of the reasons why his channel blew up is because, quite frankly, and the ladies may not like this, it was ladies that were watching him on top of the men that were already following him. And he just reinforced what they felt, what they believed. And the women were calling because some women were calling because they wanted to see if they could get the best of Kevin Samuels, right? And then there's some women that called in who may legitimately have been looking for some answers. And
to add on to what you're saying, not only that, Kevin Samuels was claiming that he was gonna do more man talking shows. But anytime he'll make it his business to not do it. Or if he does, he'll shut them off. He'll literally shut them off. He'll literally cut them off, not give them the time to speak. Or if not, if the man will make a valid point, he'll say, "Oh, you just like the woman."
Right, but see, what you have to realize too is, as much as we didn't like the things that Kevin Samuels was saying, you do know that the reason why his show program blew up like he did is because he used a formula on y'all. He used a psychology on you. He put a mean psychology on black folks on YouTube. He knew what he was doing. He knew how to set up his screen. He knew how to get y'all drawn in. That's what I'm trying to say. He did a good job. He did a good job.
Keep my mouth closed.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead and say your piece.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, all y'all. Good evening to everyone. I'm not mean to be rude or anything. I'm just giving my little bit of opinion. But I also want y'all to check me because there's a lot of things I don't even know about this man. But I'm going to say what I do know. I'm going to tell you, first and foremost, I didn't even know about this man until he passed. I'm going to tell you the truth. I didn't even watch his videos. Facts. I'm telling you what I've been watching all that narcissist and this and that videos. things I done been through. A lot of us women and men, this is a new 2020. Not even 2020, 22, but 2020, 21 was when we all was looking at things. Our eyes was opening up to things that was going on around us. We kind of knew what was going on, everybody, men and women, but we couldn't put names to it, labels to it. We were confused. We're trying to figure this stuff out. Y'all can say y'all don't know, but listen, we all went through it. I am 41 years old. I am 41 years old. I struggle with a lot of things throughout life. Figuring out things, but not only the outside of my world, my family, things in college, things in life, things at work, and I built it all together. And I said, whoa, we all are right in a lot of ways. We all just have little pieces. We all have pieces. Once we can put that once we can put that sugar together, we have that big thing. We as black people, and I don't even mean to put the black person thing out there, but I gotta do it because it's facts. Do you not realize that they keep suppressing us for so long, so we don't come together to understand things? We are way more smarter and way more higher than we know we are.
Right.
But this is the thing that messes us up.
Right. But hear what I'm saying though. Kevin Samuels, he knew that there was a problem within black YouTube, with black men and women getting along with each other. And he was able to capitalize off of that by creating a show that displayed the dysfunction that fed into the frenzy of what people wanted to see and what people felt, whether good or wrong or indifferent. That's the fact. The man told you several times, I'm an image consultant. If you would have took the time to do research on what an image consultant does, what someone does in marketing, that's how he was able to push his show to where it went, because he understood the proper marketing. For example, on my other channel, the Info Media Live, I talk about thumbnails and how you should make thumbnails. There's something called color psychology, how you put thumbnails together. Certain colors solicit certain things. So when Kevin Samuels invested in cameras, lights, candles, that all had an effect on your body, your mood, your eyes.
It's deep.
And where it really gravitated towards, it attracted the women and pulled the women in because he looked very elegant. He looked like he was on an album cover. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, to me, I'm not trying to be messed up, and excuse me, anybody, because I'm going to get cussed out after this. I know I am. I'm just learning about this man. He looked like an old school album cover. He ain't even up there with Keith Sweat and shit. I'm saying I'm 41. My mom grew me up listening to Keith Sweat. No, Keith Sweat look good. He still look good and shit. But that man look old. I'm just saying. But his marketing.
I gotta give credit where credit is due. His marketing was brilliant.
I got you, baby. What he did was what most people do. You see where a margin of people like things a certain amount, right?
Yes.
And you highlight it, you exploit it. It is what it is, right? Back in the days, it was about liquor. Certain time, it was about weed. A certain time, it was about HOs and P-ups and this, that, and another. You gotta, if you're about your money, this is what it is. You want them likes, you want them clicks, you want what you want that make it blow up, to make yourself blow up. You gotta go toward what you know is popping. I don't care what nobody say. That's what it is. That's what people been doing. For the last, the black conscious community, now that I'm older, I feel like it's bullshit. At one point, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I thought it was everything to me because I was looking for something different.
Right. I think that you need to trust yourself.
Yeah,
and you need to have confidence in yourself.
Yes.
And I think when people it's
so hard.
I got to be honest with you. I think we have to do some research, or at least be careful about who we listen to and we allow ourselves to be influenced by.
Yes.
But I'm going to say this. I understand why men on YouTube gravitated towards Kevin Samuels, those that followed him.
I do.
Because he was smart. He knew exactly the things to say and the buttons to push that would resonate with men as it related to the women. And let's be honest with ourselves. People did enjoy seeing him push the sound effects and tell women, get the hell off my show. People loved it. They ate it up and they couldn't wait until it came on every night. Let's stop playing around here.
No, fact. And I feel it with every book,
Right.
Like,
let me do this. Let me get some other folks in and have them speak. Brother Reese was one of the first, brother from Philly. He was one of the first ones to actually get on the panel. And let me hear what he has to say. And I'm going to give everybody gonna get a chance to speak. Don't worry. Brother, what are your thoughts? Good, bad, or indifferent?
Well, who will be the next Kevin Samuels? Relationship guru? Do I mean that? No. Who will be the next 45, 55-year-old man, young man, who will just suddenly disappear? I'm 52.
Right. I'm like, stop trying to make it seem like we old in our 40s. Everybody better hope they get old.
Yeah.
All right, hang on a second, sis.
Let's hear the brother out. I want to hear what he's saying. I want to hear his points, and everybody's points will be rendered. No, it's no problem, but we want to hear everybody's points. We have to let everybody speak, and let's go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
You and I are exactly the same age.
Yes, sir.
You know what I know, and what you've seen your classmates die, the people you went to high school. Every time you run into an old buddy, it's the same conversation. Guess who just died? People our age are dropping, and a lot of them without reasons. I got 2 dead baby mamas, man, that didn't make it to 50. They didn't lead horrible, toxic lives. They had average diets like everyone else, and they just mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah.
We have to take care of ourselves, man.
That was my main premise, that Kevin Samuels, for everyone loving him, they need to take heed to, like, how could he had just died like this? And if he did die from a heart condition, as was reported, but we got to see what the report says when it comes out. He actually died from something that a lot of black men are dying from at 23.7%. That's why I put those numbers out there. So if you want to be high value, get your damn health in order first.
Facts.
That's my whole point. That's been my whole premise on this show today.
Well, since I have my opportunity to talk, I'm going to do what I do every time I get on the panel. I'm 52 years old. I'm cammed up. I could have told y'all I was 35. Wouldn't have been shit. None of y'all could have did about it. You would have just swallowed it, and that would have been that. Now, how do I do this? Let me tell you. I don't eat any red meat. I don't eat anything that's in a container, bottle, bag, can, none of that. Water, vegetables, fruit, grains, beans, grapes. That's it. No white rice, no pasta, no starches whatsoever. Everything comes from the ground. That's how I do this. If you open up my medicine cabinet right now, you're going to see a chew stick, a bar of black soap, and that's it. That's the only thing there. And a bottle of olive oil. Any food oil in the supermarket, I will cover my whole body with it. I won't buy these toxic lotions and these perfumes and these oils that the Aki boys got on the corner. I'm not putting that on my body. And now, our world is more toxic than it's ever been in human history. So if you're going to throw your grandmother in my face and say, well, she lived 99 and she smoked 2 packs a day for 50 years. Well, guess what? She was breathing different air than us. There wasn't no red juice on the earth when she was a little girl. They had wells. The cows were roaming around and they weren't crazy, living next to their twin brother their whole life. 8 chickens packed into a cage and stabbed with steroids from the day that they're born. They're putting the craziness on our dinner plate.
Right.
I watched everybody change. I've been on this planet for a half a century. I watched us induce all these poisons, and I watched our demise happen in front of us. Me and Information Man are from the only generation that are smarter than their parents and their children. The only ones. I watched us go downhill every 10 years and get worse and worse. And now we got a dumbass gender war, 15 years old, that spilled over to the streets, and Philadelphia set the all-time record for homicide on Earth last year. And I think it's because of YouTubers and Instagram and Facebook and black people acting like niggas. So what I need y'all to do on the panel and everybody else listening, you do exactly what I tell you to do or die how the fuck you are. And I'm done.
All right, brother.
To add to your point
All right,
about
brother. I'll give you a clap. I'll give you a clap for that. I'm gonna give you a clap for that. Not a laugh, but a clap. Let me do this because I'm gonna make sure everybody gets in and speak, but we're gonna do it in an orderly fashion. And I appreciate everybody that's on the panel and everybody in the chat room. I really appreciate you being here. Back to the basics. Can you render your voice? Give your thoughts. Because I want to make sure I get to everybody. Hello.
Happy Mother's Day to all the ladies, and a special recognition to the single fathers out there. I didn't watch Kevin Samuels, content, but what I will say is, whenever I was listening to you deliver your dialogue, is that when you said, single mothers raise their boys to be gentlemen, and that's I like balance, and me personally, I want a masculine man. If that's just how I believe. My dad, he's no longer here, but there was a James Brown song that came on whenever I was listening to a little bit of music this morning, and it was Papa Don't Take No Mess. And, James Brown was his dude, and he was very stern. My dad, he didn't take anything. My mom, she could definitely be stern, but she was very gentle and very feminine. And to me, we need balance. We need each other. I don't participate in this gender war because, to me, I've seen some of the things that they said, when women get to be over 35. But the thing for me, that doesn't apply to me, because back whenever I was in my 20s, I was mean as a snake. I was rough, and I was rough around the edges. So I began to calm down and mellow out in my mid-20s. And now I'm 36, and yeah. I understand what he's saying, the leftovers. Well, all I'm just saying is that, sometimes leftovers are better the next day.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
that's all I got to say about that.
Well,
But
my premise in tonight's program is that black men, when I put the numbers up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, it's undeniable. We can do all the fancy talking on YouTube we want. The reality is that black men are dying.
Yeah.
From serious conditions. This does not negate the fact that black women are also suffering as well. What I'm saying, I'm specifically focusing on men because Kevin Samuels often would tell women that they were going to die alone. Yeah. When the fact of the matter is, black men are actually the ones dying alone because we're dying of health conditions that we need to get a grip on. We need to check ourselves out. And God knows what was going on in his body that made him drop like that. I don't know. Once again, we have to see what the report says, but it wouldn't surprise me if it is the heart attack, which black men are leading in this heart disease at very heavy numbers. Let me just say for a minute, we've got Frazier, who sent me a super chat saying, watch Soul Food, junk, and show how the black community eats food and how to fix it. Okay. Gave me a super chat. And I think Deborah Guns super chatted me earlier. Thank you. I see Misunderstood. We got Syracuse in here. Terry is in the house. Syracuse, and Tristan is in the house. Queen, I know I am. A Lady 747. Queen Express Queen. Jackie's in the house rocking with me heavy. We got CCNTV. We got so many great people over here. Beverly Palmer 78 in the house. So many great people. T-Breeze, just so many great people. Lions Den, brother, what do you have to say, man?
Oh, can I have about 30 more seconds?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm trying.
Go ahead. I just want to make sure everybody gets to say their piece.
But
yes.
I will say about the health part, that we do lead in so many different things. And when you said that our health is wealth, that is very important. And Brother Reese, he just comes in here and just drops the mic. I'm moving towards that. to not eat anything in the can or anything. We're working on it every day, and also starting a garden. So, but just rest in peace to him. My prayers go out to his family, to his mother, because parents, they don't, it's a hard thing for a parent to bury their kid. Even though he was 57, but my mom said it doesn't matter how old I got, I was still her baby. So,
and I'm going to tell you something too.
Yeah.
I do believe that it was a shame that his mother found out about his passing
through social media. Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, that I said this on another show that I was on. His mother doesn't give a damn about any of us on YouTube. Mm-hmm. She's focusing on the fact that she lost a son. She's not concerned about his talking points or any of the things. She just knows that she has a son who's no longer here.
Oh, no. Well, peace and respect to all here. I'm going to drop down.
Okay. Thank you for coming over, though. All
right.
Back to the basics. Clap to you. But I had to talk about this today because I was really more focused on the health aspect of the Kevin Samuel situation and what it really means for black men, since a lot of the rhetoric was around black women are going to die by themselves, but we're the ones that's actually dying technically. Lions Den, what are your thoughts, brother?
Well, good evening, and people in the panel. Happy Mother's Day for everybody in the panel, and people in the chat room. And before I start my what I'm about to say is my thoughts and prayers goes to Kevin Samuel's family. It was a shock to all of us. Now, with that being said, Info, you and I, we've known each other for almost 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be 47 in 2 months. The only thing, the problem here in the black community is that we listen to the wrong people, and the way we listen to the wrong people, we stirring up stuff within ourselves. We stirring up stuff within what's going on with ourselves, and that's what really hurt us. And it's time to stop. I mean, the problem is that a person will have self-hate, and people will stir up the self-hate that divide our own communities. And remember, not anybody else from the outsider communities don't act like that. We're the only ones that act like that. And this has to stop, seriously, because that's what they want: the destruction of the black families, destruction of the black community. And we've seen this time and time again, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on TikTok, Instagram, it's out there. And people still want to disrespect the black man and the black woman because of the people we worship in, the people that we watch almost on YouTube.
To further your point,
look,
to further your point, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. What you about to say?
I was gonna say to further your point, you have these. I don't even want to say who specifically. Yeah, these people talk about the man. Yes, man was and all that, but they relegate the fact that he has a whole mother, he has a daughter. You know what I'm saying? But all that don't matter. He was this or that. Yeah, he said all those things, but you gotta respect the fact that he has a daughter, a whole daughter, and a whole mother. A whole grieving mother and a whole grieving daughter out here, or daughters, to my understanding. But I wouldn't know, right? So
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, brother. I mean, I don't think that we're trying to deny that fact. But what was said up here not too long ago is that who's going to replace Kevin Samuels, and what we need to be focusing on is how we can repair whatever this gender war is and what it's about. And black men need to start looking at their health, because we've had too many black men drop dead, entertainers and people out of entertainment just drop dead. We forget about John Singleton. He just, boom, gone. Here today, gone tomorrow. So I think it should be a wake-up call to get your health in order. Check out, make sure things are going right in your body. That's what I'm really calling for. Is that we all go get our checkups.
Yeah, about my generation, there's people in my 20s, right? They're popping Molly's, which is laced with fentanyl. In fact, 2 years ago, the person who I was supposed to collab with, make music with, overdosed on popping a fake pill, stuff like that. But there's many people I know, something happened to them.
Right. And that's because we live in an overindulgent, society. But let me, real Aaron Collins, brother, what do you got to say?
Hey, salute to you, Info Man, panel, and chat.
What's up,
I'm not
brother?
gonna be all long because I'm actually in Chicago with my family. I'm taking care of
Oh,
some
okay.
business. I'll be back in LA soon. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you all have some. Every last one of y'all have some very good talking points. Of all the rhetoric and stuff that spewed out of Kevin's mouth, the one thing that ended him was his health. And it's sad that his mom had to find out the way that she did. But this is a serious thing with us in the Black community, that our health, we have to really look out for our health, and we have to do that with gusto, myself included. So basically, like when I talk to other people, I'm talking to myself first, because I want that to be the first thing to know, that I'm concerned about my health, and I'm concerned about getting my affairs in order. So let this be a lesson, because this is sudden, and there's somebody that looked the way Kevin looked, someone that was he wasn't an obese person, and like I said, they say image is everything. He put on an image, and Info Man, you made it very poignantly clear that he knew how to market himself. He knew how to he had the cameras and the lighting and whatever else he had, the music, the candle light, whatever. But in the end, the thing that ended him was his health. And that is something that we as African American people definitely have to look out for, and take care of with gusto. So I just wanted to put that out there. God love
Appreciate
every
you.
last one of you all. I'll be back in LA real soon, but yeah, let's just let it be known. Let's get the ball rolling.
All right, brother. Thank you for coming up. Let me give you a clap. Thank you for coming up. Well, I want to hear from some of the sisters who haven't spoke. So render your thoughts. Anybody who would like to.
Information Man, it's Andrea.
Andrea, go ahead, sister.
I felt bad that his mom had to find out from social media. And when I heard that he passed away, I seen YouTubers on here calling the hospital, the mortuary, the coroner. And I just asked my friends, when did YouTubers become investigative reporters? Because they ain't an Anderson Cooper, they ain't a Don Lemon, they ain't a Dan Rathers, a Peter Jennings. So now in this new age that we're in, the parents, the family can't even find out their loved one is dead. They gotta hear from social media. I thought it was a shame.
Like I said,
well, wait a minute.
Like
Wait a
I
minute.
said earlier, it's that's what I said specifically. It's like I said earlier, people don't care as long as it's like vultures.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get something off of you. You want to get something off of them. I'm sorry. I'll let you go.
I want to get this. I want to get this perspective from the ladies, though. Anybody who wants to touch on this or anything, remember they made an issue over Twitter, and it was put out there that it was Black women on Twitter saying that we're glad that he's dead. Now, I don't know exactly how that whole thing transpired, but I would like to know any of your thoughts about that, good, bad, or indifferent.
Hi, Information Man. How are you?
What's going on, View for View? Good to see you, sister. Thank you for being here. Clap to you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, for inviting. Well, thank you for having the show.
Well, if I drop a link in the chat room, I'm inviting.
Yeah.
So you're invited.
I come on too much. I think I've probably been on your show about 4 or 5 times. I've watched your shows all the time, and I see that I'm a mod. I've been a mod a long time.
Thank you.
But anyway, I don't know this person. I've heard his name before. Mm-hmm. So whatever marketing he has done, I've never been a part of it. I don't know anything about him. I have researched him a little bit, and I have found out some horrible things about him. So I don't feel like I'm missing anything. 2, I did write a couple things down. 2, I don't know him. 3, what I've learned was negative. I don't understand how somebody 57 could die of a heart attack. So I'm trying to understand that. And I think it's very important that we all do health checks. I have, and I am right now in the middle of a health crisis myself, and I didn't know anything about it. Now I do eat healthy. I noticed that somebody said something about eating outside of the store, the grocery store. I think they meant eat when you go into the grocery store, shop your items around the outer perimeter of the store, because that's where a lot of the fresher
all the
items
good food
are.
is. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So my health crisis, I had no idea what it was and what was going on with me. But my health crisis almost led me into 4th stage of kidney failure.
Oh, wow.
And thank God I'm not at that level. I have reversed it. My kidneys are not damaged, but severely. But I go get my checkups. I do things regular, and I'm always eating healthy and exercising and making sure that my weight is at a good level. But this was scary for me. So I don't know what this man was going through or what he was doing at 57 to die from a heart attack like that. That was just really horrible, and it's really sad. And the last thing I want to say, I think it's really horrible that his mom found out about it on YouTube or on social media, Twitter or whatever, the Instagram or whatever. I think that's horrible. First of all, parents should not be burying their kids. My heart goes out to her, especially around this time of Mother's Day. So it's really, really sad.
True.
And that's all
very
I want
true.
to say.
I want to say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And I think it is very sad, but I think, how can I say this? I think that Kevin Samuels was almost like a victim of his own success. So I think if he had been your son or any of us son, we would have found out about this on social media, just like his mother, because of the fact that he made a strong presence on social media. He had a huge channel. I think he got to about 1.4 million subscribers, and he's very well known. And he was doing things like interviewing Nicki Minaj. I think he did a video with Future. So he was trying to get himself mainstream. So when you become popular like that, you become a victim of your own success. When you kind of die in a very weird way, your family is going to find out through the social media because you're now a known entity in society. So that was bound to happen. Either way, doesn't make it right for her to hear it like that, but it was bound to happen either way. But let me hear from Sister Eyes. How you doing?
Hi, Information Man Show.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I just had 2 little comments. Quite frankly, I couldn't take Kevin Samuels seriously at all, simply because of his view of the life of an African person in America. It seemed like he was completely detached from our historic value in this country. So I don't understand how someone would actually take anything that he says seriously. And secondly, I just was confused. I mean, this is my question as a woman, as a mother, speaking to Black men. Why do Black men need some type of figurative object to look to determine their own manhood? I'm just curious because I have high self-esteem. So I know some people don't have high self-esteem. And I think self-esteem has a lot to do with our condition and our mental health. So my question is, as human beings, why are you looking to other individuals that do not live inside of your own body to validate you as a human being?
That's a very good point.
One more thing to say, the information show, because I'm a mother. My daughter just turned 18 years old. So when people disparage mothers, that's very, very disheartening to me because I have a son that's 16 years old.
Okay.
So I'm raising him to be a man. And my personal business and my personal relationships is nobody's business. So I feel as though it's very disrespectful for people that get into other people's bedroom business. So they immediately label you as, oh, you're a single mother, assumingly because I'm a Black woman, right? So I did respect something that you said, and it made me look at me being a mother a little different. You had stated mothers, well, you specifically said single mother, but I kind of thought maybe mothers may do this in general.
Yes, mothers do it in general. Yes, that's true.
We would kind of soften up a young man. Make sure you do this. You got to do that. And I was like, you know what? I never really kind of looked at it in retrospect. So thank you for, bringing that up because we're mothers. So we're going to do things in a more nurturing way because we're not a masculine energy, period.
Right.
And then one other thing, and then I'm done. I sent you since it's Mother's Day, I sent you a video on your IG account.
Okay, I'll look that up.
And I would just appreciate it. There's a beautiful content creator by the name of YM Social Media. And she does great videos. And she did a narration by me about, it's a process about natural women and our natural hair. So I would appreciate it if you could just take a look. And if you feel like you want to, introduce it, but I think it would be something.
No,
great.
I would love to. I would love to introduce that.
If you wanted to
Yes.
support women on Mother's Day, that's all I gotta say.
I'll look that up. But wait a minute. While the ladies are still here, and I want I want all the ladies in particular to answer this question. How do you critique the women who called Kevin Samuels, and over a period of time they knew his motive of how he operates, that he's going to ask you very harsh questions like dress size and have you been married? What do you say to those women? Because let's be honest here, he did not make ladies call his show. They called in and they got what they got. And it was already a known fact that he wasn't holding nobody's hands. He was not holding anyone's hands, and he wasn't going to deal with you in a delicate fashion.
Okay, I had a point to that.
Go ahead, sister.
I'm gonna be honest. Kevin Samuels was divorced twice. I don't take advice from somebody who's been divorced twice. I'm talking to my mom and daddy who've been married 51 years. My uncles who've been married almost 40 years. I'm talking to people who got longevity, people who been there through the ups and valleys, peaks, and all that with marriage. Because if you fail, how you gonna give me some advice? And I have one more point of information, man. I appreciate you with them statistics. My 23-year-old son was here. I asked him when the last time he'd been to the doctor. I sent that information to 5 black men that I know. Thank you for that information.
Because right now I'm going into the hospital to get blood work, to get my checkup, because I'm 52. This is what we, as men, please hear me, men. When you get in your 50s, you're at the most risk for heart attack and heart problems. This is the age when we have to really get the prostate test, really check out what's going on with our heart, and we really need to redefine and reevaluate what the hell we're putting in our bodies. I know I sound preachy today, but I thought it was fitting for me to talk about that aspect of this Kevin Samuels situation. For people who are out there that love this man, why don't you go get a checkup, brothers? For you, before you could possibly drop out of the third dimension. Oh man, let me.
And I thought he was trying to divide men, black women and black men, because when I talk to my black brothers who watch him, because I don't really watch him, I watched a couple clips of him and I didn't like him, so I'm just being honest. But my black brothers who watch him, I just felt like they was dividing us instead of us trying to get together and understand where we're coming from each other.
But let me ask you an honest question though, and anybody can touch on this. Let's be honest. Do we really listen to each other?
Well, no, not on YouTube.
I even have to say no, honestly.
No,
I don't even like saying that.
We don't, and I don't like saying it either. But the part of the problem is that I haven't said this 1,000 times. As men, we're failing to really listen and understand what our women are saying, and the women are failing to understand what men are saying. So what happens is, this is the Kevin Samuels effect. When men speak what they feel is their truth, and it comes out in a way that women don't like it, then you sort of say, "Well, wait a minute, y'all not." And it's like, just hear what we're saying. Just as you want us to hear what you're saying, even if it's a harsh criticism, you still want to be heard. Guess what? Men, we want to be heard too. But the problem is we don't listen to each other. So we're discombobulated. We're disconnected. We're out of balance. And I'm concerned about this. I said it before. I have a daughter, 14 years old. I'm afraid that we're going to send this poison to the next generation because we can't get it together.
Well, information show, I mean, don't you think some of this is a lot of projection and perception? Because I'm not going to correlate anything that is on YouTube to my personal life. Like, I don't understand. I mean,
that's true.
why as individuals are you correlating your life and what you see as value to individuals on YouTube that you don't know personally? So
Well, yeah,
Kevin
that's true.
Samuels would find something wrong with me, something wrong. It would be something wrong with every one of us on this panel. So I
Mm-hmm.
would have to literally hate myself to believe that another individual is going to dictate my livelihood. I just
Unless you have some prestigious
I
level
don't
of clout.
understand that. Like I don't have low self-esteem like that. I'm going to enjoy my best life regardless of what anyone has to say about me.
Facts.
And I think a lot of Black women live like that. And I think we live vicariously, and our level of confidence is so bar none that people do try to bring us off our pedestal. Now, we could critique each other, but I don't have time to critique you because I live in my own personal life.
Mm-hmm.
That's wasting time for me. If another woman can't get her shit together, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. That's her problem, not yours. Like,
Well, can I
focus
say
on
this?
yourself.
Can I say this, sister?
Yeah.
Can we be honest and say that YouTube has replaced television? Remember how powerful television was on your psyche and your mind growing up as a kid?
Yeah,
We
but
got a
then
lot
my
of our
parents
ideas
didn't let us
about,
watch everything.
yeah, we got a lot of our ideas and our ideology from watching television, right? We all grew up looking at the Cosby Show. Some of us believe that Black people didn't live like that. Some of us did believe that, right? Or say that they did. So YouTube has kind of replaced television, and we're captivated by people on YouTube in the way that we were with television and how television has had an effect on our minds. Well, YouTube has the same effect. And we begin to develop relationships to people on YouTube, and especially if they're saying something in an echo chamber that fits the narrative that we believe in. And it empowers us to have a spokesperson. And you say, well, why do men have to follow someone? If you look at how men operate, we play sports. What do we have in sports? A coach that leads us. We have a team captain that leads us. In high school and in school, when you were growing up, there was always the alpha male who led us. There was the guy who got more girls, and we were captivated by that guy in school. So men have always sort of respected other men who sort of had leadership qualities. When you have gangs, street organizations, they're led by one person that has a different quality that leads us. So men, because we're sort of in this mode of, we like to follow what we think is leadership for us. Be a man. When I was growing up and I played sports, I was dealing with a man that was coaching me. Suck it up. Run another lap. How are you going to make it in the game if you can't run these laps? So when men are raised by men, we sort of look for male leadership to fill the void in the lack of leadership we have in ourselves. You grow up as a son, as a young man, and you have no father in your life, you're going to seek male leadership, whether good leadership or bad, in other men. When I'm dealing with guys in the prison system, most of them, not all of them, had very bad male leadership. The gang became their leader. They tell me this stuff. They ruined their life in gang culture, and now they're doing 30 years to life. Oh man, we got my man AM1 up here. Let's get some more. Let's get some male energy in here too. What's going on, AM1? And we got Sister Love in the house. What's going on, AM1?
Big Bro, Info Man, you can hear me?
Yeah, man. I'm glad you came up.
What's going on, man? Yeah, I saw you
And
live.
just so you know, man, good, bad, or indifferent. I don't care if you was for Kevin or not. I just want to get all opinions.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Kevin Samuels, he wasn't saying anything that a lot of brothers haven't been saying, just, in brothers discussions, barbershop talk, as you could say. There's a lot of men who agree with, or I wouldn't say even agree with, but align with what he was saying, because there are some certain universal truths to what he was saying, whether some people want to have that or not. There's a lot of brothers who feel that way. There's a lot of brothers who feel that way, but would never say it, because I was just talking about this on a stream with SUBSCRIBE. So, Info Man, we go way back. So I was literally just on a stream for an hour and a half with SUBSCRIBE. We were just talking about the idea of if it is true that the mass majority of women, 80% of women, want the top 10 or 20% of men, then it's like a real live game of musical chairs. The flip side of that is 80% of men who aren't the first pick that women want, right? So those men are more or less willing to bend to or cater to or simp to, as it could be said, to what women want. Meaning they will be more inclined to tell women what they want to hear, aka not critique, settle for whatever, settle for an overweight woman. So in the instance of Kevin Samuels, you have a guy who, for whatever it's worth, presenting himself as or became the so-called high value man to a certain degree. And then when you're in a position like that, you can more or less dictate, hey, I am over 6 feet tall. I make over six figures. I have a six pack. This, that, and the third, right? So there are a lot of men who are in that sort of similar position. You have to look at that perspective. Then you have to look at the perspective of men who are not in that sort of selection position as well.
So
right?
do you agree with this brother was saying? J.A. Bond 45 says that Kevin gave women and men advice based on what the outcome would be. He did talk about outcomes. I have to be honest. He did say about outcomes.
If there's black women who say we want to be married, we want protection and provision, all this good stuff, then yes, there are certain guidelines that you theoretically might want to follow that could make that probability more likely.
Yes.
If you want a certain top tier select kind of guy, or do you want the other 80% of men?
Well, what's wrong with the 80%? I'm trying to figure out, every man is not 6 feet tall and every man doesn't make $100,000 a year. What black woman said that they had a problem with a man that made $60,000 a year?
Well, here's the thing.
You're feeding it to a man that came up with an illusion that is completely false. It's not real.
Here's the thing. But you do have
the
to
average
understand.
man, period, doesn't make $100,000 a year.
Right, but
why would you even follow behind something that doesn't make any logical sense? It's better for us to both put our finances together to get the six figures, so you can have a household income over $100,000 a year. I believe he's not it's not logical.
Wait. Here's the thing. What you're saying, I agree with what you just said. That logic makes total sense. But
so why would y'all even spew, or you need to shut that rhetoric down? Like, he's not making any sense.
Let me answer.
No, let me add on to what you.
Wait, hold on real quick. Remove him from that whole thing. Make it not be about Kevin Samuels, because the whole thing is this: there are women, your counterparts, women, who actually agree with that standpoint. So you got to go talk to them.
Women don't think like that.
There are women who think like that. They've called into his show.
Okay, sweetie, let me explain.
They've called into his show.
Come off the internet for 15 seconds and get into the real world.
I've heard women in real life say, yes, they want a 6 feet tall man.
What you want is not what you always get. I want $50 million. That's not saying I'm gonna get.
So can I interject in the conversation here? Can we be honest can we be honest with ourselves and say that as humans, as women and men, we all have sometimes unrealistic expectations?
Yes. It's becoming more prevalent as social media becomes more dominant. Expectations that are unrealistic is becoming even more overblown because we're being socially engineered to behave that way. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, that's why we do certain things. We work for certain things. We don't work for ourselves, or we don't work for our family, or we don't work for the things we post. It's this person had that. I'm gonna do whatever I can to attain that, to show that I could get that, or to show I could be that. Even I'm guilty of doing that at times in my lifetime. And then okay, if you want to get this from, I'm gonna do this, do that. I don't care what the cost will be, or vice versa. I want to get this man. I don't even care at the cost, as long as I can get this man. Or although he may be high value, you treat me like this. Well, same thing. Yeah, she's good. She's good on the eyes, this or that. But she abuses me financially. Not only she abuses me financially, she abuses me emotionally. You know what I'm saying? Or she doesn't respect what she doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Right. Let me say to Lover, because I see she's trying to come in. You got to connect your mic or whatever, because I see you trying to come in, but I can't bring you in until you connect. I think it says you got to connect your mic or your camera or something. So I don't know if you're trying to come in with your cell phone and there might be some Wi-Fi issues. I'm not sure, sister, but keep trying. Let me say this. Certainly women throughout the years and time have certain criteria that they want in a man, right? Certain standards, right? And you've heard this before. What about the fact that men, we have standards too? And I got to be honest with you. I notice sometimes when men talk about what their standards are, sometimes women are very critical of the standards that we place, that we put out there, that we want in women. Wasn't Kevin Samuels simply doing the same thing, but he just did it in a way that people didn't like the way he delivered his message?
That you have to be 145 pounds or less?
Well, realistically, there are black women, because I've ran into them too. There are black women out there who have a certain, they want, if you're not a certain height, you're out of the box in their criteria, right?
But
They want you to look a certain way.
That's a lie. You know, it's
No. What I just said is,
sister.
I didn't say all women. I said there. I said there.
Tell me,
No, I said there are some black women that I've certainly ran into.
Women than men. So if it's more women than men, if a man cannot
Actually,
get a woman, something is wrong with him.
Actually, there's new statistics out that show that it's actually more men than women.
Where? In which country? Now, if you go to China,
I'm talking about overall. Well, I'll bring that research up. I'll bring those numbers up, and I'll bring that up. But let me, just to be real here, I'm just saying, maybe I'm being anecdotal here. I have met personally in my life, and I think a lot of men can vouch for what I'm saying here, where we've met women and they have unrealistic expectations, or if we don't fit a certain criteria that they want, whether it be height, size, muscular, non-muscular. There's some women out there that they're not going to give you no time of the day if you don't have a certain way you look and style, right? There's certain women out there that want that, that chestnut look. They want a brother that looks like what they see on these movies. I got to be honest with you. There are some sisters that are like that. Not all.
Information, man.
I'm not indicting all
Everybody
women.
has criteria. Everybody has certain things that they like to see in someone. Men, I've heard of a lot of unrealistic criteria or things that men want. Men want, someone who's skinny, someone who's light skinned, someone who has the crinkly hair, someone who's non-black. Women may have some additional unrealistic expectations that they want in a man. The point is, that's them. It's their expectation. The universe and the world will tend to force you to align with more realistic expectations, especially if you're simply not finding anyone who meets the criteria that you want. I just don't think it's worth arguing or trying to compel someone to lower what they want. Why can't they find out on their own? And it's not really totally unrealistic for a woman to want someone who's taller than herself.
Okay.
Well, if a woman is 5'4", she can always get someone that's taller than her. You understand?
Exactly. Yeah,
so that's why I understand when guys say that. It's like, hold on, if you're 5'10", go find a woman that's 5'2".
I think you guys are missing one of the variables.
Forcing women to lower their standards more so than getting men to change their standards.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You guys are missing one of the variables.
Sister Wiseman, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Why should men change their standards if women are not willing to change theirs? Because I've heard women say too, I'm not going to change and do anything a man wants me to do because I'm free to be who I want to be. And you have
That's
sisters
true.
out there who have that sass that will tell you straight up, I'm going to do what I want to do. You're going to have to get with my program.
But who's forcing men to change what they want?
No, I'm just simply saying, I'm not saying we're being forced to, but I'm saying, do we have the right to stay just as steadfast for our standard as you would like to stay strong in your standards?
Yeah, of course you do.
That's all I'm asking.
But that doesn't mean women are going to choose you.
Right.
That's a good point.
Let me ask you this.
And I realize that. I'm not one of those guys that think that every woman's going to
I don't
choose me.
particularly care. I just
Hey, I
don't
want
like
the floor for
mindset
1
of
minute.
men trying to compel women.
All right. Let me
to
give
change.
let me give the
I want
floor
1 minute.
to brother. Go ahead. Go
I haven't
go ahead.
had the floor.
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
only want 1 minute.
Please make it 1 minute because I got a lot of folks that want to speak.
This is a lesson. This is a lesson for everybody. The most vicious word in human language is beautiful. Beautiful, by default, is attached to the word ugly. The only way ugly can die is if the word beautiful dies. Anybody who thinks that our creator created something ugly is fucked up in the head. This competition is the reason why we have issues like this and even have these talks. And for the sister, women do treat tall men differently. I'm 6'3", and I've been noticing it. Wait a minute. I'm 6'3", and I've been noticing it for half a century. It's impossible for me to be wrong. It's impossible.
Right.
I have to hear from the sister that just came in with the dreads.
Why do you
Right.
care?
We don't have, and another thing too, you hardly ever see short presidents being elected. Most of them are always tall. We like tall people in this society. That's the truth, especially when it comes to men.
I'm not denying that. That is true. I am not denying
But
that.
The Latino man don't have a problem with making babies. He ain't that tall. He be having all kinds of women. I don't know where y'all been at.
No, I'm not saying. Well, who you saying again? Who you saying again?
Get you a short woman.
No, sister. Who's the person you were saying that has a lot? Who is it? Is it a celebrity?
Huh?
Are you talking about a celebrity individual?
I said there are plenty of Latino men that are not very tall that have a bunch of babies.
Yeah.
They married their women. They take care of their women. They not.
But we don't know. But see, but this the thing though, sister. Every culture is different. We don't know if that's a big qualification within their culture that the men, because
Latino people, I know Latino people who are Latino guys who are baby fathers and whatnot. I'm in Miami.
Who else? Who else like to render their thoughts as we get to conclusion? Go ahead, brother. And then I got to go over to Sister Body. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'll mute the mics and not to overtalk.
And Wiseman, I hear you. And Love.
Have eyes to mute a mic. Thank you. Fred, I appreciate you having me up here. What I don't get into is, all of these specific qualifications. As a man who's been damn near 5'7.5", 5'8" all my life, I never had a problem getting a woman. I got married when I was 19. So most of the brothers you do know in the black manosphere, they will go into this. Oh, you need to be this. You need to be that. You need to be 6 feet. I never had that problem. I think that's superficial because guess what? You could be this 6 feet dude and lack in other areas.
That's true. You're right.
And then they go and turn around and blame it on Pookie because the woman don't want it. I'm working on a documentary right now called The Pookies and the Ray Rays. Is There a Place for Us? And I'm advocating for those brothers because those brothers are the same ones that are in their tents in Oakland super chatting these superficial ass dudes in the black manosphere.
Why bring the
No, wait a minute, though. You know what? He makes a very good point that if you are a tall guy and you do lack other things that women look for, then your tallness doesn't mean anything. You do make a very good point. We have to be honest and tell the damn truth again. That's right.
Tell the truth.
All right.
I know people 6'7" that can't dunk.
There you go, brother. And look, so I appreciate your perspective on it too, brother.
No, you're making a very good point. See, it's always good to get very good points in here. So look, before I end this, we got to get Sister Wiseman's thoughts. I got to get Body. I got to get Lover. I got to get these other voices in here. So let's go.
Thank you. Let me just begin by saying I don't watch Kevin Samuels. I find him to be a very disgusting man in his delivery, and he's very contrary and dishonest. Many of the facts that he presented were totally lies, totally not facts. And I'm someone who aligns herself with truth. Now, I know that a lot of his followers always say that, well, he just told the truth, but his truth was very subjective and very, meaningless when you look at the big picture of things. Women are obese, women are this and that. When you look at the big picture, none of that is really, really important. It's very superficial. Okay. Now, one thing I want to say is some of the crazy things that he had to say was that winter is coming for Black women. The average looking woman will die alone. Okay. Women are not obligated to sacrifice their bodies because of a high value man. You know that Kevin Samuels talked a lot about high value men and how women who, if you get a high value man, you are to submit to him and he has a right to cheat and so forth. All of that, a woman has a right to make her own decisions, okay? There are a lot of women out there. There are a lot of women out there who will follow men to the ends of the earth, and Kevin Samuels had a whole lot of women following him. Why not? Why can't men just, work with those women? A woman does not have to like you. Everyone has a right to choose. Everyone has a right to choose. But
to add to your point.
Yes. And
I was
everyone
gonna
has
say
the
to
right to
add to your
express
point,
themselves.
Well, before you add to the point, brother, go right ahead because I want to get the other voices in before
Yeah,
I conclude today. Go right
He
ahead,
just
brother.
spewed a whole
and
lot of nasty and vile commentary towards women, and that has nothing to do with unifying black women and black men. You're not going to unify anyone talking in that manner, disparaging women. Somebody has to take the lead, okay? When the head is out of the order, if men are to be the head, if men want to be the lead, not going to happen if you're out of order, okay? If the head is out of the order, then the body is going to be out of order as well. Stop competing with women. Stop competing with women. Okay, a good
okay, my
woman is
whole
not
thing.
going to follow a wicked man.
Well, I'm going to say
My whole
this,
thing with
which was
Kevin
a.
Samuels. I gotta
Go
say
ahead,
my whole
brother.
thing with Kevin Samuels. My whole thing with Kevin Samuels is what Kevin Samuels was. He was getting with these women paying for. I don't like talking like I said. I don't like talking about the dead body talk. He was
Well,
getting
then
with these
don't.
women who didn't care for him like that. He didn't say, you know what, yo, you gotta chill. You can't be doing this. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Little stuff like that, and which unfortunately part of what led to his demise. Unfortunately.
Right. But keep this in mind as the main theme of the show today. It doesn't matter how high value you think you are. If your health is shot in the curb, you out of here. If you
And
ain't
brother,
got good health, that high value stuff means nothing. It has no value.
and brother, can I
Let
just get back in and finish really quickly?
go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not shitting on Kevin because, I can't say that I did not learn anything from this man. I learned business. I
Shoot,
learned.
me too. Me too. Me too.
Okay, hold on, brother. Hold
Yeah,
on.
let the brother talk because I got to get to other folks before I end the show today. Go ahead.
I learned something from him business wise. I didn't get all off into the telling women the wrong information, but what I did get into was the suits. I got into the colognes, and men should be keeping the hygiene up. But you're right. At the end, your health is what matters. You can look good on the outside all day and be a rotten fruit on the inside.
Facts, and telling the truth.
Tell the truth.
Okay. I know Sister Lover was been trying to get up in here for a long time. So while we have you here, sister, I want to hear your thoughts as I go down the line of everybody. Go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I love your show. I'm in
Thank
SAC,
you.
by the way. Woo woo, SAC. First of all, I hear you guys talk about high value equating to your health, and that's understandable. But what about morals and values? What about your character? Doesn't that also, go into what creates someone who is high value? Have you ever looked at how he would rate women on the show and men too? And it was almost as if your value was worth on your looks. Like you were only valued by what he rated you at.
Right.
Let's think about that.
Did you see earlier before I brought everybody on, I kept playing that soundbite and I showed you where he sort of got that stuff from. There was a study that got discredited. And on there, as I was reading, it talked about how they were rating people's beauty by a scale. It had on there the word that he always said, you're average at best, right? It had average, it had this. So this rhetoric or this type of talking points is spilling over from stuff that's coming from these psychologists who have bias attempts that are biased in the way they see black people. To come out with a study saying that black women are the most unattractive, and that guy got railed, he got discredited, and that's what he was quoting from. And that's why I said that's something right out of a white supremacy book.
Right. I've seen it. I've also seen the video where he said he didn't say that.
Well, I played it for y'all tonight. I didn't, and this ain't no made up, no stuff that's been made up. I mean, here's the man's voice right here.
I get it. Not subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation. Oh yeah. Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women, they are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to.
So my point is,
go ahead.
So my point isn't just that he said it. He also came out when he was exposed of saying it. He tried to piggyback. He tried to backtrack and tried to hope that other people wouldn't remember that he said it. And he continued to tell someone he didn't say it, and they were lying. My other thing is the whole show. I haven't heard anyone mention about how he came out and actually advocated for women being abused. You know, he can try to downplay it, talk about how domestic discipline is only like nothing. But we all know that domestic discipline and the way he said it about smacking women, it equates to physical abuse. Period.
Yes, physical abuse.
Mhm.
I get what you're saying. For the sake of time, and Wiseman, I can see you back in the blue room, but the green room, whatever they call it. But the panel is full, so just stay there. If anyone drops off, I can bring you in because I think you can only have 10 on.
Wait, I have one more thing to say. I have one more thing to say.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My thoughts are not to, say that I hate him. My thoughts are to just point out the things that he has done. And no, they're not affecting me, but they affected other people that are naive. Just like eyes are whatever, how you say your name, talked about earlier about our self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
You have high self-esteem, you cannot be affected that easily. So that's fine. But there are people out here, not everyone's the same. There are people out here that he did affect negatively that do not have the esteem that we have. And that is what got under my skin. That's all I have to say.
No, I appreciate you coming up here and adding to the discussion. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you. I got to give you a clap. Whoops, I got to give you the proper clap here. There you go. Okay. All right, Sister Body, I got to give you a chance to speak. You've been patient. I want to thank you for your patience. Ruby, I see you. I see you too, sister. We're going to come to you. Go right ahead, sister. Speak your thoughts.
Well, I wasn't an avid, hello everyone. I wasn't an avid follower of Kevin Samuels. Out of curiosity, I watched some, not his full videos. And I would have to say, I don't believe in all sayings because I like to think, I make an effort to think critically. And, the saying, it's not what you say, it's how you made people feel. And I wonder if with the different cults that are, the cult activity, I think there are several community-wide lessons that are very important that have come that are for us to take a look at personally and community-wide. I think it had Kevin Samuels been Caucasian or a movie star or Kardashian, I think what he said would have been taken very differently by men. I think it would have been taken totally different. I observed also that more than what he said, I think that he represents a fathering figure. And I don't think that that's wrong. I think a lot of very natural tendencies that we have are being exploited and being handed to right now. We're very emotional, and I think that's understandable because when you've been traumatized individually and as a collective, we're very easily triggered by emotions with fright and fear. So I think I think it appears that many men are defending is this father figure. And every time there's a leader, he appears as a father figure. So whatever he's saying has to, I think it's also subconscious to a certain degree. What he represents to attack it is to attack them, right? And I think we can have a tendency, we even do that with things that are so-called black, that we'll give it a pass because this is the last thing that we have that we're holding on to. So I think as a woman, how he made us feel, that is what we remember, right? Those talking points. For example, some of the things he speaks about a lot are Black women, our looks and our health and our weight. And that's extremely important. I think that's very, very important because it's a liability, male or female. We don't take care of ourselves, then I think that's traumatizing to our children. I think it's very, it's not fair to the next generation to have to take care of you if you don't invest in your own health, or after you've invested all this money in your education and you've reached a certain level, now you have to turn around and give all of that wealth that you earned back to the doctors. So I've experienced that with clients where they're very, very successful, maybe have 4 degrees between them, and now they finally have a child. You know, they did what Dr. Francis Cresswell's and said they had a child later, right? But they don't have their health and they don't have the time to spend with their children. So I think the way he made us feel, I think is important because it's almost chilling. I feel like we've gotten used to verbal abuse, whether it's religion or leaders. I think we've really normalized in our comedy and our entertainment and leaders. It's almost like, yeah, in order for us to learn something, we have to be abused. It's like you got to beat the child. And it hasn't produced the results. I didn't find myself motivated, and I don't know, maybe perhaps men will feel something different, but I observed, I didn't find that he inspired folks, and I don't know, to get into action. For example, I don't know if you all are familiar with David Goggins. The other day I was watching something on David Goggins, and I was like, wow, I wish people would focus more on David Goggins, because David Goggins, his personality had grit. You can call him blue collar, very honest, like his work ethic. I find it extremely attractive. I find someone that is safe, where I can feel safe. Women, I don't see how I could ever have love and affection for somebody I don't feel safe. And yes, we need to hear each other. I can only speak to as a woman, and I am also a mother. But I cannot be passionate. I refuse to open my body and feel safe with someone that I don't feel care and safety. And I find most of the platforms online, they're pandering. And I think it's important for us to make distinctions about somebody pandering to our emotions and not inviting us to spend most of our time on corrective action, self-correction, and focusing on acquiring skills, language, fitness. I think that could have been a better use of his time. I'm wary of somebody that's looking to coach me who then I don't see them get into action. I'm not really impressed by skinny jeans, and I've been in fitness and nutrition for years. I don't see somebody that I'd rather smell like peppermint soap when you're clean after a shower from sweating or building something than all these colognes. I find the colognes very caustic. I can't tell if you're healthy and you're spending more time shopping than me. And I like a man to look very clean. But my grandpa, my grandpa knew how to, he didn't finish high school. He knew how to make fish tanks. He knew how to build bookcases. He always had a job. I remember arguments back then that men didn't take welfare. So he had a work ethic that still today, and maybe perhaps Black men don't hear this, but I find that more attractive. Work ethic, you understand that women need insurance, children need to be taken care of, because I take a lot of risk when I open myself. There's a liability for disease, right? There's a liability for bringing children forth that I'm responsible for. So I didn't hear enough in responsibility and accountability. And I would say equally in some of the women's circles, there's so much focus on our looks and looks to me is easy. Like I focus more on health than makeup. I can put makeup on, but I like to be comfortable in my own skin. I'm also not going to be divisive with somebody because they have a perm and makeup on. We have the right to express ourselves. So health is a value for me. That's an important value, work ethic, honesty, morals. I've dated a professional bodybuilder with a body, but if he doesn't have character and morals, and if he's verbally abusive, that I don't feel safe. It's a turn off. So I wish men could know that. I think also in his passing, condolences to his family. I think in the end, it was very revealing that online is putting out a lot of false projections. And if we can't be honest with that, and we continue to pick up the next superficial person who's taking an angle at a certain post, you can't see how these people are living that you're putting yet again on a Messiah pedestal. And I don't think it strengthens us.
May I respond to her, please? Information really quickly. Yes, sis. I like what you said a lot, but it all boils down to the type of man that works for you. Now we heard just working for what works for you, but there are so many different style men in this world, and I think that as men, we can't let a woman tell us what a man should be because we have so many different style men. Kevin wasn't that type of man to do all those things that you said, but it doesn't also make him what people think he is. You know, like me, I'm a fashion designer, but I'm still 1000% a man. I design clothes strictly for men only. You know, so I try my best not to get into what you think a man should be, because these things that you look at that you think that is a protector, guess what? It may be really a big teddy bear on the inside. You get what I'm saying?
You can be a teddy bear and a protect. What I'm speaking to, and I can just for me simple. When I think of a standard, whether you are a fashion designer or if you are in the military, there are certain things I know that I look for. It is work ethic. It is communication skills, or even if you didn't grow up with communication skills, somebody that literally invests in those things, that understands in his personal development, if he is to one day be a father or in a long-standing relationship, he invests in learning how to communicate and learning how to listen. I know that's something I've invested money in coaching. So the areas where I know I didn't get certain things that I can identify clearly, that's not part of my culture. They're gifts of my culture, but there's some things that, you know, we're lagging behind in. So I've invested in that. So somebody doesn't have to come necessarily from a certain background, but in order to have a partner or a successful relationship where I can have fun, I can be healthy, I can think of legacy and family, there are certain qualities, whatever your profession I'm looking for. So who is somebody under pressure? Do they lash out when things are not going their way or when their financial situation changes? Do they have sexual discipline or discipline with their reproductive organs? Is health very, very important to them? And this will be demonstrated in action. So I'm a bit more mature now. I wasn't as mature. I've always had a good head on my shoulders, but I didn't have a frame of reference. So in my maturity, let's say, for example, if someone was healthy, but their hairline was starting to recede, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. Maybe perhaps in my 20s, that might have been a deal breaker. So I think a lot of our choices come down to maturity. Because when I see a lot of the responses in the comment section, a lot of times I would not engage with someone when I see that they're very rude, they don't have manners, they don't have patience, then they don't have health, then those are deal breakers. So I do think that many women, not just the ones showcased on social media, are very willing to work with. And I think we heard that language more in the 70s.
Announcement, sister. Let me make this announcement. Everybody in the chat room, my chat room is different over here. Please respect each other. No, I don't want a lot of drama in the chat room. Just be respecting. I said it from the get-go. I want to hear everyone's opinions, whether it be bad, good, or indifferent. I don't care. You give your opinions. Everybody's got a different opinion. Be respectful, because that's what we do over here. We try to keep it very respectful. And that goes against what I've been saying the whole show. We got to work together. We got to stop fighting each other. And it's about listening to each other and understanding each other and trying to get right by our actions. That's what we should be doing. Sister Ruby, you've been waiting a while to speak, and I appreciate all the thoughts that you said, sister, not too long ago. You made very good points. You were talking about character. I think Nappy Yankee made a good point, too. He said that even if you eat all the good food in the world, you eat healthy, Black people are still dealing with a hell of a lot of stress. Let me put what he said up here. My man Nappy Yankee says, with all due respect to Brother Reese, you can eat all the good food in the world. The stress being Black in America kills more Black folks than anything. And that actually is true, because they did a study showing that racism and all the things that we deal with as Black people, it does take time, years off our life, or we can get unhealthy. And not only that, we already know with Black women that the medical establishment is killing our women and it's killing us. You stand a high chance of not making it medically when you're in the hands of a white doctor compared to being in the hands of a Black doctor. That is facts. You can go look it up. I'll be doing a show about that. When you are in the hands of white doctors, you have a higher chance of not making it medically if you have a serious condition when you're being dealt with by a Black doctor.
So guys, go to school and become doctors. Also,
to add to that point, I mean, if you focus on stressful stuff, or of like a person dying or whatever, or something
Yes.
special, that'll take you out. That'll literally kill you, if anything.
Right.
I
Right.
witnessed a person who was on the stream talking about that. And also, I want to say one more thing and then leave so another person can hop in.
Well, I
I
want
think
Ruby. I want Sister Ruby to speak because she's been waiting a while, and then we're gonna do a
I'll make
rapid
it quick. I'll
around.
make it quick.
Go
Wrap
ahead,
it
brother.
up. Yeah, I was gonna. Okay, I say all that to say you gotta focus on worry about stuff that's important. I guess that's my whole takeaway from the chaos situation
Okay.
overall, and that's all I gotta say. I'm out.
All right, no problem at all. And then I want to get around to our next person and do a rapid before I end this today. Let me see. Ruby, how you doing, sister?
I'm doing well, brother. How you doing?
All right. I know you've been waiting patiently. There's been a lot of gems that's been dropped today. A lot of great stuff that people have said. Let's hear from you.
I just wanted to say just a couple of things. I was actually listening to you and playing Apex Legends at the same time. I was like, I gotta get in here. I gotta get in here. So thank you for the time. First of all, I was not a fan of Kevin Samuels at all. I did not agree with everything he said. He did say some things that made sense, and I agreed with what he stated his goal was, but I didn't agree with, nor did I condone with his method of getting there. I couldn't listen to him because after a half hour or so, I'd literally be in tears because a woman like me would be like a 0 on his scale. I'm overweight. I'm 5'9". I'm not single. I am married. My husband's back here asleep, but I would not be on his radar. And this is really what I want to say to my brothers and my sisters that are here. When we stop playing games and we be who we are, the person that we're supposed to be with will come along. Don't worry about trying to find that person. That person will find you. That's what happened to me. I got into a car accident. My husband was working at a car lot. That's how I met my husband. And I met him long before I knew that's who it was. At the same time, it's like we're talking about beauty. You guys were speaking about beauty earlier. Beauty is really in the eye of the beholder. We can't worry about the world's thought on what beauty is. Beauty is subjective. What's beautiful to you may not be beautiful to me. And when they say about settling, none of us really do settle. The man I'm attracted to are dark chocolate, beautiful men. I love dark men. I love them more than anything else. I think they're beautiful and gorgeous and sexy, and I love them. I'm not married to one. My husband is very light. My family was surprised when I brought him home. And I've been married. It'll be 13 years in October. I've been married. Right. Be 13 years that I was married. I think we put a negative connotation on the word settle. And what I told my husband from day one, you and I are partners, but you're the head of the household. That doesn't mean I'm your servant. It doesn't mean I'm your maid. It doesn't mean I am your subordinate. I'm your partner, but you're the head of this household. That's what my grandparents taught me because my mother was single and she never got married. But my grandmother was a strong woman. She was a bright woman. She was an intelligent woman. But she let my grandfather be the man. It doesn't mean, and letting your husband or your partner being the head of the household does not mean that you are reducing yourself. It doesn't mean that you are subservient. It doesn't mean that you're a maid. It doesn't mean that you're a servant. But the reality is, in relationships, there are roles, at least in my philosophy. This may not be anybody else's, but it is mine. And the man is the leader. He's the head of that household. If there are places where he falters, it's your job as his wife to strengthen those places. Whether he realizes you're strengthening it or not, he doesn't have to know. At least that's what my grandmother taught me. My grandparents were married until the day my grandfather died, and that's what worked for them, and that's what's working for me.
Okay. All right. All right. I appreciate you saying those things that you said. I'm going to give you a clap on that.
Thank you.
As we're moving along here, we have someone on who's been coming in and out of the chat, and I want you to render your voice. And I want to thank, I got a few folks that super chatted me, and I don't want to show any disrespect. I think Sheldon gave me a super chat. Big Man gave me a super chat way back when, saying beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. BS, then why do we have beauty pageants? You know, brother, beauty pageants are played out. They're not as popular as they were back in the 80s and the 70s and even the 90s. Beauty pageants have lost their luster, brother. I mean, they still have them, but they're not on mainstream television anymore. They come on at certain times. No one's really watching them like they used to back in the day. But BS, okay, you say, why do we have pageants? Miss America, Miss Universe, Miss USA, etc. Pretty is pretty and ugly is ugly, and God don't like ugly. Okay, good point, brother. Thank you for the super chat as well. And my man, Narratives and Dialogues, he says he was just up on the panel. He's right here. Brother, this is for the pot, the support of the show, for all you do. Information Man Show, great show. And take is as a moment of truth, seeing life for what it is, away from what we think it should be. Good job, brother. Thank you for that. And then there's somebody else. That was brother. Sheldon sent me a super chat, and I want to say thank you for that super chat and the support. It goes back into the show, and it goes back in the show. I put it back into production value, continuing to make this show do what it do, and what have you. Anybody who's interested in being a content creator, building a channel, or trying to improve what you're doing, make sure you check up. I have it pinned at the top. Check out the Info Media Live channel. Over there, I'm simply giving you tips and tricks and strategies on how to build up a YouTube channel and giving you some of the insight into what we deal with when creating content, building channels, the whole 9 yards. Check out Info Media Live. It's pinned up at the top. If you want to subscribe and just check out what I'm doing over there, I think you might be very surprised some of the stuff that I talk about over there. I'm building a whole different audience over here, but I definitely love to have you folks come over there and join that channel. I think it's the channel that has potential to very much grow because the content is evergreen content. So I wanted to say that. That's my little commercial there. Let me go ahead and do this. I appreciate all the support on the panel today, the discussion. Let me just say this. At the end of the day, a man has died. What's going on, Omega Drez? I got nothing against you, brother. Just keep doing your thing. We just want to I just don't want to see a lot of drama in the chat room. I want people to kind of be able to speak their mind and respect people's differences and opinions. That's all, brother. We just don't want it to get crazy in that chat room where people are feeling they're being disrespected. I mean, this is a hot button issue. Any issue talking around issue about men and women is always going to be hot button. I totally get that. And people are going to have their emotional responses to what's being said and differences. Kevin Samuels, at the end of the day, is no longer with us. Some people thought that it was a conspiracy theory, that he was not really dead. Didn't make any sense. Of course, there's people out there throwing out rumors that, well, maybe because he got the jab, that's why he's not here. Who knows? Then there's talk about, well, he was with this woman. Was she a call girl? And then the woman that we thought he was with, I'm now hearing that woman on the picture may not even been the woman he's with. Everything about Kevin Samuels' situation from the report, everything is very suspect, very, it's just a lot missing in this. And hopefully, I don't know, we'll get the real information and people won't have to make up stories as they go along. And I'm waiting to see what comes out in the wash. I'm very curious to know what caused the heart condition. And I'm going to say this. I really hope it wasn't from something like some substance, because we do know in Atlanta, Georgia, there is a big problem with fentanyl. Fentanyl across the country is a big problem. So I'm just hoping that that's not the case. I don't want to say it is, but I'm just hoping. All we got to go on right now is that it's cardiovascular right now, arrest. So let's see how it all works out in the wash. Village, do you want to speak or not? You've been coming in and out. And I want to know if you're going to speak before I end this today, because I got to get warm up the food for my young one. But go right ahead.
Can you hear me? Is my mic coming through?
Yeah, you're great. I noticed that you were trying to come in and out. At one point in time, the panel was very full. But come on and speak, my brother, before we close this out and let everybody get their final words for the night.
So I was tangentially aware of Kevin Samuels for probably about a year or so as a result of being on the internet frequently. I do want to stress one of the points made in the panel earlier, in that there's a dissonance often in things that we see on YouTube, with things that are often in real life. We often think that YouTube is real life. That's not necessarily the case. So it's important to keep that in mind. One of the points earlier was specifically related to income. And going back and looking at some of Kevin Samuels' videos now, one of the stats he would often quote or ask the women that called in was, were they, I guess, comfortable dating, or I would say marrying, a man who makes around $40,000, which in doing some research seems to be the average income for Black men in the United States. And it seemed like the answers were often either no or a yes with a qualifier, in terms of they have to be heading in some direction or things like that. So I think he often associated average man with average income, which I don't know if that's necessarily 100% correct, but I could probably see where he's maybe coming from with that. But
right, but keep this in mind. If we know that Black people don't have generational wealth, and we know that Black women are outnumbering us in terms of college degrees and master's degrees, and I know that some men say they don't care about a woman's education. We more so focus on how that woman makes us feel. Is she feminine? All these different things. Can we really we got to be realistic about this high value stuff. There's only so many men in the world who actually fit high value. And Kevin Samuels wouldn't even fit into that scope. When you look at high value men, you got to look at these guys that are billionaires, benzo, guys that own industry. If you compare a Kevin Samuels or any other man to guys like that, technically they're not high value. If high value is based in money and because I think, let me use Kevin Samuels' own words. He said that high value is about power and influence, your scope of friends around you, your finances, being in control of your life. There ain't nobody more in control of their life than a damn billionaire in this world. You got Benzel, who owns, the dude that owns Amazon. What did he do? He went to another country and he built a ship, a yacht, and he's trying to make another country tear down a historical bridge. And they're going to do it because he's got the money to make them do it. Kevin Samuels or any of us don't have that kind of power. So you tell me, so you got to think like this, brother. What is really high value and what is not? Is high value in the eyes, just like beauty, is high value in the eyes of the beholder. When a woman meets a man or a man meets a woman, there is something intrinsically, there's something that of value that man sees in that woman that he chooses to be with, and a woman vice versa. So even if a man ain't a billionaire, but he makes a decent living and he's a good man, then that man is high value for that community that respects him, for that woman that respects him, for the children that respects him. My father was a hardworking man. He worked at the same company since he was 16 years old. He retired some years ago. Guess what? I never was hungry. He worked hard all his life. I got my work ethic from him. All my uncles owned their own businesses as well. In the community that they came from in Baltimore, they were seen as high value.
That's right.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And also, like I said, I'm not 100% familiar with him. So I know he had preached that there was some sort of income component to being a high value man. The component was income.
your sphere of influence that you have around you. And that's why I made that comparison. Nobody has more influence than these billionaires.
I think that's
people that
definitely
move
true, and then
industry. You saw what Elon Musk just did. He just did a gangster move on Twitter.
Yep. About to get a lot of capital that very few
Right.
can do to purchase.
So when you talk about high value man, you can make an argument that if you're not in that sphere, you ain't truly high value.
I think there's also a point too to some hypocrisy. Like if you're going to be preaching this, you should also be living this too.
You should be
There's a
living
distance
it.
with that.
But I would add another component to this high value stuff is, well, your most important value as a man and woman outside of your belief in God and your spirituality is you got to take care of your health. Your body is your temple that God gave you.
Well, brother, I'm going to go ahead and get out. I'm going to make my last statements.
Go ahead. I know I'm going on a tangent here. I'm sorry.
No, you're great. You're great. This show, you're doing a great job. I just want to say to everybody, a lot of us have been led to believe that, having high value qualities is being a high valued man. No matter how much money you have, it's just all about the makeup and who you are as a man. For me, we have gotten caught up into the titles too often on YouTube to the point to where everybody is led to believe that they are this high valued man. And for the women that did listen to Kevin, nobody forced you to go listen to him. He was entertaining. I like I said, I take away what I like that he gave to the men audience, far as, the colognes, the suits, the dressing well and how to present yourself, and that you determine what kind of man you are. Now,
I did like that aspect of him early in his YouTube career before he blew up, when he was focusing on mostly men and what we should do in terms of our image. I did agree with some of those things because I certainly like to take care of myself too. I think that was the Kevin Samuel that I thought was, to me, had a lot of value. And then it became a soap opera where it was about every week, let's see which woman he can sort of put in their place.
Yep. And I just want to say this too. You also have to know the difference. And you referenced this earlier information about understanding the difference from being a image consultant versus someone who is a psychologist or a marriage counselor, and we need to know the difference, and we got caught up in those titles. Now, even me, I know what a fashion designer is for as an image consultant. The image consultant is the person who go straighten your closet out, tell you your color palette, tell you what to wear. And I think Kevin was ashamed to really be fully that, because he really started off with working with women like, Hollywood type chicks, closet style, telling you what to wear. And he was afraid to really say, to the women what they should wear. See, what you never heard in his content was what to wear, but he did ask you your dress size. So you got to really.
Right. You know what? You made a very excellent point, brother. I don't remember ever him giving, as he would critique the women and their size and dress size, I never heard him really give them a breakdown as an image consultant as to what would be the right body dress for their body. Because that's what image consultants do. They deal with what you're working with, and they tell you, no, don't wear this kind of dress. You want to work this kind of dress because this dress will make your body look smaller. This will form this way on you. That's really what they kind of do.
Yeah, the color palette, the little black.
Well, you know this. You say that's the kind of work you do.
Yes. But I only do menswear, but I did go to school to do all of it, but I just focus on us, because a woman can go anywhere on the corner and you'll see a woman's store. So
right. That's a very good point. I never saw him give a critique where women left his show and he gave them something to work on in that way. But maybe I missed it. Maybe he did, and I just didn't see that show. Because at one point in time, I stopped watching him. I just didn't even turn it on. I took it out of my algorithm altogether. Let me see here.
I have kind of 3 quick points, and then I'll be out.
Yeah.
I,
Yes,
I
sir.
would say some of the biggest probably points of controversy with him is I think he would often define success through marriage and creating sort of a nuclear family instead of dating or engagements. I think people kind of got mad at him for that. I think he also was one of those people who kind of stuck to sort of traditional gender roles, and that a man provides and a woman supports and nurtures. And I think as we look into society today, and with rising ideas such as feminism and things like that, I think people
Right.
sort of got mad at him. And sort of the last point that he sort of exposed were, or at least he would call it, some of the socioeconomic fallacies in terms of women would sort of grow up in either sort of middle class and then look to have a potential partner making sort of like 100, 200,000, and then they didn't sort of have a plan to, how to get those kind of men. I think he would often call that out too. So I think that's kind of what
Yeah.
people sort of got mad in terms of transitioning from like shooting upwards almost, and sort of going from middle
Yeah.
class to like upper class, and from an economic
I mean,
perspective.
I do agree that we should be getting married, but I got to be honest. I would rather get my advice from people who have a track record of success.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good
So I
point.
would say to ladies, and I don't mean to tell women what to do, but this is just my opinion. You can badger me after if you don't agree with me. I think personally, when women want to learn something about men or learn how to get a man, I don't think you should listen to your girlfriends and your female friends who do not have a successful relationship. If you're listening to a woman, it's just my opinion, I would say the same thing for men. If you're listening to either sex giving you advice about how to get the opposite sex or whatever people are into, and they do not have a track record or in a successful relationship that you can see yourself, then you should not take advice from someone who is not producing the same success that they're trying to give you. You notice how you have a lot of people that come on YouTube who claim that they're rich and they got money and they want to give you, oh, I got a class to show you how to get rich, right? Do you know that most rich people that are really rich, they don't give classes to make you rich. Why would they do that? They want to keep you poor so that you work for them and maintain their richness. But you get a lot of our people that look like us, the Tulsa, Oklahoma scams, right? You know who I'm talking about. I can get you rich, invest, and then we get ripped off by these black gurus that get on YouTube ripping us off or telling us that they're opening up schools that's been taking 13 years now. Brother O'Shea, what you got to say?
Hey, good evening. Can y'all hear me well?
Yes, sir, brother. Give us your wisdom.
Okay, look, appreciate you for letting me up here, and greetings to the panel. Now, I'm going to keep this real short and real sweet. First of all, I want to sit here and say, look, I was one of Kevin's biggest, I'm not going to say biggest supporters, way back in the day when he started doing the suits. Because I was in certain panels and he would be in the chat and I'd say, look here, let Kevin Samuels up here so he can bring some kind of order to this mess. But I'm gonna be honest with you, as time went on, I had to back away from Kevin all the way to the point where I unsubscribed to him and got to the point where I rarely ever listened to anything he said, because I looked at myself and there was some stuff I didn't like in me while I was looking at that. And
Yes,
then
sir.
on a spiritual level, on a godly level, there was a lot of stuff he was saying. I was actually, look, it didn't go along with all my spiritual beliefs. Now, with that being said, that leads me over to this other thing. It disturbed me, even in some private chats I had, how some men literally made Kevin their God.
Tell the truth.
Ooh, you cooking with grease now.
That disturbed me, because I was in chat with some dudes, and they went to talk about Kevin Sr., and I went to say something that they didn't necessarily like, and I had to stop and ask, look, guys, y'all didn't have some older dudes telling y'all about a lot of this stuff when y'all was coming up? And these guys, they look with sincerity. These guys said no. And that, I kind of feel sorry for them, because I'm like, dude, how can y'all not know some of this stuff, even the basics of it. But you know what? But here's the deal. I don't knock it because see, there are some young people go through hell out there. I ran across some of them living right outside my door. But now with that being said, all right.
Well, look, brother, this is what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep the discussion going. I'm gonna step away for a moment. I need somebody to keep this lines in, keep this thing going. I'll be right back. I gotta warm something up for my daughter real quick. Y'all just keep it going. I'll be right back before I end the show.
I'm gonna get thank you for having me.
Okay.
What you say? There's a lot of back sound. What's that back sound?
Yeah, a lot of people don't have their mic mute.
Yeah.
But saying thank you, Frat, for
All right, brother.
and
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
And I appreciate you being up here again. All I gotta do, I just gotta warm up something for her, and I'll come right back. But Sister Eyes, you've been quiet for a while, so get in here. Y'all get in here and say what y'all gotta say. I'm gonna step away for just a moment and mute my mic. Everybody respect each other and tell the damn truth. That's the most important thing you can do is tell the truth. And I'll be back in a moment. I gotta warm up some stuff. Thank you.
Hold on, I want quite through.
Yeah, no, keep going, keep talking, brother.
Look, you give me 90 more seconds and I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. I just gotta step away for the moment.
All right, and here's the other side of that coin. It disturbed me to see how, and this is predominantly black women, sit there and have celebrated, not in a good way, glory in the death of Kevin Samuel. I'm like, man, look, there's a spiritual element to that. When you see thy enemy fall, glory not. Let the Lord see that and turn his anger from them. That's some deep stuff. That makes a person become evil when they sit there and glory in the fall of somebody else. That's some deep stuff. That disturbed me. All right, now here's the other 2 points. Look, women are adult children. Once men recognize that, their life will become a whole lot better, and they'll let go of a whole lot of that disdain that they have. They'll let it go, because if you just sit there, and I've listened over time to how women talk, and I've seen what they do, and I'll sit there and I'll watch children, and oftentimes you see the same behavior in little children as you see in grown women, in adult women. I have to say adult because the adult is a legal term. Grown is a term of maturity. Now, this other thing about beauty, look, beauty is only in the eye. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but attraction is scientific. Because I like architecture, and believe it or not, there's a reason why buildings are actually shaped the way they are. They have found out. Look, buildings that are square, buildings that adhere to the geometrical shapes, tend to be more attractive to people's eyes. That's just a fact. Look, they've done a whole lot of studies that shown that buildings that adhere to the geometrical shapes, the square buildings, rectangle buildings, triangle buildings, people's eyes are just drawn to that. And that even goes for human beings. When human beings are symmetrical on both sides, you take a line and put it from a vertical line from the top to the bottom, and mostly everything on that right mirrors what's on that left, they tend to be more attractive. I mean, look, that's just a law of nature. And with that being said, y'all have a good night, and I'm out.
Okay, everybody, who wants to respond to him?
I do. One of the things that really disturbed me, because I am not a fan of Kevin Samuels at all, and one of the things that really disturbed me is the women that were celebrating his death. This was somebody's father, someone's son, friend. I don't know if he had any siblings, brother. People loved this person, just like people love you and love me. They loved him. And it is sick to state that you are happy that he's no longer here. That is sick. This is somebody who had an impact, however we may have felt about it, he had an impact on this world. and we have to respect it, whether we agree with it or not. We need to respect it. And it is wrong and it is sick to say that you're happy that he's not here. It is sad when anybody that young dies. No one should die at 57 or 56 years old. You know how, you should die when you're 80, 90, 100 years old. You got your grandparents and your grandkids and your great grandkids around you, and you go out peacefully. That's a cool way to die. How he died was not cool. It was sad. And it's wrong to celebrate that he's not here anymore.
I would like to respond to that. I agree with you too, Ruby, that when we see what's going on Twitter and how people celebrate person's death, regardless of how y'all feel about this man, first of all, the man just passed away, and we we have to use our heads and our minds and say, well, wait a second, it's a time to heal, it's a time to mourn. And at the end of the day, it's like, what you say about this man, you can't come back for that. Or when a person passed away, you can't come back from that at all. So at the end of the day, let's be respectful, regardless of how y'all feel about Kevin Samuels. Let's be respectful of what this man, let's be respectful for who he is at all. I just see someone just coming in, a big man. You have a comment about that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, big man, go ahead.
Yes.
What's your comment?
Whew, I had a lot to say, but I'll keep it brief and concise. I heard a lot of talk of this high value man, but it can mean different things to many people. But Kevin Samuels had a specific parameters, so I'll read them to you. 1, $120,000 annually or more. 2, earn 3 to 5 years in a row. 3, your other high value men recognize you as a peer. 4, network of high value men and others. 5, visibility is LinkedIn level. 6, utility, useful to others in the group. They have discipline, they have integrity, they have morals and ethics. And then all this other stuff people keep saying, like relating it to what way you lived the life or marriage, yada yada yada, had nothing to do with that. Now, another point I want to say, I heard how women were like, didn't like how he talked about like this rating system or calling them fat, yada yada yada. Kevin's message was to help people. He didn't do that to shame or demean women. When these women called into the show, he didn't force nobody. And it wasn't just black women. So many people keep saying, oh, he shamed black women, blah, 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 black women. No, his message was to men and women of all races. And when these women called in, let me finish, these women called in, they were not forced. And a lot of them wanted a high value man. They wanted advice on how to do that. And when Kevin, he got analytical. He asked, what's their age? What is their dress size? Not to insult them, not to put them down. It's because of what they wanted. And he was reinforcing to them that high value men, they have access to things. The Bible says money is power. With money, I can do things. I can eat the best foods, drive the best cars, live in the best buildings, etc. I could do things. I could choose the best women, And high value men, like he said, they want to have families, and they would want a woman that's young, preferably in their 20s. That's beautiful. That's feminine. That's fit. That's cooperative, submissive, and they can hit the best of the best. And so when these women they called in, they were obese, and he'll play that little theme music. It always had me laughing. My question is this. And he even asked it, why should a high value man choose an obese woman when they could choose the best? Why should a high value man choose a woman that's mean and angry when they could choose a woman that's feminine and fit? Why should a high value man choose a woman that has kids from different baby daddies, all that damn drama and all etc., when they could choose a woman without kids, without drama, and that they could really build a family with? That's the point he was trying to fucking make. And these women that hate him, that don't like him, never watched a damn broadcast, only watch these reaction clips. And it's sad and it's disgusting how they just celebrating his life, like celebrating his death, cheering, when in actuality, he was trying to help men and women. Another thing, let me be specific when it comes to black women, because people keep saying, oh, you shitted on black women, blah, blah, blah. There was a black woman that called into the show. Beautiful black woman. She was married. She called in to seek advice to ex-Kevin Samuels how to leave her black husband that provided for her high-value ex. You know what Kevin Samuels told her? You're the worst woman to ever call in. And he was damn right. And so, what did she do after that? She called back. And her husband saw that shit. And like, yo, what the fuck? Do I provide for you? What? Yada, yada. So, she learned how to be submissive and stayed with her husband and went against her original bad idea. So some of you may not like his delivery, his diction, his authoritative way of speaking, but he didn't disrespect nobody. A lot of these people that called in, men and women of all races, fucking tried to disrespect, and he checked them. Like there was a Karen that called in, tried to overtalk him. He's like, hey, don't you overtalk me. I'll shut this shit down. Or he'll mute somebody, you know? But that's all I got to say.
Well, big man, let me say something, man. You sent me a lot of super chat tonight, and I wanted to shout you out and thank you for the super chat and your support. You wrote a lot of interesting things. You said Kevin did give women tips to work on to get a good man of high value they wanted. He told them to go to the gym. They overweight, get therapy, deal with drama. He dealt with drama and type of women that the kind of women that men want, being feminine and fit and all of those things. Can I just say something to you, brother, that let me just say this. If you really break it down as to what the high value men that the women were calling in asking Kevin Samuels advice about, let's just be honest. Legitimate high value men would not be checking for those kind of women anyway, no matter what they did, because high value men do not hang out in certain spaces to deal with women that don't fit what they're looking for. So when you think about high value men and the environments that they hang out with, the people that they're hanging out with, they're going to be in different company and different circles. So you can make an argument that everything around this whole high value concept, because it's just another social construct, that it's an unrealistic construct when most of the women that are calling and seeking advice, even if Kevin Samuel told them to do all those things that he told them to do, they're not going to really be in the spaces where real high value men are going to be at. Because I'm going to be honest with you, and I said tonight, to me, if you really want to talk about true high value, even Kevin Samuels didn't even touch that. Because to me, the guys who really, using his own words, the guys who really move and shape what's happening in this world are the guys that are billionaires. And even these billionaires don't look like they come off of a damn Ebony magazine. Okay, the billionaires are some of the most goofiest looking dudes who just happen to have money, and they got power and influence. Power and influence gets you every damn thing in this world. So, and those women that he was even talking to are not going to be anywhere in a room to get access to men of that ilk who would be truly, if you want to use that definition, high value. And you only got so many black men, if they're looking for black men, who even fit that criteria. So it's unrealistic because there's not a large enough pool of black men, if that's what black women are looking for, who even fit that criteria, the basic criteria. There's just not enough realistic pool, especially when you have unemployment high amongst our people, and you do have less brothers who have a college education in terms of compared to our women who have these advanced degrees, and there's brothers who maybe they have a skilled trade or what have you, but there's very little in between. So the whole construct from the beginning to start is it's a faulty concept, because these women are not going to get any of those type of men that Kevin Samuels is trying to critique them about their bodies to be able to get. They're not going to get those men anyway. They're not.
Yeah,
So at the end of the day, brother, and I respect you for your support tonight. At the end of the day, Kevin Samuels did exactly what I said. He psyched y'all all out. He used his marketing background. He used all the lights, camera, and action on your asses. He did the same thing that Hollywood does to us. That's why we put our butts in a suit and go see them movies. He employed all those things that they tell you on YouTube to do, and it worked for him at a time when people were at home bored with their lives during the pandemic.
May I respond to
And
that?
he worked it to a T, brother. He worked it to a T. Yes. I entertain all different opinions here. All different. And what's up, Nappy Yankee? You on the board with us too, brother. Go ahead.
I just wanted to do a quick response to what Big Man said.
Okay.
Just 2 seconds.
I'm all ears.
Yeah. and then I want everybody to give everybody pushback on their talking points. Even mine. If you didn't like my talking points, give me pushback, and we can do it respectfully. Go ahead.
Respectfully.
I worked. Right now I'm a court employee. I work for LA Superior Court in Southern California, but I worked in banking for a very long time, and I've seen a lot of millionaires and billionaires in my time. To be perfectly honest with you, a normal person wouldn't even know somebody with money if they saw them. Because, to be honest, because they, if you saw somebody who was a millionaire, you would in normal life, you would think they were homeless.
That's true.
So you wouldn't even know.
I lived in San Francisco for years, sister, and you wouldn't believe how many people we have living in San Francisco that look like they might be homeless, and you find out that they're worth a lot of money. Check this out. This what happened. This happened to Danny Glover in Pier 39 at a bar. Danny Glover literally walks around San Francisco. I met him one time just walking and jogging, and he was in a bar and he had some patchy type pants on. He wasn't looking all fancy. They thought he was a homeless dude and they were trying to kick him out of the bar. They didn't realize it was Danny Glover. You got people like that. I know in the Bay where I'm from that be like that. They be rich as they be rich as all get out, and they walking around with Pitney Patty sandals on.
That's right.
Let me jump in here right quick, y'all.
Right.
Hold up. Listen.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm a corporate bartender, right? I'm around millionaires every day. Sometimes I'm in a room with 1,000 millionaires in one room. Sometimes in a room with $2 billion sitting there with me, right?
Yes, sir.
The other day, I was bartending at a fundraiser at the Art Museum in Philadelphia. The Art Museum in Philadelphia is one of the top 10 landmarks in the world. There are chairs in there, old wooden chairs, tarnished for $30,000. An old teapot from the 1800s, 50 grand. The people that were walking around purchasing this stuff had worn shoes, corduroys with the worn out. You know how your wallet wears out the diamond part of your pocket and the point of your wallet. You can tell they had the jeans 25 years. No laser sharp shape ups and giant gold chains. You will see a tiny ring with one white crystalline diamond in it, and it bounced all over the whole room. Nothing extravagant. These people looked like they were homeless. Homeless. And they were the richest people in Philadelphia.
So you don't always have to go right ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I have two quick questions for Big Man. That list that you read off, and I'm assuming that's kind of what Kevin Samuel's definition of a high value man was. Are those mutually exclusive in that is it possible to be a high value man without, like the income component, or if your peers don't respect you, do you have to hit everything on that list to be a high value man? And then the other question I have is one of the criticisms kind of levied against Kevin Samuels is that he sort of wasn't living what he was preaching. I'm not aware, but did he have any sort of Facebook groups or Twitter spaces where individuals were like implementing his advice? And
what I understand about Kevin Samuels is that he created a Facebook group for couples, for people to meet, and there were some folks, I got to be honest, there were some folks that met in his Facebook group, and from what I understand, there's some people that have gotten married.
Based off kind of what the advice he was kind of giving and stuff like that?
I can't say that it was the advice. All I know is he created a group that he invited people to. He selected people into the group. And then I guess it was a group for men and black women to meet each other. And from what I understand, there were at least one person or so, or two, or at least one that I can think of that actually they got married. Now, is it because of his influence? I would say maybe, possibly. I hope their marriage is successful. Any way we can bring black men and women together in a successful manner is great. I'm not going to begrudge the brother for that, having that success and bringing black people together. This is the thing. Even though Kevin Samuels did criticize women of other races on his show that would call in, the premise of his disdain always sort of was towards the black woman the most. And it was black women that it resonated with the most in terms of them feeling taken back by the things that he was saying. And they were watching how he talked to the women. And even though those women called in and he didn't make them call in, I just think from people watching it from the outside, they just didn't like the attitude or the behavior from their point of view that was rude. But the bottom line, and we cannot take this away from this man, at the end of the day, he packaged something that got him 30 and 20,000 views a night, made him wealthy, at least we think, by YouTube standards, I guess. I don't know. And people were watching. And we all had the choice to turn away from his channel and not watch it. But because he had a successful channel, from YouTube point of view, because people couldn't stop watching. Whether they liked him or not, people were still watching. What does that say about us as a society and us as a people, that we fed into it even when we didn't even like him or did like him? That we sort of allowed this man to gain acclaim or YouTube fame because we as black people on one level or another just couldn't stop watching him. Even though we have a lot of criticism for him, we were still watching him. Yes, sister. And I want to get Nappy Yankee in here after you speak. So I don't go away, Nappy Yankee. I want to hear your take on everything. Go ahead, sister.
Honestly, I don't think everybody was watching him, because I asked my significant other, I said, have you ever heard of Kevin Samuels? He's like, no. I always ask him about like YouTube personalities.
Yeah.
And my significant other, he's like oblivious. I asked my parents. A lot of people don't know, and even a million subscribers is a little teeny. It's teeny when you think about 7 billion people. So he had his fame of glory, and that's it. And there'll be another person. And the thing is, as Black people, as much as we want to intellectualize our emotions and how we feel as human beings because of the social construct of where we came from and the oppression of our people, we have to address these issues internally so you can build self-esteem and educate yourself appropriately, so you don't have to look to an individual that puts on a image that is false, so you in turn can learn how to be self-efficient, which means you need education. Rather you want to be a blue-collar worker, a white-collar worker. There's nothing wrong with men that know how to lay bricks. I think a lot of women actually would like to see masculine men, but we have to address the issues that we have about our society that are emasculating men to make us accept men that are not masculine. And when we speak about masculinity, that is something that men need to come and have a conversation about. So what are we supposed to do?
I think, sister, that
we could address our issues as women.
Right.
I'm just saying, as a woman, as a man, why aren't there more men promoting, educating other men?
Let me say this to you.
That's all I got.
Because that's the kind of work that I've done. And the brother that was up here with me, my Fred brother, we've done that kind of work. He's the same organization as me. Let me just say this. Keep this in mind. Don't allow the men that are on YouTube who behave in negative ways that you see as behaving in a negative way. Don't let them be indicative of how you see all of us. You just said yourself, sister, that you talk to men, people that you know, your loved ones, and they say, hey, I never heard of Kevin Samuels. You know why? Because there are certainly men in the community that are doing the work, that are out there working and mentoring and working with our youth, and they're not on YouTube. So what you see on YouTube is a minimum of our society that doesn't represent what black men and black women are really all about in the community, those that are doing work with our youth. I believe in working with the youth, mentorship. My organization does that. We've been doing that for decades and hundreds of years now, and we're going to keep on doing this work. And that's really what it's all about. What's really sad here is that I think the fact that Kevin Samuels resonated with a lot of men on YouTube makes me say this. Well, where were their fathers? Where were their uncles? Where were the men in their actual life who loved them, or you would hope they love them, that would teach them about manhood so they would not have to get manhood from someone on a video screen?
Whoa.
Isn't it a sad commentary that's, and I know people may not like what I'm saying here, but to me, it seems like it's a sad commentary, and it speaks to the fact that our young men are lacking men in the community working with them, or they didn't have an experience with a man to show them the way. And so Kevin Samuels on Facebook, on YouTube, was filling the void for maybe what they did not have, and their anger that they had, or their dislikes towards what they didn't like in women, how women treat them. I don't know. I'm just asking these questions.
I got one question about that.
I want to answer that.
What makes a man different than a man that's like, let's say, my grandfather, he didn't know his father, and he went on ahead and built his own church and raised his kids. And there's men that didn't have their fathers, and they're able to, that doesn't deter them from being successful. So what would be the difference? What is the excuse?
This is where I see that at. Men who are raised by their mothers, but they did not have their direct father in their life, and they grow up successful. I bet you any kind of money, they still got some type of male tutorage, whether it be in sport. Why do you think a lot of kids, male children, like to go into sports? Because in sports, 9 out of 10 times, you have a male coach who's teaching you some things that your mother can't teach you. So somewhere down the line, that male child is getting some cues from men, either in his peer group, which is why you got to watch which is why sometimes our kids can get involved in gangs, but maybe he's getting it from a coach, some male figure in the community. When I was growing up, we had boys club, and I had the type of basketball coaches when I was young. Like today, we give kids participation trophies. But when I was growing up, there was no such thing as a participation trophy. The coach would say to you, y'all ain't getting no goddamn pizza today if y'all don't get out there and play that game right and practice hard. And when we didn't play well, he was like, I'm taking you home to your mama's. You ain't getting no pizza. There's nothing for us to be having a pizza party about. And you didn't get no damn trophy just because you participated. That's how I grew up. But that was men who taught me something in that. There was a lesson that I learned in that, and that was what? You get nothing free out of life. And you want something, you got to work hard for it. There's no free. You want to win basketball games, you're going to have to bust your ass. And when we did that, the coach rewarded us. When we didn't do it, we wasn't at no damn place eating cheese pizza. But nowadays, they give kids rewards for any damn thing, just for showing up with a uniform on.
That's a whole new conversation right there.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation we can have for another show.
Yeah, I also think it's important to know too. I think it's something like 60+% of Black children are born into single parent households. So I think that balance of masculinity and femininity is important. Certain messages resonate
Right.
from certain individuals.
And I
Something
think
your
our
father
women,
tells you is going to sound different from
right.
what your mother tells you.
I think the dilemma is that some of our women have to take on masculine roles to raise a son when that is out of your nature as a woman. And yes, women can raise boys, but you're not gonna like what I'm saying here.
But even
Women
that
can
is
certainly
controversial
you can
today, too.
certainly raise a son, but you can't really teach him how to be a man per se.
Yeah, I agree.
Men still need instruction from men, which is why I said before, sometimes when we grow up where we're raised by our mothers, we'll go into football, we'll go into sports, we'll join fraternities, because that's where we're getting the male energy that we did not get from our mothers. That was true male energy. That's why men will join stuff and join clubs be a part of things that men are doing, because we might have not gotten that throughout our life growing up because the father wasn't there for whatever reason. So I know sisters and ladies out there may not kind of like what I said there, but take it from me as a man of 52 years and other men on this panel and other men out there listening, you can raise your son, but you really don't have the essence to make him be a man. You can show him examples, but you really need men. That's why it's important to have rites of passage programs in our communities. That's why we need these kind of programs. But I'm running off at the mouth here. Nappy Yankee, I got to hear from you before you jump off this panel, brother. Where are you? I want to hear that mic. I want to hear that stereo voice. I want to hear that radio voice. Come on, Nappy Yankee.
I was hoping
Nappy Yankee. Nappy Yankee, come on, man. I want to hear that radio voice.
Cat got his tongue.
This is not like Nappy. You know what? He must have stepped away for a minute.
Hey, let me
I'm gonna go
take
one more
this chance
time
to get out of here. Can I get out of here?
Yeah.
I wanted to say a couple things and then jump off. I believe that YouTube killed Kevin Samuels. I don't care what them doctors say. I don't like the clown show on YouTube. I gotta hold back tears sometimes when I think about talking negative about black people has become a stock. It's monetized now. All right. And the other side of that coin is I'm sad that there's so much nonsense going on in our neighborhoods and our communities with us that we give enough content to thousands of YouTubers so that this circle can just keep going on and on. It's a circle. Circle has no break in it. That's why the number 0 is the most important number. Nothing can get in it. Nothing can get out of it. It's forever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There has to be a break. But the one good sign is there's an army of new people coming to YouTube. Not trying to fill the shoes of Kevin Samuels and others, but with a whole new way of thinking. Actually trying to repair what's going on instead of gaslighting it and pointing out what's wrong to the rest of the world. You know what I mean? So they don't look at us like we're all just a bunch of dumb monkeys.
I think that time is coming. I think channels that are trying to provide context, we're going to have our time in the sun. Because I do see, and the reason why I know it's going to happen, because I already know that YouTube is going to be cracking down on more stuff. Because YouTube, as you already know, has gotten more and more corporate. So some of the gender war stuff that you see on YouTube, where people are doxing each other and all of that, eventually that stuff is going to be phased out. Eventually, with time, because you got the Communication Act, I think 130, that protects YouTube from any kind of lawsuits. When you had that crazy guy James doing what he did, they're looking at that law and seeing how they can hold these platforms accountable for breeding these type of people, or at least giving them a platform to spill their rhetoric. And if YouTube starts taking a hit and other social media platforms personally in the pocket, they're going to come down with new rules, and they're going to get rid of people at the IP level where you can never create another channel. It's coming. I see it coming very soon. Very soon.
You got some dudes on YouTube saying some vicious stuff, and I think it has manifested into femicide. I don't care what nobody says. I came up in the 90s. Those were my Ray Ray years when the earth was at its worst, We wasn't shooting women. We wasn't shooting women. All right? Shorties always talk trash. They always did. You go back 100 years. Black, Walona, D, from Good Time, all of them. You know what I mean? Nobody was shooting. This is different, man. And listen, I'm retiring.
Men understood how to let women say what they want to say. We didn't allow it to get us all emotional. We let the women say what they had to say, but we still did what we was going to do. And that woman was still going to follow our lead because we still led by our power dynamic. That woman still knew that we was the man bringing home the bacon, that we were giving her stability. She could count on us. And even now and then, every now and then when a woman has something to say, we listen. But at the end of the day, the woman still has confidence in us.
Hey,
and
look,
I think
bruh,
today guys get all rattled up because there's no power dynamic. Because they don't have a power dynamic.
I share every viewpoint with every manosphere nigga that ever came to YouTube. I am not going to be broadcasting it on my channel to gaslight women. I am today live on your show. I am retiring from talking about black people on YouTube, especially the women. I'm putting up fitness videos. There's pictures of my body. There's videos of me playing basketball. I will be the example for men over 50 on how to extend your life and keep your youthful looks and your youthful movements way up into your late years. I'm going to prove it on you. That's what my channel is going to be about. And a little bit of Patriot news. Black people, no more.
We need more information on taking care of yourself, because as I brought those statistics out, and this is why I had to do this, is that we're spending all our time coming up with little cute slogans to make ourselves feel manly, but yet as black men we're dying in all these categories at high numbers. And I know, as I said again, I'm gonna repeat this. Kevin Samuel said that women are gonna die alone. And that's what he said. That's what he said to women. And people didn't like that. But the truth of the matter is that black men are the ones that are dying at high numbers. We're the ones that are dying alone. We're the ones that are dying of prostate. We're the ones that are dying of heart disease. And if it comes out that that's what he died of, I don't wish it on anybody, but that is indicative of the numbers that black men are dying at high numbers of heart disease. And
black
we need to go
women
get
are
our
going to
health
die
checkup.
alone.
Right.
Black women are going to die alone because black men are dying. And they're picking these chicks 20 years younger than them. My father did it. His father did it. And they're 90 when the chick is 70. It's mathematics. God damn. You don't need no news and none of that.
But if we want to be around for our women, and if you really want to be high value and you want to do something in the honor of Kevin Samuels, black man, go get your checkup, because any of us can drop dead as he did. And I don't say that to make fun of what happened to him, because I don't want to see anybody lose their life in any kind of way. A black man lose his life like that, you know. And it's the whole thing is crazy. We got the Gray Pill podcast on. Welcome to the panel, brother. Thank you. Render your thoughts. My thing right now, brother, is that I don't care whatever your thoughts are, good, bad, or indifferent, whether you have a positive outlook on things or a negative outlook on Kevin Samuels. I don't care. It's just about the dialogue and people understanding everyone's point of view. So what are your thoughts?
First of all, I appreciate being here. So shout out to the chat and shout out to the panel. That's pretty much our take on the Great Pill podcast. But we pretty much say perspective. And I saw you on Black Men Unfiltered, so I'm here to support.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
No problem. First of all, it's a lot, because there's a lot I was listening and what everybody was saying. I'm gonna try to go down. I took some notes, but I'll go back a little bit. Reese made a comment saying about his what he's gonna currently do on the channel. That's respectful that he's doing it now. It should have been done sooner, just my opinion. Two, when we talk about black men's health, remember there's levels to this. Men was self-deleting because they was either feeling lonely or feeling pressured to quote unquote, either get the box or try to get women. A lot of women that has these quote unquote privileges, that think they thought they was high value, whether society deemed them as 6, 9s, and 10s, or even below. It was just pressure from men, period, just to approach a woman. That's a
Yes,
fact.
sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
a fact. And only one woman here said in the panel, I think it was one woman in the panel or channel in the chat, said she didn't realize something until after 35 or 40. That sucks, because men from the age of 12, when they hit puberty, they was already watching and stalking, not stalking, but figuring out women to how to date them, how to approach them, how to get the numbers. Even today, we're still doing it. You know, shout out to Kevin Samuels and the other guys who are actually trying to give that information. You mentioned something about about health.
Yes, sir.
It sucks, but that's just the norm of it. It's not wasn't then, now, later. It just overall, men, periods, is still is afraid or in fear to go to the doctor. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We can take it back to slavery. We can take it back to the doctors. We can say white, green, black, or yellow, but that's just how they felt. It was a stigma on them because a lot of stuff happened over history. That's why men just say no. But unfortunately, that's why we need women on the other side to push us to get there. So that was another one. As far as the notes goes, somebody mentioned about YouTube as a killer. I think that was Reese. That's a little bit conspiracy because I'm a content creator and my health haven't depleted, and nor I'm not going to kick the bucket tomorrow.
No, what I meant by that was I always believe that devices and social media in itself dehumanize everyone and I watched the man change. So that's what I kind of meant by that.
So we're talking about a psychological killer, a mental killer. Okay, cool. A shout out to A-Lady747. She said when it was mentioned about misinformation, said about something about it was being sad that people, well, mostly men is going to the YouTube space to reach out versus going out to the community and find that. And she stated it's a void. Him and other positive outlets like this one right here is filling a void. I believe that's true because with media now, media is literally the mainframe of everything. Everybody's either on their devices, their tablets. Heck, people that's corporate that's in their office, they'll slide out the window, got the YouTube on, slide little window on, got their chat and stuff on. So that's pretty much how that goes. So let's keep that in mind.
That's facts.
So it's like the worst of two evils. So you can use YouTube or other social medias for a positive, or you can use it as a negative. So take that with a grain of salt. YouTube per se, media per se, is 90% of entertainment. So if you get in your feelings about Kevin Samuels, that's the entertainment part of it. If you want to take the information part, that's what you do. Because there was a lady earlier mentioned something about, she actually quoted him when he kept saying winter's coming. Only two people know that references. Either you watch the show of Game of Thrones, that's number one. Two, or you actually digested Kevin Samuels. So you took your time out and watched Kevin Samuels. So either you got triggered by it and you started quoting a little quote here or there. And you had to be a geek to understand that from the Game of Thrones reference. The last one, Mr. Ruby, she made a comment saying respectfully, she said that, she married, so you're winning. I'm just leave it like that. So Kevin Samuels clearly is not for you. He never stated, he only stated his opinion, what he felt high value is. And across the board, we all agree, it's what you deem it to be. It could be 40K and less. It could be overweight. You could be a big girl, skinny girl. You could be an emo. Love yourself. At the end of the day, love yourself. If you think you're a big girl and beautiful, hey, you got your husband, you got that ring on, you winning. I don't have the ring on. So you're doing better than I am right now. So you're good. You know what I'm saying? Take those seeds, especially with women. Take those seeds, the experiences y'all got, push that on other women. Whatever got you to that crossing finish line, plant those seeds to other women. But unfortunately, we can sit there and tit for tat. Women, another gang of women in these circles is not going to listen to y'all half the time. And then y'all going to step back and retract and go back. Well, I got my man. I got my husband. I don't need this. And then y'all going to move forward. And that's where the brothers come in. That's why they got their little spaces now. So, and I'm gonna leave it with that.
All right, brother. Well, I wrote your name down. I'm gonna look for your channel. The Gray Pill Podcast is the name of your channel.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be subbing over there very soon. I'll be looking up your channel and sub and check out what you're doing over there. Let me say once again, thank you to Big Man again for another super chat, brother. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the Great Pill Podcast coming on and dropping that knowledge on us. And I want to say thank you and love to the Faith Factor. She's in the channel. She has a channel as well. There are content creators that are in that channel, so definitely try to write people's names down and look for their channels and subscribe to them and give them love. But Faith Factor, you gave me at least 2 super chats, which I really appreciated a lot today.
Thank you.
All the support, because goes back into the show to improve what I'm doing. I'm going to keep leveling up on this channel and take it to wherever it can go with your support. And I appreciate everybody coming out today. We had a really good turnout today for this. And Sister Syracuse, I see you in the back. When there's room, I will bring you up. I see Back to the Basics in the back room. When I'm able to make space, I'll bring you in as best I can. Eventually, I'm going to end the stream at some point, but this has been very educational for all of us. Reaction and satisfaction. You've been very quiet. You've been patient. You did super chat me tonight as well, and I appreciate you for that wholeheartedly. I would like to hear you render your voice.
Hey, what's going on, Information Man? Yeah, I used to be Screen Learning. I changed my channel name to rebrand.
Oh man,
So,
why you do that to me, man? Shit, I forgot.
Yeah, sorry about that.
There go that
Yeah,
radio
rebranded.
voice.
So yeah, thank you, Information Man, for having on the panel. What's going on, panel? What's going on, chat? So I want to kind of take up for Kevin Samuels, because I think a lot of people have not really watched his content. I've watched a lot of his content, and he did say that a lot of women are going to die alone. And when he died, he was allegedly with a woman who was 32, outside of the danger zone, not fit feminine, because she's allegedly a Decepticon. She wasn't friendly, and she was a woman of the night. So I think we should take him as entertainment purposes only.
Thank you.
Her price list of the woman that he expired, the person that he expired on top of, because it was supposed to be a Decepticon or a Transformer. Her price list was shown on Grandmaster Troll's channel. So in looking at Kevin as being entertainment purposes only, he was an example of being married is not everything. Exactly.
Okay, but can I say this to you, just not to over talk what you're saying? What's going on, Bonnie Rose? Even though you're saying to us that we should take him for entertainment purposes, which that's what I looked at. I thought when I looked at his channel, I said it tonight. He put cold psychology on us, and we didn't even realize it. What he was doing was actually brilliant. But even though we should take it as entertainment, as you're saying, you know as well as I know, brother, that the latest numbers I think I've seen on YouTube is that around 70% or maybe more of younger people get their information from YouTube now. They're not watching mainstream news. So even though we as adults with functioning brains and hopefully we have some maturity, we can see through the smoke screen of it all. You might have younger people, especially our kids, who might watch this, like young men, young ladies, and they see what adults are talking about, and they may take it as, okay, that's what's going on. That's what we should, that's how I should look at women. That's how a man should talk to, doesn't that affect young people that are consuming this type of content? Now, I don't know what his analytics are in terms of who's watching him in terms of the age range, but I just wonder.
Oh, I was being sarcastic. I didn't
no.
That when I said he should be taken seriously.
But that is something that I do wonder about, because we know that people are watching us. See, this is the thing we tend to forget. No matter how big or small our channels are, you never know who's watching you.
Yes.
And believe it or not, y'all may not know this, but it's the truth. It's not just the everyday regular person that's watching us, but you got celebrities watching us. athletes, influencers are watching us. Where you think they get their ideas for fashion and talk? They take it from what they see us doing, and then they make it mainstream and package it. They're watching what we're talking about.
May I?
That's where they're getting their notions from.
I want to respond to Commendable.
Is it okay if I could just kind of say?
Yeah, go ahead, Commendable. I'm sorry. I know I cut into what you were saying, brother, but I just thought about that a minute there. Go ahead, Commendable.
I was being okay. I won't be sarcastic. I don't want. Yeah, I won't be sarcastic anymore. So basically,
no, be yourself. Be yourself.
He. Well, okay, so he was divorced twice, so he's the worst person to give marital advice, and the worst person to even push out a criteria for who's high value and who's not. Because when he passed away, he had $800 reported as far as his divorce records, $800 a month, and there are different websites that are saying that he had less than $1,000 in his bank account, and his family is going to have to put a GoFundMe together in order to pay for his funeral costs.
That's rumor, but
and besides that, that's his personal stuff. Well, I mean, that's the thing is all we can go off of is people who are doing investigation on his life.
Yeah, the last report I had, Commendable. The last report I had on Kevin Samuels, Commendable, about his net worth, there was some. They said it was at $4 million. And I could be wrong about that.
Just a valuation.
Yeah, and that doesn't and work and your wealth doesn't necessarily mean paper money. A lot of us think about paper money, but it could be his total assets of his wealth that he has. And then you got some of the guys within the manosphere space that are saying that Kevin Samuels had big plans for entertainment venues and things that he had other big plans he wanted to do. He wanted to take it even off of YouTube and do other things. So there's no telling what he would have done, out of YouTube, what YouTube would have brought to him. And there's no real telling how much he's really worth. We'll have to find out when it comes out in the wash. But you make a good point. If his family ends up doing a GoFundMe, that will tell you a lot.
Keyword if.
If is the key word. That's why I said if, brother.
Speculation.
You can make $50,000 a month, and you're spending $50,000 a month, and zero.
Right.
So
we don't know what his overhead. We don't know how.
.com and other websites.
Yeah, we don't know what his overhead was, who he was paying. We don't know. A lot of us, a lot of us can make a get paid really well, but it's what our outside expenditures are. Especially if you're taking care of family members and you're cutting checks for this and that, and you might be living above your means too.
True, but we also don't know what his assets are. We don't know how much property he owns. We don't know what his stocks and bonds are.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know nothing.
And things that can't be right. Things that can't be immediately liquidated.
Okay. Now, Super Chat. Nappy Yankee. I wish you was on the channel, man. I was waiting for you, and then you dropped off some kind of way. Nappy Yankee said how he made. Okay, they claim that he made 50,000 in Super Chats alone. And he did get a lot of super chat money. He did get a lot of
super chat.
So then you would say, then one would say, see, I don't like pocket watching and stuff like that. I don't really like watching what people are making because it ain't none of my damn business. But it makes one think if you're getting money like that, then you should have something because YouTube was getting them a nice check. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
I have a question. I sometimes wonder. One of the things that the air of what he expressed was I heard a lot in his delivery, a lot of shaming of women and of single mothers. I don't hear that same energy.
Shaming.
And I have a question.
The same energy toward who, Miss?
Towards men. And
yes, for 3 to 5 years straight.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. That I don't think it makes sense to shame.
But you cut me off. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
Mr. Commendable.
I'm going to say this and I'll get
finish
off,
your point.
I thought you were finished. Sorry.
So besides the money thing, when Kevin Samuels was not stealing talking points from the manosphere, he was destructive to the Black community online and in real life. And it's kind of understandable that people are celebrating him being deleted. He has an IG live stream that I did a reaction to 3 weeks ago. It's on Bossy Empress TV's channel. I'm not trying to name drop. That she showed in the live stream that she recorded from start to finish that Kevin Samuels was talking to a woman and stating that she should allow her daughter to be seen inappropriately and even touched by a quote unquote high value man or any man, because that man is not her biological father, and that she should have stayed with her biological father even if there was abuse. You know, he asked the young woman point blank, how is your daughter a benefit to a high value man? So besides the money, I think that type of rhetoric that he was doing before his demise and the direction he was taking, telling men to get a brown stain if these women are not about anything, you know, all that was just very toxic. And we have to ask ourselves, how many people have really become high value from his content, and how many people have publicly been shown to be married, or how many high value men have actually come out and say, hey, I'm high value, and he's had them on the broadcast? How many people has he really uplifted using his podium, his platform? So, you know, we have yet to see and meet any couples that he claimed that married. And Kevin Samuels leveled up off of Black women misery, asking about dress sizes, and he expired on top of a woman who was not fit, feminine, because she was allegedly a Decepticon, or friendly. She was arguing with him and embarrassing him on his last IG, which is on a lot of popular content creators' channels they've reacted to. I can give you a name if you want me to. Kevin Samuels undermined a woman having education, a career, and income, and being independent. He was promoting a traditional woman who existed before women had rights and the ability to own assets and be independent, like the Color Purple days. So do we really want women to go back to where they had little rights or no rights before the suffrage movement? I say no. We don't. We're wanting traditional women, but we don't have traditional men. Most men are not looking to get married. A lot of men who come out and say, hey, I'm married, I'm speaking on behalf of Kevin Samuels' behalf, those guys are already married, you know, good for them. But most men are not really trying to be married like that. There's a whole pump and dump, beat, skate, delete, smash and dash lifestyle being promoted in these YouTube streets. And it's just like that in real life. That's why there's so many single mothers out there. So that would he said winter was coming.
That would be destructive to our community, the pump and dump culture at any cost. And I had said this earlier before you came on. When men do that to women, you're creating single baby mamas. The very thing that some men will complain about, there are men out there contributing to creating it, because we certainly know that women don't have babies by osmosis. You have to have a man, do what women and men do when they are lovemaking or whatever to have babies. So if we have guys that we see, I know this for a fact, you got guys on YouTube who brag about the pump and dump, and you got guys that follow men like this and praise them, but they're the ones creating the very thing that you're complaining about. Because they're not there to be fathers. They're just there to have a good time. Once that woman's pregnant, that dude's not going to be in that woman's life. Now she becomes a de facto single mother. And then she has a angry disposition towards Black men because a Black man did something like abandon her. Now you come along as a Black man and meet her and you're like, damn, she got an attitude. Well, you don't know what that Black woman was experiencing. And just like Black men have been hurt by Black women, and we have a disposition towards women who may want to step up to us, and we got an attitude like, nah, I'm not dealing with you because I was screwed over by this sister over here.
Yeah.
So I have two more points, and then I'll go on mute.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Camille. I just had to add. I just had.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, your show, I bow to you. So he said winter was coming, but it came for him despite the slapping and whipping noises when women debunked his talking points. And he even folded on his rhetoric when he came face to face with high value women, those that he said that should not exist, such as Nicki Minaj and Tommy Lee, who openly made statements against his rhetoric with no pushback from him. There are lots of women who got blocked and kicked off his show when they debunked his entire platform. And I have yet to meet people who really benefited from his broadcast that just justify toxic and dysfunctional content that he was regularly pushing out. So I'm gonna go on mute. Thank you, Information Man.
Hey, let me just say this. I want to say peace to everybody in the chat room. Thank you for those statements, brother. Peace to everybody in the chat room. I know that you guys have been hanging with us over here. I see my man Keith in the chat room. I thank you for all the super chat. We got S. Wiseman. We got Lover in the house. Clarity 29, J.A. Bond 45 in the house. Terry Giggs is in the house. I'm bad with names. A. Patty's in the house. O'Shea, Brandy King. I'm sorry. The Faith Factor, who's also super chatted me several times. I appreciate you. Everybody that's been rocking with us pretty much all day. Empress Queen. My man right here, he has a great gaming channel, this brother right here. Everybody that's been rocking all day with us, I really appreciate you. Black and Red, Ty, thank you. If you have not subscribed to the program, go ahead and do so.
You are listening to Information Man.
I appreciate you.
Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Oh man, that freaked me out.
And I got a lot of sound effects, brother. And if you are looking to build a YouTube channel, at the top of there, you'll see the Info Media Live over there. That's my content creation channel where I give tips. That's my little pleasure over there, that channel. That's when I can do content where I can just be laid back and fun and relax and not have to talk about polarizing topics like this. That's my chill channel over there. You'll love it, especially if you want to build a YouTube channel. You're going to get a lot of great tips and tricks. Man, let me see here. We got Sister Syracuse, if I'm saying the name correct. You just came on board. You were waiting downstairs when everything was kind of full up here. And I want to give you a chance to talk before I end this, but what are your thoughts?
Well, I must say, when I heard about Kevin's death, I smiled. I was kind of happy, but I wasn't happy that the brother was dead. I was happy that the brother was quiet, that he was going to be silenced. Finally, I wasn't going to hear about the brother disrespecting and putting down sisters anymore.
He never did that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He did not. No.
Big bro. I guess that's big man that's going to keep interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you, bro. I didn't interrupt you. Okay.
Okay. So, sister, let's get things back on track. So you were happy because his mouth was shut and you would no longer have to hear him spousing what?
Hate. This disdain that he had, the stepping on, the feelings. That's what black men don't understand. You were stepping on the feelings of black women. You were just talking about the support, that the high value men support. You were just talking about the earnings and that, I think he says the $125,000 that the black man has to earn a year and over 5 years. That's just the support.
Yes.
And to sustain the family and all that other stuff. But what about the feelings of the black woman, the love and the tenderness and all those other things that come along with walking up on a black woman and saying, I love you and I care for you and all the other things that come along with the relationship. Black women just don't need a black man that can support a family. You do have children, you have daughters and you have sons and there's other things. So I was just so happy that he was going to be silenced and that, you black men were going to finally have a chance, to get it right. Because he's been brainwashed a couple of years. Now you're going to have a chance.
Sister, I got to give you just a little bit of pushback, though. What would you say to the women who voluntarily called in on his show, knowing that they weren't going to get a man who was going to sort of like treat them in kid gloves? He made it very known that his show wasn't about trying to hold someone's hands. Some of these women that called his show knew his style. They knew they were going to get the sound effects where he spanks you like you're a baby or something, which, I didn't like that whip sound because that to me is kin to slavery. I didn't like those kind of sound effects, but either way, he did that. What would you say wouldn't you say that the women who called in should also hold themselves accountable for calling in and expecting to get something different when in fact they knew what they were getting into from the get-go? Everybody knew how Kevin Samuels operated his channel. If he didn't like what you said, if you overtalked him, he was going to get rid of you. You knew he was going to, when you call in this show, he's going to say, what's your dress size? How old are you? How many kids do you have? What kind of man you expect? You knew he was going to ask these type of questions. So my thing is to the sisters out there who didn't like Kevin Samuels, why did you call the show? And I'm not saying this to say that I'm a fan of the man. I'm simply saying, using logic, why would they call in?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's real, dude.
Because it was black women that made up a good part of his audience that made him go viral. He used a black woman who he called average at best. That went viral. Black people loved it. They ate it up. They consumed it. And he kept getting views, kept going up, up, up. He got super chat. It, like I said before, it reinforced what the men who followed him believed. And you still had women that were watching. You even had women that were watching him. I call it hate watching. You don't really like him, but you still got to watch. Kevin Samuels would have never been able to blow up if we didn't, I'm going to say it again, if we didn't consume the content and if women stopped calling in. What kind of show does he have? When he first started out, he was critiquing men and he would have about 100, maybe 200 people watching. It wasn't until he started critiquing women that his channel blew up. All the women had to do was stop calling him. What kind of show would he have had? He would have had no women to talk to. There would have been no sound bites for people to play on their channels of Kevin Samuels talking to women because no woman would have called in and dealt with him.
All right, now I'm going to
go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to browbeat you or anything like that. Since I'm just trying to bring up a logical question here or thought.
It got some type of whipping sound. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I have never watched an episode, and I've only saw parodies this year, and the parodies were absolutely hilarious. So I'm assuming that the parodies were, true contributes to the show. Okay, but you're telling me he had whip sounds. I don't know, but whatever.
Well, he had sounds where he would act like he's, he would play sound effects when he would get a woman off of his show. He would have that whoosh, whoosh. I didn't like any of that stuff personally, but that was a part of his packaging. That's why I was saying he put a cold psychology on us, and we bought into it.
But
we did.
Maybe the first 2 times around is they're not real.
Mm-hmm.
People are attracted to that kind of stuff because they're like, look at this guy getting away with it. Look at him. I'm going to tell you now, the first time I looked at Kevin, I'm going to tell you he's maybe a 4 or 5 at best. I looked at those.
You just looked at him, or did you listen to him?
I looked at a picture of him.
Okay.
I was like, he's a 4 or 5 at best, and he did not look 56 years old. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I'm 50 myself. I tell people I'm 25. I haven't aged every year.
Well, see. Well, wait a minute now. Don't mislead us. Hey, Faith Factor, I see you in the backstage. When there's room for you to come upstairs, I'll bring you upstairs, sister. So hang on. Because at some point I've got to end this stream.
I'll back out and have Guns N' Roses. When everybody get their thoughts across, I took notes and then I'll dip out respectfully.
My hair is pitch black.
But I want to hear your points, brother. Go ahead.
My hair is pitch black, and people tell me I dye. I don't dye. It's just so black. But what I'm saying is that I thought he was older than 56. He looks older. His eyes are really droopy. I'm in healthcare. I'm a respiratory therapist. I looked at this guy. I thought he was in his 70s, actually. He looked very old. So when a person like him is telling a woman that she's not good enough, I thought it was humor in it. So you're like, ooh, oh my God, she ain't good enough. It becomes to be entertainment that he
But see, sister, you just spoke to what I was saying. Kevin Samuels used a formula that worked as much as you said you didn't really like what he was doing, but you just admitted to us on here that you found the entertaining aspect of it. That was the magic that he worked on us. You understand what I'm trying to say here? That was it. Even though I just said people watched him who didn't like him, but because it was entertaining, some of us still had to watch to see what train wreck was coming next. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest.
That maybe that was his niche, because like I said,
it worked.
Right. I'm saying he never got on my radar, because if some guy said, listen, this guy here, this dude, this guy is ranking women.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a 50-year-old woman.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to tell me I'm going to call in and this guy is going to judge me? Now, I'm much short. So people said that he really tall, but No, since and he wears too many clothes.
Yeah. Well, let me do this. There's some people who believe this person here who's super chat. Hey, Patty, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. 100% believe. This person says, I 100% believe a good portion of those women were paid to call in. Some of those women were not logical at all. There has been rumors that was put out there that people thought that maybe these were people that he paid to call in to add to flavor to the show. Anything's possible. We probably will never know. We'll never know.
That's true too. That's fair.
That's a fair statement.
I do not believe speculation.
Hey, information man.
That are
I can say something and drop down so you can make room on the back.
All right, but before you leave, brother, what's the one thing you want to leave on our minds?
Okay, yeah, I'll say this and I'll jump off. So yeah, I agree. It's not that the women were really calling in because they wanted advice. They were calling in to give their own platforms a spotlight. And he also asked men not to call in. Faith, who's backstage, the Faith Factor and I have a large catalog criticizing Kevin Samuels, including reacting to the IG stream where he promoted men sexually offending underage teddy bears. The Faith Factor called in and got blocked while she was debunking all his talking points that Kevin Samuels stole from Jason Black, Angry Man, Thomas Sotomayor. You information, man. He stole a lot of your stuff, especially in the beginning, and he also stole what the Faith Factor found in the study that Black people date out. We get the hanging fruit from other groups. So thank you, information man, for letting me come on here and speak. I love
wait a minute though, before you leave. It's for you leave, brother. It's funny that you said that because when I did my dialogue in the beginning of the show tonight, I did say that bigger YouTubers steal their material from smaller YouTubers. Then they go to their channel, they spouse it out, and then when you start saying something that you've been saying for a long time, everybody says, hey, that's what Tariq Nasheed said. You stealing his material. And so what I'm saying is, that's why I said you never know who's watching us. Bigger people are watching us. They're taking notes. They're out here on these YouTube streets listening to our dialogue, and then they go back to their channels and they put it on their channel and they make it sound like they created it. They created it. That is a fact. So thank you again, brother, for that.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Faith Factor, we're going to bring you up. Brother Commendable dropped the dime there on us, folks. Let me bring the Faith Factor up right now. Boom, there she is in the house. Thank you for being here. And this might be one of my longest streams. I can't believe I'm going I've been on for 4 hours, almost 5 hours. This is crazy. I said I would never do these kind of streams again. My God.
Man, when you got good conversation, you got good conversation.
Yeah, that's why I kept it going, because I know I would have ended it a long time ago, because I don't really like doing these kind of long streams like this anymore. But Faith Factor, you just came up after Brother Commendable, and he said that he said some stuff that you might want to co-sign
yes.
on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you able? Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. You got the floor. Because
I'm going to
dropped
say
some
this.
dimes on us.
The women that call in the Kevin Samuels show, they call in because they like Kevin Samuels and they want his advice. These are not women that are calling in that don't like him. The only time that you get the women that don't like him to call into his show is usually on his smoke days. Yeah. And I used to think that, he was being fair and just randomly picking these women until one day I was in the chat room and I was like disagreeing with some of the stuff that he was saying. And this man actually blocked me in his chat room just for disagreeing with his talking points. And I was not being, trollish or anything of that nature. He just blocked me for disagreeing with him. And so I wanted to go onto the show and kind of, confront him, because like people will say, well, how come you guys did not confront Kevin Samuels in life? Well, I did try to go into the Zoom room. And when he saw that it was me back there, do you know he blocked me from the Zoom room? He dropped me. So this man did not want the smoke like that. I began to think after that a lot of the stuff that he was doing was manufactured. And if you listen to a lot of his content, I forget what broadcast he was on. I don't know if it was Fresh and Fit,
but he was talking about the fact that he uses women all the time to, make himself look better. So he says that he loves using escorts. And so what I believe he's doing is he's using escorts in a different way with his YouTube platform. So now he can, pay the escort not just for sex, but he could pay the escort to come on and, give him content. I mean, when you listen to him, you can tell the women that he actually planted there, because he's not going to cut them off. He lets them talk for longer.
Okay.
And if you listen to the conversation, I'm sorry, but if you listen to the conversation, it seems as if the women are like following some sort of script, and they're leading exactly into something that he would use as his rhetoric. And so I began to look at that and the difference between the women that probably weren't, plants, because he would look at them in that Zoom room, and if they fit a certain mold, like if they were overweight or unattractive,
Oh, I see what you're saying. So he would
there.
purposely pick the women that would be the most polar, the women that he could target.
Exactly.
Right.
And I began to like, so when I was watching to see, if I could, see these trends, if my assumptions were correct. But when I was watching, I was like, this is exactly what he's doing. But like I said, this is just according to myself. I'm not saying that this is all allegedly. I don't want it out there like they saying that stuff is true.
Let me say this to you. That would make sense. Like I said, he packaged a show. So if the show is getting a lot of views, this is how YouTube works. If you sensationalize things. So what he did to me makes perfect sense. You pick the women that you can get the most bang for the buck out of. Critique. It's the same stuff they do on television. That's why I'm saying he ran his channel like a television show. They do the same thing on TV. They pick people that can stick out, that people are gonna find entertaining. If he was to bring up women on his show who had all their self together and where he couldn't pick them apart, it'd be boring. I gotta be honest with you. Nobody would be watching because it wouldn't be compelling. But he purposely picked out the women that he knew, okay, I can target her because she's overweight, she's this and that, and I'll, let this whole thing play out, and the audience is gonna bite on it and love it. And let me say one thing right now. Now, there's somebody in the chat room that I did unblock, and I know, Patience, you blocked them and people timed them out. And I unblocked you, but this is the warning. Be respectful to people in that chat room. We can all have differences of opinions, but let's just be respectful. That's why you got blocked, because we don't allow that in this chat room. We want people to respect each other. So I did unblock them narratives, but your friend, and he's been on the channel, he's been watching me, and I appreciate the support, but he's gonna have to chill with the stuff that's triggering people in that chat room. Why can't we just have a conversation and people can agree to disagree and respect each other and walk away from respect? So please, I unblocked them, but whatever's going on in that chat room has got to stop.
May I speak before I step out?
And we got my man Nappy Yankee coming in. Go ahead. I had to say that because I don't like a lot of drama in the chat room, and I'm not a drama channel. Go right ahead.
No, I appreciate that. In reference to Miss Faith, she exactly right. But again, like Mr. Information said, it's entertainment. A good 80% of it is. So if you coming in and you get drawn to it, then you're programmed, you're stuck, you're on that cog. So that's up to you how to get out of it. When you mentioned about the escort, yeah, same thing. And I don't want to throw a name out there because I'm not a big fan of them, but I take positivity, what little positive information you got, and I run with it. I don't take nothing negative. That's just how I live my life, especially with drama. I'll cut it out real quick. Fresh and Fit do the same thing. I have all the so-called bimbos, and they'll kick them off the shows, and that's how they got the numbers. You don't have to look at their analytics, but look at the numbers. They'll one day talk about credit and fitness, got the low numbers. But when you got the women and stuff coming on, and you got him doing the rah, very extreme than Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
It's just funny how everybody throw his name out, but not putting out these guys' name out. But they're almost at 1 million, and they're climbing, right? Back to the blocking. Definitely don't disagree with you that, because even on lower platforms, just the other day when he was allegedly been deleted in his passing, and people just running their mouth. And it was, again, multiple women, sadly to say, Black women of their platform. They got 20 plus K subscribers, the chat, plus the guests coming in, celebrating this man's demise, which is bonkers to me.
Right.
And the only question I asked was, do you have proof? And I got banned and deleted and timed out just for asking a simple, fair question. Back to somebody said, mention about speaking. I don't know about that. Mr. The gentleman that left, rumor of compelling. I apologize if I pronounced your name wrong. He had a cool radio voice though.
Commendable K.
Yes, thank you, Commendable K. He said, listening to YouTube, question mark, about the, he mentioned about the money and stuff like that. I would just ask, where's the proof? So when we open up our mouth, and I'm saying, let's say if I'm having a good conversation, information, man, then tomorrow I'm like, man, he just dusty. He just like he carried like 20K, 10K. How would I know that?
Well, we don't really know. We don't really know because right now I was going to show that picture of the woman that they said that he was with, but I'm hearing that woman that we saw in the picture that didn't really fit the measurements that he talks to women about, that may not have been the woman that he was with.
Well, I mean, that part is actually out. So she looked attractive to me. I mean, and again, beauty is the eye of beholder. So really,
eye of beholder. And just like his age, he was born March 13th, 1965. Everybody's got different ages, and what have you. There's a lot of this is the thing that does. I don't want to get into conspiracy here, but there's something that doesn't make sense. Even the incident report is very incomplete. So that's why I can understand why people will run to conspiracies and say, was he taken out? And this is what bothers me about the conspiracy, brother and sisters. Why is it that it seems like when people die, people just can't die anymore? It's got to be, the aliens came down and put some injections in you, and the Illuminati is after you, and everything like that. Why is it that the brother could have let's just say the brother met a woman, whatever was going on, and maybe the brother heart gave out on him. Maybe those Red Bull drinks that he drunk a lot, and I went over that, and brother Nappy Yankee went over that on his channel. Maybe those Red Bulls blew his heart out, blew him up. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he took Viagra. I don't know. But the point is, we know that he died of something
People
unusual.
have a hard time sticking to the facts, information man. That's the problem. We have a hard time sticking to the facts. But I do want to say this about the young lady. You have to also beware. There is a Kevin Samuels cleanup crew out here. And GM,
what do you mean by that?
But I am going to break it down. There's a Kevin Samuels cleanup.
You're breaking up.
Oh, broke it down on
you're breaking up a little bit,
his
Face
channel.
Factor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can
you were
you
breaking
hear
up.
me?
You were borging a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Make your points again, because we want to hear what you're saying. You're dropping a dime. You're going to drop a dime on us right here. And then I want to get my man Nappy Yankee on right after you. Go right ahead, sister.
Okay, there is a Kevin Samuels cleanup crew. And you have to be aware of the cleanup crew.
It's borging. It's borging. It's borging again, sister. Are you using your handheld device, or are you using a desktop computer?
I'm using my cell phone.
That's probably why it's doing that, because you're working off of Wi-Fi and it fluctuates and stuff. Yeah, that's probably why it's happening. Let's try it one more time. Hopefully it's clear now. Let's see.
Just turned the Wi-Fi off. Is that making any bit of difference?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Yep. Go right ahead.
Okay, what I was saying is there is a Kevin Samuels cleanup crew. You have to beware, because Grandmaster Troll, he broke this down on his channel. When a young man came up on his panel, he was saying that there's another profile of Hortensia, which is the lady that called 911. And it doesn't look like the first lady that everyone thought it was. Now, the first lady that everybody thought it was, that was the first Hortensia that everyone was able to find online. Then this second profile popped up on Facebook. And Grandmaster Troll went through the people that she was following, and it was mostly the men of the manosphere that support Kevin Samuels. So he put out there to beware of the Kevin Samuels cleanup crew, people that have a interest in this man's image staying intact. So he's putting out the hypothesis that they may have manufactured that second profile. So beware.
When you say manufactured the second profile,
A conspiracy to clean up a conspiracy.
okay,
Right. That's why I called it the Kevin
Bro,
Samuels
you
cleanup
can't
crew.
make this stuff up, man.
But now I'm not saying that it is a fact. But he did.
This is crazy.
See, information man, you know what? All right.
Hey, by your grace, man, get my final thoughts and I'll just dip.
Go ahead, brother. Because I got to go ahead, make your final thoughts, brother. Appreciate you coming over too.
Anytime, man. Well, I ain't gonna go to the notes no more. I just leave it like that. But again, because I heard two things: people coining his phrases. Get off of that. I can literally say whatever I want, and then I want. But I'm be respectful. If you go on the man's show and you see a little clip or one pretty much contradicts herself, and first she said the picture, then now she said she saw, then she quoted his words. So listen to what people say. That's all I'm gonna leave her with. That listen to what people say. If you don't like the message, bow gracefully. If you are successful in your relationship and you see other sisters that's in dire need, reach out to them.
Yes.
Stop hating on. I'm not saying nobody here. I'm speaking in general. Stop celebrating another person's demise. You're wasting so much energy of your time doing that. That is bananas. I get it. Media's out. It's out there. But also remember, it's brainwashing. It's controlling. Even back in the day when we had All My Children, God of Light, and Young and the Restless, what your grandmother used to do, sit her behind there and stare at TV and curse out Erica Kane all day long. Remember that. So now we got media and we're doing the same thing. Everybody got a YouTube just to be on YouTube. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Appreciate the panel. I love everybody's perspective out here. So I'll leave with that.
All right, brother B, looking out for a subscribership to your channel. I'll leave a message in your comment section. I'll be subscribing to you with maybe 3 of my channels. So be on the lookout for 3 different channels: the Information Man Show, Info Media Live, and Information Man Speaks Podcast.
All right,
so I'm gonna double it up with those 3. Now I appreciate you. Let me give you a clap. Thank you for being here. Oh no, that's not what I want. I want to give the brother the real clap here. There we go. All right, thank you. The Gray Pill Podcast has just left the building, and now the man I've been trying to get up here to talk, he's finally here. He's ready, and he's going to give us that radio voice. And here we go. Nappy Yankee.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Man, faith-based factor, you put down a lot. Oh, shit.
Nappy Yankee, what's going on, man? Your voice is not so radio. What's going on?
How is it? I'm talking through the phone now, so can you
Oh, that's why. That's why it sounds like that. Go ahead. We can still hear you. It's just not as radio as I was hoping, but go ahead.
Man, faith factor dropped a lot. I mean, if you see women coming out saying that they were paid to do this show, I mean, you're talking about the ultimate scandal. And I'm going to speak to a lot of the Samuelites tonight, and I'm going to probably hurt their feelings. But let's first shout out to that dude O'Shea for saying what he said about this being a cult. All right, because damn, I mean, some of y'all need to. Look. There's nothing worse than a grown ass middle-aged male groupie. And I seen a lot of these dudes online. You talk about Kevin Samuels, or not only him, Umar. Why are you talking about Kevin Samuels? Oh, and they do a whole live defending a dude they don't even know. You know what I'm saying? And it's wild to me the cult that this guy had. All right. Now, I never listened to Kevin Samuels that much. However, all right, I saw some of the viral cuts. And I see why he can be kind of problematic. I'm not celebrating his death. Let me throw that out there. I don't know him like that. I'm not going to celebrate dude's death. But I understand why women or there's some women out there who are savage, because let's just keep it a buck. You know, Cynthia G, she's like the polar opposite, and a lot of men would be doing the same thing if she did it. But you dropped that story today about what he said about the standard of beauty information, man. And man, I know he got other stuff like that, but now that just adds a little more light into why most of his followers drop very anti-black, and I'm not going to say the C word or nothing, but it just is what it is. Very anti-black talking points. All of them just like hate black people. One of the reasons why Kevin Samuel was so popular, one of the reasons why he was so liked, why people kept saying he was telling the truth, is because whenever you start bashing black people, right? And especially if you do it on a big platform, we seem to get a kick out of it. All right? It's the
Yes, sir.
It's the same thing that Cosby did. Cosby wasn't saying anything. Cosby ain't say shit. And we saved that man's career so many goddamn times, and he decided to bash us on a high platform and then not even apologize. And then when he gets hemmed up, we got to go in and try to help him. But they said, oh, Cosby would say, you got to listen to Cosby. I said, listen over what? It was the bashing of black people. What he said about beauty, that looked like Kim Kardashian. That's a white woman. So this dude, this is what people liked about this dude. And to show you how much people hated why this didn't do anything for black relationships, and why this highlighted our hatred for each other.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned, look, a lot of people said he was gay. There's a lot of suspect things he did online. I'm just going to keep it real. All right. I mean, there's just a lot of things that were very gay friendly that he did that was pointed out and highlighted and whatever. But what I found was what I found when people used to say, his followers used to say this, like, you would say, man, he says all this type of weird stuff that's hurtful and stuff, and they would say, I don't care if he's gay. Just think about it. So if it's proven that he is a full gay man, and he's qualified, he's the guy who's qualified to talk about the black family and male-female relationships, I'm not ever gonna have a problem if you're gay. But it's almost like, what you can get that from RuPaul there. You can get that from Billy Porter. All right. And you have mentioned that women were very always went up to speak to him. Well, he gave off a lot of feminine energy. And I think the reason why women had no problem speaking to him, because I don't know, it's kind of like, I mean, I'll just say it, almost like they're speaking to the guy who works in a beauty shop. You know, they just feel comfortable speaking. I'm just going to keep it a buck. Maybe that's why, but hold on. Why else would they go up and talk? Because if you've ever seen women in a beauty shop speaking to a gay man in a beauty shop, you know, the gay man he acts sassy and he tells him what Look, am I lying?
Yeah, no. Nappy Yankee, I grew up seeing that in the beauty shop, and you have the gay man in the beauty shop dropping the tea for the ladies.
Yeah.
I get you, and the women feel very comfortable talking to men who have that disposition, and they'll reveal all their little things that they won't tell maybe a heterosexual man.
Yes.
Now, maybe I'm wrong, ladies, but I've seen it growing up.
Yes. I mean, so I think that is why the women were up there. But the people who followed him, listen to him, very, very anti-black talking points. And Kevin Samuels, based on what he said there, and I'm sure there's other things out there, he just didn't live what he was spouting. All right. High value man, 120,000. This dude just finished paying off his child support last year. These are facts. He wasn't making this money 2 years ago. These are facts. They're just facts. So, and also, let me say this, and I'll let someone else talk. We don't know what the toxicology report says. All right.
Right.
We don't know yet. I heard a lot of stories, but let me deal with this one. There's a YouTuber that you and I both know, Brandon. Let's just say that. All right.
Yes.
So listen, one day me and Brandon were arguing over, of all people, Umar. We were like having a full live argument over Umar, right? So he was, so here's what happened. We were talking and we were going over people's sites. So he went over to my platform and he looked through, like I was like stalking Umar. He realized that I speak about a lot of other stuff besides Umar. So
yes.
He went down and he scrolled down and he saw that I did something on DMX. DMX had passed. And I said, see, I talk about people I like. And he immediately said, oh, you talked about a crackhead. Like right out his mouth, he called him a crackhead. Okay. I mean, Brandon, as you know, is conservative, whatever. But we know DMX, we know he had some demons, but immediately that's how you see him, as a crackhead. Now, I mentioned that because of this. He just finished deifying Kevin Samuels. I didn't listen to it, but I know exactly why he deified him. Now, if it in fact comes out that Kevin Samuels was on that, if he had something in his system that's similar to what's in X's system, you're going to call X a crackhead who, by the way, made more money than him and contributed a lot more to society than Kevin Samuels ever will. Because DMX never, ever promoted smoking crack. He never did that. All right. But here's the thing. If it comes out that this dude did, in fact, have fentanyl or cocaine in the system, DMX is a crackhead. What is he? What is Kevin Samuels then, if that's the case? And we've seen this before with these
let's
guys.
just say this.
Yeah.
Let's just say this. That's if they find out in the toxicology report that there was some other substances in there, then it does change. And I heard you talk about this on your channel. It does. Then the whole high value image that he put up for black men, it goes down into the wash. Because certainly high value men should not be engaging in stuff like that.
Of course not. But see, here's the thing though. It already has, because, people keep saying it's speculation. The woman he was with the lady of the night. Let's just keep met her a night before.
But Nappy Yankee, for the purpose of putting out the right information, do we have that confirmed? No.
Confirmed. It's all, you know what? It's all speculation. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to make your platform. I'm not going to do that.
Well, the reason why that's important to me, because I like to make sure that if we don't have the facts, that we let people know that these are speculations. These are things that we're hearing, because I don't want to put out information to people that is not based in, it's based in what we think is going on. I think let's just emphasize that it's what we may think is happening. But I do agree with you, brother, when you said on your channel, and I did bring it up tonight about the fentanyl problem in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I did bring up the fact of the drink, the Red Bull, just like you did.
Yeah.
And I did talk about, maybe he was having sex. I said maybe. And he was dropping those little pills that men take when they need to keep things, It could be a number of things. And then on top of the fact that he's at an age where all this stuff can be very bad for your heart.
Yep.
These are all factors that we have to take in account, and we'll see. Do you think the toxicology report will come out tomorrow?
I hope it does. I take that back. I'm not, but from everything that we know about this situation and his death, it doesn't look good. It's pointing towards something pretty ugly, and I think that a lot of stuff is going to come out. And also, let me say this too, because I always want to say this.
Yes, sir.
Listen, they call Kevin the Godfather. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Samuels stole a lot of his talking points from a guy named Obsidian. Okay, that's where he got most of his talking points. And to be fair, all right, listen, a lot of people out there who we admire actually steal stuff. I'm gonna say this: a lot of people don't want to say it. Jay-Z stole a lot of styles. All right, but he just managed to package it well. So Kevin Samuels stole a lot of his swag from Obsidian, and he packaged it a lot better.
But see, Nappy Yankee, I do agree with you. I was on panels with Kevin Samuels before he blew up, before he became this household name as we know it, and as far as YouTube is concerned. And he not only took stuff from people like Obsidian that you're talking about, but he was taking mental notes from everybody that he engaged with in the manosphere that were very well known, because he used to be on panels where he would talk into the late night. And so I think that Kevin Samuel's show was long in the making, meaning he was putting this show together way in advance. He was building something up behind the scenes to get himself to where he is. So it wasn't like he just came out of nowhere. No. I think he was calculating. He knew what he was doing. He understood, because I had a conversation with him one time where he kept saying, hey, he kept telling guys in the manosphere, you guys got to up your game. Do you know about analytics? Are you using certain things to improve your channel? Because he was cooking it up already.
Yeah. And by the way, narratives and dialogues. Listen, like I said, his followers said they didn't care if he was gay. They did not care. All right. So
they sure did.
They told you this. They didn't care if he was a homosexual. All right. Now, let me, what was I going to say again? Oh, yeah. This is what I was going to say. He took his talking points from Obsidian.
And Jason Black.
But hold on. They took their talking points from a guy by the name of Tom Likas. Information man. He's on the West Coast. I'm sure you probably heard of him. Tom Likas is
I've heard of him.
Man.
Yes, he is.
The manosphere was started by a white man, a scruffy looking white man. Not only that, a white man who was divorced 4 times. Nothing wrong with having a divorce. Okay. People have divorces and what have you. He had 4 ugly divorces, police involvement type of divorces. But this is the guy who we took our talking points from to save black male and female relationships. You know what I'm saying? So everything about it is just weirdo shit. And
look, I'm gonna channel Max World TV right now. What does he always say? Always think about where did a person come from? Who sent them? How'd they get their following so fast? Always think about that. Who are they? Where do they come from? Who sent them? What's the agenda? What's the social agenda? And who's behind them? And how do they get a following that quick and rapid?
Yeah, Kevin Samuels wasn't saying anything.
But hold on. Can I interject this real quick?
Yeah.
Information man, you also have to use that same logic with the content creators who also defend him. They have some sort of stake in preserving this man's image.
Well, the one thing I can say, Faith Factor, is that I think personally, because of the folks that I was around, I think some people felt that if Kevin Samuels makes it big, it's that old saying, if he can make it big, I can make it big. So I think they have an investment in him, or they had an investment in him, because they saw him taking the talking points to mainstream. And that if Kevin Samuel could break into the mainstream out of YouTube, that he would somehow bring the rest of them with him, and that their talking points, which were his talking points as well, would eventually get into the mainstream, and now they'll all blow up together. So the truth of the matter is, it's about, I'm going to say this to you, and I want you to get what I'm saying. They were all trying to get out of the chitlin circuit of YouTube.
Yes.
So it was like, okay. And that's why you had people, when they saw Kevin Samuels blow up, and they were saying things like, oh, he ain't doing nothing I can do. I can put candles on. I can put lighting on. Well, if you would have done it, you would have done it. But he did something that nobody else was doing, and he packaged it. And then some were saying, well, shit, maybe he going to take us with him. Maybe we going to get to the mountaintop and get ourselves out of this chitlin circuit.
Information, man. See, that's the thing. But see, here's the thing.
But here's the thing, though. He could not stand a lot of those men in the manosphere.
Bingo. Listen. They just had a manosphere type of convention down. Obsidian had it down in Atlanta. And that dude not only did he not show up, this is the internet. You could have done a live. You didn't even do that. None of the big manosphere people, not lead attorney, not him, they didn't show up there. They didn't even speak. You know what I'm saying? And this just goes down to Kevin Samuels' legacy. Listen, and let me say this, just to stick up for Kevin Samuels. I'm not. There's some noise I hear. I don't know who that is.
Oh,
Listen,
somebody need to mute their just mute themselves and it'll cut
yeah.
the sound out. Go ahead.
Listen, Kevin Samuels, right? First of all, the only thing I respect about that dude is his grind and his work ethic. That's something you can learn from. All right, his work ethic as well, and also stop doing these two rumors. Dude is not broke. You got 1 million followers, you're not broke. All right, dude was and I didn't do the counting. Someone else said it. I think O'Shea said it. Showed he was making like $50,000 to $80,000 in super chats alone. All right, these guys, he was making tons of money, and this was just on YouTube. Also making money on this.
But hold on, I have to stop you. I have to stop you because we got too many black men who made it big, who were millionaires, who went broke. Y'all forget about MC Hammer. Don't forget about MC Hammer.
Right. I know that.
Wait,
MC Hammer gave his money away. That's a bad excuse.
And Kevin Samuels was doing a lot of shopping with those Instagram models, so he was probably giving it away too.
Let me just end this right now. I lived in the Bay Area in Oakland. One of the reasons why MC Hammer went broke is when he bought that big ass house in the Fremont Hills of the East Bay. We got another sister here that's from Oakland. He gave his money away to help people in the community. And another mistake that he made is like this. It's very simple. If you got an uncle that's a barber, an uncle who has no business skills, you don't make your uncle who's the barber your accountant. You make him the damn barber. He kept making people in his family who didn't qualify to do certain things in life, and he gave them those jobs, and it went miserable. He invested in horse racing and brought horses, bad investment. Then he spent all that money on that house in the big hills in Fremont, California, that was not necessary. He had four stoves, 20 stoves, 30 rooms. He couldn't afford to pay it. He thought he was making Michael Jackson money, and he wasn't making Michael Jackson money.
And Kevin Samuels doesn't seem like the type of guy who's interested in the hood. Let's just keep it a buck.
Right.
Kevin Samuels is not that guy.
And MC Hammer also wasn't paying his taxes either.
He wasn't paying taxes. Thank you. He wasn't paying taxes.
Well, Kevin
he
Samuels
overextended himself.
Hold on a second. Well, Kevin Samuels did do a lot of borrowing. They have all types of information on him as far as his spending habits and his borrowing habits and getting things on credit.
Well,
so you can get, like Commendable K was trying to say earlier, you could get $30,000 in YouTube checks, but if you're spending it back in things that you got on credit, if you make $30,000 and spend $30,000, you're broke.
Okay,
right, because you got to put it back into your equipment, and we don't know. Like I said, we don't know what a person's overall expenses are. If you're going to live high in the hog in an apartment, a condo, the condo's costing money. Everything, all the luxuries that you're trying to put on for everybody costs money. And your overhead may be higher than what you're getting. Who knows?
Guys, like you said, it's gonna come
what about child support? You know, you shouldn't be talking about what kind of money a man got, and you know his kids ain't getting
right.
child support.
I mean, I don't really like pocket watching, but the bottom line is, it was said earlier in the show. We'll know what the deal is if the family says they need to do a fundraiser, right? I'm just saying, I'm going to say for the record right now, I hope the family doesn't have to do that. I hope that he had all of his affairs in order, that there was money put aside, whatever life insurance policies, so that he can get the funeral that he deserves for his family, for family can give him a good funeral, and that his daughter gets whatever proceeds that she should get. I hope all of his affairs were in order. Because if his affairs were not in order, then that means what? You're not high value. High value man does that.
It's another knock on his reputation. Like I said, I'm just going to stand in a position that I don't think he's broke. And also, folks, please, I know that there are women out there that hate Kevin Samuels. Can you not link him to dudes who, like, there's this one chick who did a video saying Kevin Samuels listener impregnated 13-year-old girl some years back and stuff. And
can you please stop saying we hate him? You give me a reason to like the man, please. Just give me a reason.
No. I'm not saying you can like him, but I'm not saying don't blame him for everything. I'm not a fan of his, but I'm not blaming him for everything.
I dislike him for his talking points.
Yeah, the shooter in New York City, that had nothing to do with Kevin Samuels. That dude was just an idiot.
Right. Let's just be,
So,
that guy, the guy that did that shooting in New York, that guy was already out there.
Gone.
He
Yeah,
had
so
nothing to do with no Kevin Samuels. So let's not put that out there.
But I will say,
Right. I don't hear any black women saying that either. So don't put that out there either.
No, there are other people. No, black. Let me just say, everything is going to come out in the wash. And I'm just going to sit and wait.
Okay. Wow.
I wanted to
I think.
and say,
Go ahead, because I'm. Go ahead and say what you got to say, sister. Because I got to put a crescendo on this.
So I just want to say, like, I was just thinking, no one wants to admit. I think, especially us culture as a people, that we've been scammed, right? So you brought out a really good point in terms of, and several people have made note to his ability to package and get his agenda across, right, for his own reasons. So I think when we hold on to things, and it's a very cult-like climate right now in popular culture and cults in general. Politicians, it's just cults, churches, religions everywhere, of putting other people's judgment ahead of our own divine onboard intelligence and common sense, right? It's almost like an addiction and a fixation we have to putting people on a pedestal who we don't know from a can of paint. We haven't lived with them, and there is almost no vetting process. There isn't a vetting process for people who we allow into our personal space. We open up our pocketbooks, we open up our psyches, we open up our reproductive organs to people who have not been vetted at all. This is adult men and women, and that's something for us to really take a look at. Also, someone brought up a point that perhaps allegedly some of the women that called in could have been paid. Now, one of the videos went viral, right? A young lady that was that allowed him to rate her. And when I saw that, I was so appalled. I would never allow him or anybody to rate me, period. You know, it takes a while for people, male and females, to come into your own sense of maturity and to know your own value. I would never have a conversation with a rude person or a respectful person. Why would I allow somebody who's abusive to rate? We could never have a conversation because you have nothing to offer me that is constructive. His talking points weren't original talking points, and it's not information. With a lot of these other cults and cult personalities, they're not giving us new information or stuff that we don't have access to, that we can't search on Google ourselves. Mm-hmm. So there's something to us wanting subconsciously to give our power to somebody else as if it's going to help us, when it's actually weakening us. It's not giving us, it's not driving our grit, our resolve. It's not making us more resourceful of what we have access to. So it would make sense if people, because if you look at some of these other cult personalities that are on YouTube, by now people have figured out their formula, where they have people in the chat that have paid them to give money inside the chat. And there have been a couple of people now we can observe go on each other's platforms. Like there's this one platform called Bigo that is like, oh my gosh.
Bigo's terrible.
It's so low vibe. But I researched the owner of the company. It's been owned, I think, by China and also Singapore. And I'm like, critical thinking, we never look to see how these platforms, none of this stuff is free. It's all monetized. All of our data is mined. So we're not on it. These are not free platforms, right? The technology costs a lot. So our critical thinking, sometimes we're so triggered by emotion. I think that it blinds us. And we're the people that should be the most strategic people on the planet right now, due to our position, not having a military, being economically in a situation that's ideal for educating our children, and so on. So we're so triggered emotionally that anybody can step up like McDonald's and be the next personality or pseudo messiah online. That's something for us to take a look at, because while it may make us temporary, it weakens us. It weakens us, and the children are watching. It's just not strategic.
That's why I brought up earlier that we have to clean up some of this mess, because our kids are watching. That's why I said that a lot of kids are getting their information from YouTube, and they're watching us, and we are sending this poison right into their minds so that this stuff can continue.
And the gaslighting, that's the other thing. It's the leap over to gaslighting. Right now, two terms that are more popular in popular culture, gaslighting and narcissism. I'm not a dumb person, but I didn't really know what that was. So now all these channels dedicated to narcissism and gaslighting, and now you can see the patterns. So now I can see when there are personalities, it could be a religious person, a politician, a Black person, I can see the patterns now of gaslighting. And one of his techniques that he gaslights big time, like gaslighting and projection to the extreme. And it's extremely triggering. I think it's re-traumatizing men and women. So while I felt, to be honest, I felt like Kevin Samuels, I felt like he took advantage of Black men. I felt like he exploited Black men and women, but in particular, Black men's insecurities, which all of us have insecurities and trauma. I think he really took advantage, and I don't think he spent more time focusing on people.
You mean Black women? You talk about he exploited Black men.
That's men. What I'm saying to you is, in terms
But she said that he exploited both.
I know
Black men
exactly
and
what
Black
she's saying.
I agree.
They're following him in a cult-like manner, where they're so triggered, their trauma and that needing a father figure is so triggered that it made them blind.
Yeah. So basically, I think I know what you're saying. Because his message resonated with what some of the men felt themselves, he was able to exploit that. He was able to leverage that and make money off of that and create this show because he knew that men would love what he was doing because he was actually doing exactly what men would like to do too. Get up there and tell women, you ain't this, you ain't that, and hit those little buttons and make that smack sound and all of that. So he was kind of feeding into the frenzy of an already made audience that already was frustrated, that was made up of male population of men who were not happy with women for whatever the reasons are. And at the same time, he exploited the women who called into the show to create what we call a circus, which everybody fed into. And at the end of the day, he got paid and he got all this attention and fame, and he got people that protect him and all of that. What's the difference between what Kevin Samuels did and what a preacher do in a church?
It's the same.
Nothing.
Here's the last thing I'm going to say before I
No. You wait. Did he just say a preacher? No, yes. I'm sorry, sir. It's not a preacher. It may be the same thing what Donald Trump is doing, but that's not what a preacher does. Because what a preacher does.
No, the reason why I'm saying this, my sister. The reason why I'm saying this, sister, because there are preachers out there that do take advantage of their congregation. I just did a video not too long ago about a preacher marrying an 18-year-old that they believe was that he groomed and was watching her since she was 14, 13 years old. So what I'm saying is you do have, not all preachers, let me just say that, some preachers who take advantage of their congregation. You got preachers who steal money from their congregations. Yep. This has been documented and reported. That's why I use that example.
There's a documentary online right now called The Pulpit Gangster. It's something you can see it for free on YouTube. And this is based on a true story. It's called Pulpit Gangster. And at this particular point right now, you can see it's a pattern, it's a technique, and it's a pattern of gaslighting, insecurities, and trauma. And this is something that keeps happening continuously.
Lions Den, I see you down there, brother. Just hang on when the time is right.
It's a cult, sis. You have not said anything wrong, but I do want to mention this real quick. With going with your gaslighting statement, Kevin Samuels has a video up right now. If you go to his page and type in "Black women should let men use them," that's one of his video titles. You can't get much plainer than that.
True, but
if
I may, real quick, and I need to get off because I actually have to get up at 3:00 in the morning and go to work. So, real quick, if I may, we as Black women need to listen to our men. If we listen to our men, then people like Kevin Samuels can't come along and seduce our men into whatever their narrative is. We need to listen to them.
What
We
if
need
your
to listen
man
to
listened
them.
to Kevin Samuels?
I can answer that because my husband did. I started listening to him because Kevin said his whole philosophy really did start having a negative effect on my marriage. And it was to the point where I wasn't exactly sure what to do. And then I started to listen to him, listen to what his grievances were. All my husband wanted me to do was listen to him. I really did have a bad habit of interrupting him, honestly. And that was my fault. I really did have that bad habit. And once I started to listen to him, that's all he wanted was somebody. He wanted to tell me about his day. He wanted to tell me about somebody at work that got on his nerves. It was literally just listening to him. If you listen to your man and be who you are, you can fight that negative narrative that people like Kevin Samuels put out. We do a lot of talking, but we don't do a lot of listening. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Amen.
And you know, sister, I was saying that we gotta start to listen to each other, and that can make a real big deal. I believe so. Let's see here. We've got a few other people because I'm going to close it out very soon. We got my man, Real Aaron Collins. We got Identity Withheld on here. Lions Den. I'm going to go with you, Lions Den, because I know that, brother, that you are waiting for some time. And I know you came back up on the panel. So what are your thoughts as we get ready to get close to conclusion? Because I'm tired as hell. I want to get out of this chair.
You and me both, brother. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna get out of here as well. I think the problem is that we don't listen to each other, and I think that is the only issue that we have. You know, and when the sister Rudy says that black women need to listen to black men, and we also need to listen to black women. It's a two-way street, and the thing is, I mean, we got people that's trying to feed the narrative of the division between black men and black women for years. And so the thing of it is now starting to get worse. But the thing of it is, if we don't listen to each other, if we don't respect each other, if we don't got each other's back, there is no community, period. And I'm done. I'm gone. Thanks, Info.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming over, and don't be a stranger. Lions Den, contact me, man. We need to do some content together like we used to do. Real Aaron Collins. As we get ready to close out now, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I came back up on the panel. Bottom line is, Kevin Samuels had what's known as the Pied Piper effect. I mean, he was charismatic. He had the gift of gab, and he knew how to use it. Basically, it was like with Kevin Samuels, you would probably think, did he really believe half the stuff he said, or was he like, I got these fools right in the palm of my hand. They're following everything. Because think about it. Even though he spoke to the Manosphere a lot, do you realize when the Manosphere had their meetup in Atlanta, which is Kevin Samuels' home city, they had it with the hope of him actually being there, and he ghosted. So it's like, I'm not trying to be at y'all's little meeting. I just want y'all to listen to me and give me all your money. I mean, and so. See, one thing I hear, this is an expression. It says conversation rules a nation. That is one thing that Kevin Samuels knew how to do. He had the gift of gab. The brother had a mouthpiece on him. Right. I'm not justifying everything he did because I was not a fan of Kevin Samuels. I'm not going to gloat over his death because, like you said earlier, Info, he was a woman's son. He was someone's father, someone's brother, someone's nephew, cousin, whatever. So, I mean, love him or hate him, he's not here anymore. And that's unfortunate. So
it is unfortunate, but there is something that we can learn, believe it or not. There is something that we can learn from Kevin Samuels. And when we really take the time to study how he rose to his success, how he was able. We can learn from this so that it does not, so that we do not become enchanted like this again. Right? We can learn from this as black men because he died potentially like a lot of black men are dying. Okay? So it goes to show you that it ain't really about these high value slogans. It's about making sure you take care of yourself. And if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be able to enjoy any of these spoils of your conquering or whatever you want to call it, right? We got to take care of our health. And he should really be alive. I mean, that to me, that's too young to be dying still.
56, yeah, he's 56 years old. One thing I've heard people saying, and I've seen it in the chat earlier, is that, so who's going to be the next one to replace Kevin Samuels? Well, instead of looking for someone to replace Kevin Samuels, why don't you, as a, not you, Info Man, but I'm talking about people as a content creator, why don't you be the next who you could be and do something beyond Kevin Samuels? Don't disrespect black men and black women. Do something that's going to better us, maybe better black YouTube, because as it stands, black YouTube is a hot mess. In the meantime, the white content creators, like you used to say, Info Man, they big each other up, they help each other's channels grow, and we still and we over here in this, and I hate this terminology, but the so-called black sector, we still engaged in this damn gender war, which has been going on.
It's called, I call it the chitlin circuit now. Right. Because people want to still be in the slop and you're not progressing your channels. I'm going to tell you right now, and people are not going to like this. If you're a YouTuber and your channel looks the same way it did when you started 5 years ago, whatever, and it hasn't progressed, you're not progressing. If you get on YouTube, you need to be progressing your channel, your look, your style, what you're doing. That's if you're on, if you're taking YouTube serious and you're trying to make a really serious content channel. But if you're on here for shits and giggle, okay, do what you're going to do. But you need to progress. And love Kevin Samuels or not, he understood that. And that's the one thing I remember being on a panel with him where he really took it serious. And when he tried to give advice to other people, nobody was really listening. But then when he blew up, everybody is saying, oh, man, I could do that. I could have did that. No, you couldn't have done that, because if you would have done it, you would have did it.
Yep.
So, and I'm going to say this too, before we end. As quiet as it's kept, there are people who are actually glad that Kevin Samuels is no longer here, because now they're saying to themselves, that Negro was cutting into my numbers. That Negro was cutting into my funds.
Facts.
That dude came in and took my crown away from me. I was the top this and that, right? So even though people are not going to come out and say that, as quiet as it's kept, there's some people that are happy that he's not here, because they feel that they can fill the void, and they feel that maybe their numbers will get better now. He then took money off of my plate. I'm going to tell it like it is. It's true.
Well, Infamous, interesting that you should say that, because actually I was listening to Tommy a few years ago. I mean, not a few years, but a few days ago, just checking out.
I was just thinking about Tommy.
And Tommy actually said out of his mouth, and I heard him say, he said, Kevin Samuel stole some of his material. I'm like, wait a minute. Someone stole something. Tommy even? I mean, this is like the most, he was Kevin Samuels before Kevin Samuels. I mean, anyone here know who Tommy, how he gets down. But I'm like, how you gonna steal from the king of controversy?
Right. But keep this in mind. Like I said, there are some people, they're not gonna come out and tell you, but there are some people that might be a little happy that he's gone, because they're looking at their numbers, they're looking at their analytics, and they're saying, damn, I might be able to pull this crowd over here if I start using a little bit of this. So we'll see how it all comes together. Identity with Hell, my brother, thank you for coming upstairs with us. What are your thoughts?
I appreciate you bringing me up so late. I know you have to go to sleep.
Nah, I ain't going to sleep. I want to lay on my ass and look at some Netflix and stuff like that.
I hear you. So I heard throughout the night that, we have this, and I think I said hello to everybody. I'm sorry. Hey, everybody on the panel and chat. I think this idea
that, and I keep calling it a Black Messiah, right? And follow me. Don't anybody out there, don't get ruffled. Just listen to me for a second.
Okay.
I think there is a tie to the Black church. I think that because it has to be a tie because of the way the movement, the way that following seems to latch on blindly, right? There's no questioning of anything that looks suspicious, anything that looks a little off. We should be able to critique each other constructively. But even that gets cut down when a certain following gets too big. You can't even touch the person. It's like, we have this propensity to allow slick talking individuals do damage that we don't even know. And I'm not saying Kevin Samuels was just doing damage. I don't know him that well. But we have this thing as far as I would call it a culture, right? Black culture, or just that group. We want that piece to be this lead, this let me latch on to you so I can just run blindly behind you. And then when that guy or woman or man falls, what's the question? Who's the next one up? Who's the next one up? It's like we have to have this piece in our life. And I don't know why, but you can't say it has nothing to do with how we do follow the Black church. It looks almost identical.
Right. I think the church has a lot to do with it. You can say that Kevin Samuels was like the preacher, the man we're going to follow, who's giving us the gospel that illuminates through our brain and our spirit and our mind. I mean, I know it sounds a little far-fetched, but there is that correlation because, let's be honest, Black people, especially in America, we are some of the most religiously oriented people. Yes. We grew up watching preachers, listening to that preacher cadence. So when someone talks with that cadence that's familiar to our ears, we gravitate towards it.
Yes.
If you notice people, whether it be on YouTube or whatever, who can draw a crowd, they got a really good good mouthpiece on them, and they're able to say things that hits at our emotional strains. They're able to, and Kevin Samuels, that was one of his talents, that he really could say things that resonated with a lot of Black men on these social medias that really felt the way. So that's why they ride for him. That's why they protect him, because he was their de facto spokesman. And they thought that he was going to take them to glory land, and they was going to ride into glory land with him.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly.
Just like a preacher who tells you you're going to go to heaven when you die. You just got to do these things. It's the same principle if you really think about it.
But you can only see that if you take a step back and see it for what it is, and not be so blind to just the rhetoric. Like, it's not disrespectful to ask questions of things you don't understand. And I'm a fan of that now, later in life, that, hey, I don't care who cuts me down. If I want to know, I'm going to ask, and I'm not being disrespectful. It just doesn't add up to me. And someone's going to have to walk me through the math, because I'm not understanding what you're writing down or what you're saying. And I'm not seeing it the way others are blindly seeing it. Mm-hmm. And I feel like until we address that part of us, that part of that desire, it's going to keep happening. And that's the scary part, because then there's no end to it. And then if there's no end to it, then it's not a surprise. We have, like, Black communities. We support whoever, wants to come in with a great story and really good dialect and just, hey, you're the next one. Let's latch.
I think in a lot of ways, some Black people, it's the Messiah complex that we have. We're looking for someone to lead us into the glory land. We're looking for a change, and we're looking for someone. It's just like when you look at Umar Johnson. A lot of people supported Umar Johnson or support him, even though it's taken a long time and no school has come about, because he's what does he have in common? A great orator. Mm-hmm. He says things that hit at your emotional strains. He's able to galvanize the females because he's saying he's going to help their Black boys, and they want a male figure to be there to help that Black boy. Now he's able to lace you with his credentials. I'm the greatest psychologist that ever lived. But yet I'm a school principal. I teach this, but yet I can't remember one footage that I've seen of him actually teaching kids as a principal. I do know that I've had people call me on my phone and send me emails and say, hey, there's a brother that's got a farming program that's working with our youth down here in the Fresno area or somewhere here. Get him on your show. Yeah, I want to get him on the show. There are people out here doing the work. And they not even running around talking about hit the damn Cash App. But they're the ones that we should give some Cash App to, because you can actually see them working with kids, and you can find out that they got a damn track record.
Right.
And so we get caught up in these, whether it be that guy Morrison talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma, why is it that black folks get on social media to scam other black folks? Oh, I got a real estate program for y'all. Oh, I can teach you how to be rich. Why is it that black folks use social media to scam their own people?
Because it's easy.
I hate to answer that, but it's almost like because we allow it. We
believe in each other, right? Because we figure, well, white folks gonna do us wrong, so I should be able to trust my own. But it's getting to the point, brothers and sisters, I can't believe them. I hate to say this. Sometimes I feel that somebody said this before on this channel. Sometimes our own people are becoming our worst enemies.
Mm-hmm. I've said that before, and it makes a lot of sense too. And for man, we have become our own worst enemy. It's unfortunate because so many of us have been so used to being oppressed that we've actually taken on the mindset and the behavior of the oppressor. Basically, we've become the thing that we hate.
Stockholm syndrome.
Exactly. And some of us don't even know it. And like you just said, it's like, well, white folks have been disrespecting me, so I may as well do it to my own people and stuff. I mean, it'd be better for me to do it than have them do it. That's basically some of us think. Hey, at least you're being scammed by me. I mean, that is a twisted and sick mindset to have.
But it's almost like we need to have a level of constructive criticism and be allowed to speak it without being cut because of a difference of opinion. Like we're all not going to agree, right? That's not that's a utopia. I'm not speaking to that. But there has to be somebody in the crowd that's saying, "Wait a minute, this one doesn't smell right." And not have the community attack that person because he's not aligned. And that's the norm. That one or two or three that pop up and say, wait, maybe we shouldn't go down this dark alley, and then the crowd is like, no, he said it's good, then it's good.
Right. Let me I know my big man, who's great support tonight you gave me, brother. I really appreciate that again. Big man made some good points, and it was something that I was thinking about. I know we've said this before, but I just want to emphasize this. Kevin Samuels did not force black women or even men who called him in the beginning when he was focusing on men. He did not force anyone to call in and take whatever tongue lashing that he was going to dish out. Women called in either because they wanted to troll him or they, like you said earlier, that some of them liked him. Some of them wanted legitimate advice. For a whole lunch. Maybe some women called in because they wanted to be a part of the show. They were watching it. They saw it was exciting. And they said, you know what? Let me get my 15 minutes of fame and say that I talked to Kevin Samuels and went at him. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, to the sisters out there, if you don't like what a man is saying to you, or you don't like what he's doing and how he's talking to women, don't call into a show and try to dialogue with him. Especially if you know what his motive of operation is. Don't do it.
Great advice.
I just think if you don't like what he's doing and what he's about, turn it off. Like for me, I turned his channel off. I stopped watching it. I got to the point where it was, how YouTube works. If you stop watching somebody and you don't go to their channel at all, their channel is going to fall out of your algorithm, meaning when you go to your desktop or go on your phone, you're never going to see the impression of their thumbnail anymore. It's going to start to go away because you're looking at other content. That's another little insight. If the more you look at certain content, the more it's sent to you.
Or you could hit not interested.
And you can hit not interested. But if you keep watching certain content on YouTube, YouTube is going to keep sending it to you. So obviously everybody that was watching Kevin Samuels, every time they cracked open their phones and their desktops and laptops, his thumbnails kept popping up. So it was temptation right in your face. Like, you got to click it because maybe he going to get ready to roast somebody. And I want to be there to say, I witnessed him roast somebody.
Yeah, I would add something to information, man. One thing we gotta keep in mind, the algorithm you mentioned,
Yes, sir.
like with YouTube, whenever black men or women or black people are talked down to in a negative light,
Yes, sir.
the algorithm gets happy. It's programmed. It's racist programming. And there was a video a black content creator made about TikTok. When he brought up some like social issue things, either got shadow banned or blocked or something. But you bring up something black or whatever, and the algorithm gets all excited and happy and shit.
Right.
So you got to remember when you go on these platforms, the people who's programming these algorithms, they're racist as fuck.
Right. But brother, I know how this works. I've witnessed a few things. Let me just give you a quick summary. I did a video where I had the reparations in California. I thought for sure the video, because my channel's monetized. I thought for sure that it would be monetized. YouTube gave me the little yellow logo saying not to be monetized. And I said to myself, there was no cussing on this program. There was no this or that. Why would they monetize content that did not, because we were talking black empowerment and reparations and all of that. But then I could do another video where there was a little bit more cussing and they monetized it. And I said to myself, now that doesn't make no sense. Then I've been on channels, late night talk show, panels like this, where as soon as people start arguing and using the N-word and calling people a bag, a B, and all this other stuff, all of a sudden the algorithms are cranking and the views are shooting up. And I said to myself, now, why would YouTube do that? Why would YouTube's algorithms work that way, that when there's argument and there's drama, the numbers start to increase? What are they doing to that video? Are they pushing it out there for people to find that video because it's drama? Is it that they want us to do this to each other? And then you do a video that has none of the nonsense, and some kind of way you didn't get that video can't be monetized, and you're saying to yourself, well, I didn't cuss in this video. Yeah. Oh, that's why I didn't get it, because I'm talking black empowerment and I'm talking black people come together.
YouTube has a vested interest in our destruction and in our demise. But the minute you start talking something real, you get shadow banned, because when you put the truth out, man, think about it. Every major black movement, it's a pattern. Anytime there's been a major black movement, whether it's virtual or in the real streets, there's always been a thwarted and concentrated effort to stop it. That's why so many of our leaders have been assassinated. That's why they put these puppet leaders up for us to follow, say, this is who you need to be following.
Right. Now, I know that the minute this was about Kevin Samuels today, or, I know that the YouTube algorithms is going to push it because it's the big story right now, right? So it's going to push this. Now, if I come back next week and interview somebody about finances or something that really is tangible for us as a people versus this story, the algorithm is going to say, to hell with your information, man. We going to crank it out real little. The hell with your views. The hell with everything. We're going to make sure that none of your people get it.
I want to put out there, information, man. Are you sure it's the algorithm, or is it that people are sharing the dysfunction videos more than they are?
I think if I, like last week, I interviewed a brother about, creating what we should be doing now, have a life insurance policy, right? Financial fitness, right? It's getting views. I'm not going to sit up here and say my channel doesn't get views, because I get my views, the most views after my streams are over. But I notice the more educational stuff that I do, the less views it normally gets. The YouTube's not promoting it. You know why I know this? Because I can look at my analytics and see how YouTube is pushing it right now. This video tonight, hell yeah, they're going to push it because it's a hot topic. A lot of people came out, which I do appreciate that. So this video will be pushed through the algorithms.
And not
and
to
it will.
mention YouTube. I was going to say that YouTube knows that a lot of black people, a lot of us love to migrate to the train wreck and not school.
With that
right.
said, and I think the sister mentioned earlier, I apologize, I don't know who said it, but I understand we're saying algorithm, right? But we have to own the fact that the algorithm is reacting to people wanting to see it.
Right.
If there is some level of effort to not want to see it, which again, this is one of those utopias, but I'm just speaking it as what it is. We have to own a piece of that and not just say, oh, the algorithm's doing that. No, the algorithm knows that you want to see this and
Right.
it's going to push it to you.
And the algorithm, is literally
programmed by the people who watch
right.
it. That's
right. The
I don't think
algorithm
it's
is
just
actually the people.
algorithm. It's
Like
the
this is
people.
right. This is the hot topic. So obviously this will get more shares, which will bring it more views.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah, right. I was going to reinforce what you said. You are absolutely right. It's whether people share it. Faith factor is 100% right on that. And now if I come back faith factor and do something different next week that may not be as exciting, then obviously people are not going to share it as much and they're not going to get pushed through the algorithm. That's just how YouTube works. That's just the facts. Right? But I'm not going to let the algorithm still change my integrity as a content creator. I'm still going to do the things that I still do because I believe in the end that some of us are going to win at this YouTube thing as YouTube begins to eliminate the nonsense. It's coming. They're going to have to because it's about economic bottom line. Yep. So if you just stay consistent at what you do and stay away from the nonsense as much as you can, you're going to win in the end, even if you're petering very slowly along.
Info man, let me tell you, and I'm dead honest right now. Even though I'm not able to actually catch your show live sometimes.
Yes, sir.
If I know I'm not even on my phone, I do leave it up. Even though I'm not listening.
Oh, brother, I didn't know that, man. I appreciate it. Man, shit, I didn't know that.
I'll catch it on the replay later because I know, my phone's just sitting there and I got unlimited data. Who's it going to hurt, right?
Right.
So, but I know who's it going to help. So that's the idea. So
I do the same thing too.
Content creators like, hey, I'm not watching there, but I will catch the replay. But you're going to get at least 2 out of me, right?
Yeah.
I
do the same thing, brother. Sometimes, when Nappy Yankees on or someone's on, sometimes when I may not be in the chat room, but I'll have it on my phone, my computer, and I might be doing something in the house. I might be cooking, and then I'm listening from afar. But I do that all the time. And I try to, and if I can't watch the whole video, I at least come in and give it a like and listen to a little bit of it. And then maybe I'll go back. Another thing I was saying that you caught me on my other channel. If you go into your analytics and look at your retention on a video, if you see little pyramid shapes in the lines, that means that people are coming back to your video and rewatching something. That's a good sign for you on your channel, that people are actually coming back and rewinding things back and wanting to watch something again. The analytics will show you that that's actually good for your channel. Okay. Very good. Because it shows what? Engagement in the content.
Well, keep doing what you're doing, Info Man.
I'm going to keep trying to do what I do, brother.
Even though it may, some of the topics I know may not be as sexy as like fighting in the street or something, but keep doing your thing, man.
Every now and then I'm going to do topics like this, and every now and then I'm going to do the educational topic. I'm going to still give you a little bit of, that's why it's information. I'm going to give you a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Nappy Yankee, keep doing what you're doing. By the way, before we go here, let everybody know where they can find your channels so that people that are here can follow you.
Okay, I'll jump in, jump out real quick. Identity Withheld, same name as the channel. Come check me out. I am a little lax on the videos. Life kind of caught up to me a little bit, but I am going to get back to doing what I do, which is a mixed bag. I'm trying to focus a lot more on the positive side of YouTube, even though I entered in the dark streets. So, with Nappy Yankees' help, I'm going to get out of that dark hole. But yeah, come check me out. Identity Withheld.
All right, my brother. Sounds good to me. Let's go to Faith Factor. All right, my sister, let everybody know where they can find you.
All right, well, you can find me at The Faith Factor. And my channel speaks about community issues with an emphasis on Black woman empowerment, because I do love Black women. Mm-hmm. And it's a forum where both Black men and Black women can come, much like the one that Information Man has, and pretty much talk to each other in a respectful manner. All views are welcome. So please make sure that you check out myself and Reaction Satisfaction.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Love it. Love it. All right, my man, Nappy Yankee. We know that you be going live quite a bit during the week and at night and all. Man, you be going live at all different times of the day and just be breaking stuff down. Let everybody know where they can find you.
Just type in Nappy Yankee. Yes, I am working on that to get more disciplined and organized so I'd have set shows. I think that will help to make the channel grow. And also I'm just working on producing myself. But I talk about all types of stuff there that are relevant. And yes, what you just spoke about, the important stuff doesn't get as many views. But I think that as you grow, eventually people are you'll be surprised what you'll latch onto and what will eventually get you viral. So just keep grinding. I talk about everything over there that's relevant. I don't get into, fake gossip. I just try to confirm everything and try to give the news, and we can sit and talk about it. So yeah, we speak on everything. Just type in Nappy Yankee and you'll find me, man. And thanks
all right, man.
For the information, man.
Right. Everybody definitely check out Nappy Yankee, Faith After, my man Identity Withheld. They do great content. Let's go over to Real Aaron Collins. Now, Aaron Collins, you're out in the Los Angeles area. You've done some work in Hollywood and things of that nature. And I think you have a YouTube channel. Are you on a hiatus with your channel, or are you going to try to get things up and running over there?
Yeah, I'm going to eventually get back on there. I have been taking a break. And yes, I am in LA. Basically, right now, I'm in Chicago right now. I'm taking care of some personal business in Chicago. But yeah, I'm going to get back on there doing uploads and live streams. My channel, basically, I talk about Black issues, and sometimes I even do movie reviews because, once again, like Info Man just said, I do work in the entertainment industry, and I have done some stuff in Hollywood as well. But the one thing I do believe in is positive media. It's not enough positive images about us. But instead of waiting on them to do it, we need to, like I said, be the change we're looking for. We need to put these images out there and show us in the light that we want to show us in. But yeah, I appreciate this. Info Man, this is definitely one for the ages, bro. You've been on. This is the longest thing stream.
Yeah, man, it's 6. I've been on for 6 hours and 44 minutes and 5. Man, I'm not gonna do this again.
The first time I was on this panel, Info Man, I was literally out at a restaurant with my family.
Right.
We had dinner, and then I came back on. You still here?
I think the longest one I did before was the one I did about R. Kelly. That one was like an 8 hour. So this actually technically isn't the longest one yet because I did an 8 hour. This is 6 hours now. So this may not be the longest one I've done, but I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let me go over to back to the basics. And thank you for being patient. I know you were sitting back, listening to everybody. You've been a big supporter of mine. And we talk behind the scenes. And I know you've gone through some personal things in your life with your family. And today, this being Mother's Day, has got to be very heavy on your heart. But how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. My mom is doing well. She was 59 when she passed suddenly. And I just know where she is and that she's rejoicing and that she's singing and that she's no longer down here. So, but yeah, I called a few people, wished them happy Mother's Day. Like I said, I'm sure I'm going to have, shed a few tears now and then. But the Most High, he's doing the work. So he's mending my broken heart because she's no longer here physically. But I will say the channel's on a hiatus. Season 1, I was just hitting the live button and singing and doing some things. Season 2 and 3. Season 3 is very serious. I didn't complete season 3, but if people are interested, season 2 and Back to the Basics brief. So Back to the Basics brief, I was breaking down some news. And just challenging certain narratives out there. And of course, I was within the YouTube community guidelines, because you know how that is.
Well,
And
make sure you check out the Info Media Live, because I'm dropping a lot of gems over there that will help those of you who are trying to, reboot your channels or restart a channel, what have you, there's some things that will be helpful that if you implement can help your channel, especially when it comes for your channel being discoverable on YouTube.
Yes.
That's what I do on it. That's what I'm doing on Info Media Live. It's a content strategy channel. And I suggest everybody, I would hope everyone would subscribe, because you're going to see a lot of stuff that you don't know behind the scenes, how we go about doing the content. I'm going to talk about microphones, equipment reviews, everything that will help you. And even talk about how you can still create a great YouTube channel, even if you don't want to show yourself. For people out there who don't want to show themselves, there's things that you can do. But this is the best time to be on these social media platforms. It's only going to get bigger and stronger. Why not get involved in it now before you say to yourself, oh, I wish I would have did this and that back then.
I agree. And I'll just say, it's unfortunate with the passing of Kevin Samuels. I'll say that I know I've recently lost my mother. It just encourages me to live a better life, to do better. And we need healing in our community. And as far as a leader, the best, all you got to do is look in the mirror to find, as far as who the leader is, as far as just look inside yourself. But just peace and blessings to all that are out there.
I want to say to the ladies, all that are mothers, I want to say you all deserve to be recognized, to be loved as mothers. Mothers are very important to the development of a child. We always say that young males do need fathers in their life, but they also need a mother in their life as well. And so we should not discount the importance of family and what mothers mean to us, as well as our fathers as well. Ladies out there who have sons, if your son does not have, for whatever the reasons are, their father in their life or some appropriate male figure, because not all males are appropriate, get them involved in a rites of passage program. Seek out organizations that engage in mentorship. Seek out programs. In my organization, we have what we call Alpha Academies, or we have a program called Alpha Academies. Seek out some of these organizations out here who have programs that can work with your son. Seek out opportunities in your community if you have them. Because we always throw this word around, it takes a village to raise a child. Why don't we get back to that concept? I grew up at a time when not only my mom raised me, my father, but I was raised by a community. I can truly say that. Big Mama raised me. Down to the old men in the garage playing checkers and chess and drinking on Johnny Walker Red. To even back in the day, we even had the bums. We called them bums. Even the bums would raise you. If you would get caught not going to school, even the bums would say, boy, what you doing out here not in school? You want to be a bum like me? That's what they would say to you. Even the damn bums would tell you what you doing out of school. Even the pimps and the hustlers on the streets would tell you, just like you would see in those biopics in the 70s. What was that movie? You had the Mac. He said, be anything. Be a lawyer, be a doctor. Don't be what I'm doing. We actually did have hustlers that would tell you not to do what they were doing, because we were on code even back when we still had hustlers. Now we're not on code. We'll have hustlers that'll try to prey on your kids. I remember growing up, we had hustlers that would say, you go to school. They would say to you, I never want to see you in this neighborhood again. I never want to see you with a joint in your hand, boy. I know who your mama is. This is real talk. That's how I grew up. That's the kind of neighborhood I grew up in, where the hustlers would tell you they're going to tell your mama.
Man,
Real Aaron Collins, you from Chicago, brother. Do you remember the hustlers talking like that at one point in time when when the hustlers were on code?
Oh yeah, even like you even had the gangs that would be like, hold on, the gangs will see you in like one of their spots. They'd be like, yeah, well, hold one of the OGs, but yo, hold on, y'all hold that down. What to get this young stuff out of here? Say, man, what you doing in here with us? You need to go home. Getting through. I mean, that's what they would be like. Matter of fact, you know what you said, man, remind me of this rapper named Pliers. Now Pliers, he's
Yeah,
got some pretty
I know
raw.
who Price is. I'm familiar with him.
So Pliers actually stopped a show of his because he saw a kid in there. He told him, "No, I'm not gonna do this show until y'all get this kid up out of here. I'm gonna refund y'all money, but y'all got to go." And I'm like, I respect that. I can respect that.
Wow. Well, we have the lovely Tawana. You've been in the chat room coming in and out. I didn't get a chance to really shout you out. And we have another sister, Yalfi is in there. I'm going to be doing some advertisement for her. I'm going to mod her up. Yalfi, I know I'm not saying that name right. I just modded you up, sister. We had a conversation this weekend, and I'll be doing some advertisement for your products on the channel. And I'm looking forward to it. And I think this is what it's about, Black people working together. But Tawana, I want to say that I brought you up because I want people to subscribe to your channel. I want people to support you because you do great content. You have a great channel. You're a very positive sister. And I've got nothing, I've always got nothing but great respect from you. And I want people in the chat room to definitely subscribe to Tawana's channel. And I want you, Tawana, to tell people where they can find you and what your channel is all about.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my channel.
Wait a minute. Make some more adjustments to your mic because it is kind of fadey now that I think about it.
How about now? Not good?
Yeah.
Okay. So my channel name, 20 That Vlog. You can find me there. It's the only channel I have right now. I'm thinking about a second channel, but don't hold me to that. And yeah, I do a lot of different topics. I focus on women's mental health and our Black women's society. A lot of times I do inspirational talks. I do story time.
I think your mic is kind of fading. I don't know if people can really hear you that clearly. Are you hearing her clearly? If you can hear her clearly, put a 1 in the chat room. If you can't, put a 2. Say something again.
Yeah, my mic is crazy. How about now? Is that better?
Yes, a little bit. What kind of mic are you using?
I'm just using a headset right now because
that's what it. Oh, you're on your head. Okay, that explains everything. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I'm not in the studio. I was laying down chilling because you've been on 7 hours.
Yeah, I'm about to get my butt off of here and eat something and look at some Netflix in a little bit. And you know what? I'm gonna be talking about this on the other channel, Tawana, about repurposing your content. I may need to slice this up into little different parts or something because I may slice this up a little bit. Little pieces of it, not the whole video, but and repurpose a portion of it where people weren't here to hear. I'll see what I'll do. But let me ask you this question. You are familiar with Kevin Samuels. I don't praise or happy to see anybody pass away by any means. But just before we get out of here, what were your impressions of him?
I mean, really, I did not listen to this guy at all, but I did catch a couple of his podcasts. To be honest with you, I wasn't impressed because of his presentation. It was his deliverance and how he talked to people that turned me off. Now, some of the things I would agree with, but then at the same time, don't talk to people in a negative manner because it turns people off. So, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to reach the masses, and a lot of people tuned into him because they hated him. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody that tuned in to Kevin Samuels loved him. A lot of people tuned in to troll him, to, defend, other people. They didn't tune in because they were, rooting for him. And I don't ever want that type of platform. And I can't imagine, somebody being okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't please everybody, but don't try to intimidate people into, believing your system, your thought process. Like, I
Okay.
just feel like that was cool. So I wasn't a fan. I hate that he's gone. It's a life loss, but at the same time, I
Mm-hmm.
just am a fan of his while he was here.
Okay. Black Voltron Reloaded. It's great to see you over here. You're doing a great job. Queen, I know all the mods, you have done a great job today, and I thank you. Brenda King, I've been watching you in the chat. You've been rocking with the show like from the very beginning. Everybody that's been still rocking us with us, I want to say thank you, man. I'm very. It makes me feel good that you're engaged by the content, you're engaged by the conversation, and obviously you're engaged because the situation with Kevin Samuels is a big story. So I thank you. But now I got to ask you this question, Tawana.
Mm-hmm.
And this is for everybody in the chat room as well. Do you think if Kevin Samuels had a very polite show where he sort of held everybody's hand and he did not say, get the hell off of my show, boom. And he did not have special effects where he had this slapping sound effect or this, the music playing and the candles and the whole production that he put on. If Kevin Samuels was just this regular, I understand you and I want you to win, sister. And I know you can get a high value. If he kind of did that, do you think he would have got all those views and blown up on YouTube like he did? Let's be honest.
That wasn't his persona. His character online was to be, this hard guy, and he had to look the part and he had to sound the part. He had to play the part. And to be honest, we don't know who this guy was outside of the internet. If you listen to his podcast, wherever he was, iTunes, whatever, you listen to him on, YouTube, that was his persona. He knew how to capture an audience, whether you loved him or hated him. His thing was a check. It wasn't really about us. It wasn't really about helping us. It was about, this is my gig, this is my job, and this is what I have to do. And once he found out that it caught on, like so many other YouTubers, hey, I got a niche. I got something here,
Okay.
And
yeah.
look up.
Let me bring this up to your attention. I think this is a very interesting point that this person is making. Are you familiar with Rebecca Lynn Pope? This is a black woman who was sort of like Kevin Samuels. She's giving black women dating advice. And it was brought out there. And she's well known. I think she's married. She's a very pleasant lady, by the way. And Rebecca Olivia Pope, she said, Lynn Pope said, she tried to tell black women that they had unrealistic standards, and she gave up because they would not listen to her. She literally gave up the whole business of giving women dating advice, particularly black women. And her position is that black women had unrealistic expectations. Now, of course, that's not all black women, so we don't want to generalize it as all black women, but I kind of thought that was telling because this came from another woman who's very well known that was giving black women advice. And I think this is something that a lot of the brothers gravitated towards, like Kevin Samuels. He would often quote her, and they would use that to be able to say, hey, even Miss Rebecca Pope said that y'all have unrealistic expectations. This is some of the things that people will use to make their argument. What do you think about that?
I know who Rebecca Lynn Pope is.
Rebecca Lynn Pope, yeah.
I know who she is.
I don't know. But in listening to what you just said, okay, the thing is, somebody in the audience just said she's boring. Queen said she was boring. So don't give up if that's what you really want to do. When I'm giving like relationship advice, I make it relatable. I talk about my divorce. I talk about the things I could have done, different, or could have done better, or could have just done. I think about the things that, didn't work for me in a relationship, and I put it in my journal, and then I come back and talk about it to see what the ladies and men in my audience have to think about it. And, it gives insight to not just me, but to other people. It's like, oh, so it's in your delivery, and everybody is different. Everybody
Yes.
doesn't have to be, a hard ass like, Kevin Samuels. You be yourself, and then the get you will gravitate towards you.
Right. Do you believe that men and women, we both have the right to have the expectations that we want, or are we both unrealistic?
Is that for anybody to answer?
That's anybody, but I you can answer it, real Aaron Collins, but I kind of wanted to get Tawana's perspective, but you can answer too, brother. No, certainly.
Yeah, go ahead, sister.
And as well as back to the basics. Before I get out of here, I just can't get out of this stream. I just keep getting sucked into it more.
I don't think there's anything wrong with standards.
Go ahead.
You did a good thing tonight. You did a good thing. It's a great stream. Yeah. And these conversations are needed. You know what I'm saying? I feel like for me, I have standards. I have a list. I listen to my mom. My mom and dad have been married for 34 years. And I've listened to them. I've watched their, relationship, and it's quite different. A lot of us in our family are ministers, and we work in ministry, and it's coming from a Christian home. It's really different. Now, that's not her first marriage. She didn't, when she got married first, her thing is, I really didn't have, I didn't know what I wanted. So she had to learn, these are the things that are deal breakers. These are the things that I like. These are the things that I don't like. These are the things that I won't tolerate. And so once you know who you are and you know what you want, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. And stick to it, because if you settle, that's when you go wrong. When you settle, you don't ever want to settle for less or just be content and unhappy.
Right.
That's that. Absolutely.
What else could I say?
Well, I'm interested to hear what the real Aaron has to say and back to basics.
Well, I'm just saying, like, for me, right now I'm pending a divorce. So like I said, it didn't work out. I'm not even worried about it. But I'll say this. No, you don't even understand. I talked to 30.
Well, I've been down that road before. I mean, I got divorced some years ago, and a divorce is not I wouldn't wish of a divorce on my worst enemy.
No,
it's very emotional when you're with someone for many years. You have children together, you have finances together, and you have property tied up. It's a change in your life, and you have to figure out ways to adjust to the change and cope with a breakup like that, of that nature.
Yeah.
The most not graceful. It's hard. It's real. Divorce is hard, but you can bounce back from it. I mean, my divorce was horrible.
But like I said, I'm around. I said, no, he got to be a righteous man. I can't be. We got to do something. Counseling. The earth better move. The sky, something.
Yeah, you can bounce back with time. With time, you can bounce back, but you gotta. I think the main thing people got to do is they got to love themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
So no matter what someone on YouTube tells you, guru or whatever someone's trying to give you advice on, you still have to love yourself, no matter what feedback you get from someone that you may not like the feedback. You still have to love yourself and be true to yourself. And that's the most important thing, because if you love yourself, no one else is going to love you. And that's going to give you inspiration to get off your butt and do what it is that you need to do for yourself. I'm not saying that it's not good to have people that are motivational speakers. To me personally, I would rather listen to someone like Les Brown, for example, who is a proven motivational speaker, than some jack of all trades on YouTube.
Right. And there are some great motivational speakers, on YouTube and on the internet. But
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. There are people.
like
There
some
are
experience.
right.
Like
There are.
use your life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Use your life as your experiences to let me know you've been through this and you know what you're talking about.
Right. And let me correct something, because there are people on YouTube who are giving inspirational talk, and they are helping people. So I want to correct what I said. There are people on YouTube that can definitely give you help. Just make sure that they don't have your scam radars on. Make sure that they don't. There's certain things that people do that's a blueprint of that they're scamish. And then there are people that are motivational speakers that give you good information, but they're not scamish. They sell you a service.
Right.
They tell you what their prices are. They provide you the service. It's up to you to take the service, but they give you a great service. And then there are those who just try to scam you and give you nothing.
Right.
So just be aware that you're going to have those people that you run into who do the scamming. And then you got people on YouTube who actually provide you a real service. They're out there if you can find them. But it seems like to me, like the YouTube algorithms always has a way of finding you, bringing scammers to you. I don't know what it is.
Hey, it's all in entertainment. It's a dollar. Look, it's the engagement. People love to see stupid stuff.
Well, that's why TikTok is very popular. It's actually
very popular.
TikTok is actually putting a dent in YouTube, and people don't even realize that more young people are focusing on TikTok than they are. When I look at I don't know what your demographics are. I mean, your analytics are, but when I look at my analytics and I see who's watching me, I got a small percentage of people that are 18 through 20, small percentage. It may be because the conversation we have is not what they're into, right?
Yeah.
They want to look at the gaming channels. They want to look at the sensational other things, right? But I also think that that's because a lot of younger people are on TikTok. TikTok, you can go live on TikTok now. And they're using that other one called Bigo, which is really kind of nasty. I think a lot of the younger people are over there.
Oh, yeah,
more so than YouTube. And that's why when you look at your analytics, you don't have as many younger people watching you. Now, Tawana, do you have what's the youngest demographic are you getting on your channel?
18.
Oh, so you're getting 18? That's what it tells you. I mean, no, that's what it tells you in your analytics that you got. But is it a large number of 18 through 24?
Yeah, 18 through 34. And then I have another large group that is how is it, like 50 something, 54 through 65.
Yeah, mine is like 35 to 45 and 50 and a little bit of 20 here and there.
I'm just now starting to use TikTok, so I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you can grow on TikTok when you put out, entertaining content. You can even grow if you're putting out news content. It's just the way you present it. I haven't put enough time into TikTok to blow my TikTok channel up. So I have about 139 people following me over there, but I don't be on TikTok enough for it to go anywhere right now.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot to blow up on TikTok. When you get 1,000 followers or whatever they call it on TikTok, then you can go live or whatever. And a lot of people are up, in the middle of the night. And then you mentioned Bigo. A lot of the LGBTQ community use Bigo.
But they're literally, people are literally undressing themselves over there.
I'm gonna say something, but I stopped watching Bigo. I deleted my account because I couldn't make out who was who. And
okay, I see what you're
probably
saying.
know what I'm talking. Okay,
yeah, I know what you're saying. Mhm.
There's a new app that's kind of like Bigo. It's a little bit more user friendly. It's called Culture.
Yeah, I just left them last week.
Culture, I never heard of it.
Culture is really nice. It's really clean. There are a lot of people on there with real content, but
Culture?
The Culture.
P-O-C-O-C-H.
Wait a minute. Spell it again. I'm gonna check it out.
P-O-C-O.
P-O-C-O.
C-H-A.
C-H-A. Pocho.
Culture.
Pocho or Cocho?
Cocha.
Okay. I'll find it.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people left there because it's just kind of like boring. But if you have good
okay.
content, you'll get, it's just not, people follow mess. So of
Yeah,
course Big O
exactly.
is
Train
making
wreck.
the big buck. Yeah, people are
Yeah.
making big bucks on Big O and 17 and Alive and all of those because there's a bunch of mess over there. But Coach is more for it's more for people like there's this lady on there that is a coach for relationships. Well, not relationships, but finding a date, being compatible. There's another lady that does yoga, and there's another. You know what I'm saying? It's like real content. The problem people have with it is the money issue, and that you can't save your live streams. Now, if you have a certain amount on Big O now, this year they've opened up where you can, do the replays. So now people are gravitating back over, to the mess or whatever. So if people like drama, people like mess, they fight a lot on Big O and stuff like that. But it's not real arguments. You know what I'm saying? It's just for the views. It's just because the more engagement you get, the more they pay you. So it's just really, it's stupid. But TikTok,
it's kind of like professional wrestling, where they act like they hate each other in wrestling, but they're actually the best of team.
You pick a fight with somebody. Yeah, you pick a fight with somebody, word gets back, and then now you got beef with somebody, and everybody wants to watch it. But TikTok is not that hard to blow up on. There are a lot of good people on TikTok, but for the most part, like when you go to TikTok and you haven't followed anybody, you have those two lanes. One of them is the people you follow, and then the other people is just, for you videos. For some reason, I get a lot of jokesters and I get bored with it, and then I leave and go somewhere else.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But folks, I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to get ready to get out of here. I appreciate you all coming over tonight and supporting the show. The audience has been fantastic tonight. Everybody in the chat room who's been messaging and putting out information in the chat room, I really appreciate everybody in that chat room. The mods have done a fantastic job today. I know we had a little bit of small drama in the chat room. I hope that doesn't happen again. But I knew that this kind of content is going to bring people over who's going to have different opinions, and that's okay. But I want to say I thank all of you for rocking with me all this time. And I'll be back with something else next week. Once again, if you have not subscribed to Info Media Live, go ahead and do so, because I'm doing content over there and I'm enjoying the content on that channel. I'm going to try to grow that channel as organically as possible. And you might like what you see over there. I see we got Super Mike 2164 in the chat room. We got Empress Queen. We got my man Narratives and Dialogues. We got RY. We got Wow Willie 454. Thank you for coming over, brother. I want to thank everybody for the super chats tonight.
Thank you for the super
I thank
chat.
thank all of you who gave super chats. We have another sister here. I didn't get a chance to say her name. We got Peace, Love, and Joy. That is a nice name. I love that. That's exactly what we need, is more peace, love, and joy, and less drama in our life, I would say. And then we've got Golden Gold in the house, which I appreciate you being here. And Queen, I Know I Am Natural. Appreciate you. Queen, I Know You Am. She's over there from the Elders channel. She's a mod on the Elders channel as well. Black Voltron's doing a great job tonight. Brenda King, who's been rocking with us from start to finish now. Appreciate you, sister. I'm going to give you a clap as well. Do me the biggest favor. You know I'm going to say this. Share the video on all your social media. True Bear, thank you for coming over and joining us. I appreciate that. And just everybody that I didn't get a chance to shout out. There's people that left, obviously, because, I've been on for almost 7 hours, 8 hours now. So obviously people are going to drop off because they're relaxing. They got work tomorrow and all that. William Bell, thank you for coming over. A Lady 747, thank you. I want to say peace and respect to brother Leonard Honors. Thank you. He knew that I was going to be going live with this. He told people on his channel about the stream and to come over and support as well. And I really appreciate that. He's got a huge channel. And I'm getting ready to get out of here, folks. So everybody have a good rest of your evening. your night. Be safe in your travels and you're going this upcoming work week. Tell somebody that you love them. Tell your mama that you love her because it is Mother's Day. In some parts of the country, it's not Mother's Day anymore, but tell your mother that you love her, your father as well. Tell somebody that you love them because we saw that life is short. You can go at any time, at any place. You can no longer be here in the third dimension. So tell people that you really care about, that you love them, so that when something happens, you won't turn around and say, I wish I would have told them that I loved them. I wish I would have apologized to them for the argument that we had about something that really wasn't that important as I thought it was. Because when people are not here any longer, all the stuff that you had with them, the arguments, the disagreements, it don't mean anything anymore. So make sure you let people know that you love them, that you care about them, that they're wanted, they're respected. It's something that we really need to start doing as a people. Kevin Samuels said a lot of things that was polarizing, that struck at the heart core of people's sensibilities and people's emotions. He galvanized men who felt that he was speaking for them and how they felt about women. Women felt that he was rude, that he was crude, that he did not have a certain doctor's bedside to him. But however, women did call his show knowing that he was going to be very stern with them, and they called anyway. He said that high value is about having money and influence and a large sphere of friends and connections. But the one thing that Kevin Samuels did not talk about, that he failed to talk about when it came to this high value concept, is he failed to tell you the most important thing that's more important than anything he could have told you, which is, black man, get your checkup. Black man, go to the hospital. Black man, are you eating right? Black man, you know that we are at risk for heart disease. That's the one thing that he did not tell you out of all the things he told you about being high value, which is the one thing that's more important than all of it, is your health. Because if you don't have good health, you've got nothing, because you won't be alive to enjoy the spoils of your fruits, of your labor, as they say. You won't be alive to benefit from the money that you've accumulated, the friends that you've accumulated, the suits that you've accumulated, the lifestyle that you've accumulated. You won't enjoy it because you won't be alive to enjoy it because your health is failing. The most important thing that you can tell someone is to be on top of their health. Wealth, health, the whole 9 yards goes together. Health is your wealth. That's your number one wealth above all other things. You see, you can't be high value if you're not healthy enough to be able to live to be high value, whatever that means. So Kevin Samuels is no longer here. His family obviously is going through a lot right now. His mother on Mother's Day does not have her son. I hope that there's nothing in the report that says that there was anything other than the fact that he died of a heart attack. And I don't want to see anybody die, but I'm hoping that there's no anything else. I know people are putting out all kind of information that might be misleading, conspiratorial. Let's just wait and see what the coroner report says and what other report says, and then we can then dissect it and figure out what's true, what's not true, what we think in our own opinions, because we really don't know. I do want to say that it is a damn shame that his mother had to learn about his demise by way of social media. It makes me wonder, why is it that no one could have called her and said, I have to break this news to you, ma'am? Why did she have to find out about it on social media first? But then again, if you are a celebrity or you become very popular, then quite obviously your mama or your daddy is going to find out about your demise on social media if that is where you got most of your following and you blew up on social media. it's a part of the unfortunate situation when you blow up on social media like this, that people, parents are going to find out through social media. Once again, tell someone you love them. Kiss your mother. Respect your father. Black men, the reality is Kevin Samuels told you, or you heard Kevin Samuels tell women, black women in particular, that they would die alone. And that may very well be true. But what's really true is that we are the ones that are dying, and sometimes dying alone, because we are leading in all those different health disparities that I was just talking to you about in the beginning of this stream. We're the ones that are really the ones that are falling off the wayside. By average, women outlive men. Just keep that in mind. Do your research. You'll find out for yourself. I thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope those that came over, if you're new to the channel, I hope you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell notification.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Come back over, because I'll have other compelling content in the coming weeks coming right to you right on this channel. I will be activating my membership on this channel at some point in time so that people will get extra content for those that are members, and the membership will be very reasonable. I want everybody to have a great night.
Tell the truth.
These YouTube streets is something else, everybody. These YouTube streets is something else.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
Information is power. Information is power. Information is power. You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel. Information is power.
Everybody have a great night. Love you all.
Tell the truth.